Hi, everyone. Let me check to make sure that my audio is in effect. Go to my channel. Okay, we hear it. People say, you know what's so funny, you guys? Sorry about that. Okay, you guys, you know what's so funny is people really hate my voice. But before I get into all of that, because it's not like I have a choice in the matter, but before I get into all of that, hi, it's me, Just Kaya, Real Talk Daily, the Jess. Okay, let's figure out what that, well, I know what it stands for. JUSS. Jesus unveils scripture simply. I'm so excited to be here once again. Um, you know, getting more familiar with this live stream and training myself or getting some experience, I should say, on being prepared, having a plan. What am I going to talk about? The deliverance, all these good things. So I'm here again, going to keep fine tuning things and figuring this out as we go along. Okay, you guys. So tonight, what my plan is, I'm going to stay up for, as long as you guys are hanging in there with me. But tonight, I'm going to play a podcast episode that before I came over here to these YouTube streets, I actually was doing a podcast. I don't know if they call it channel, but I had a podcast and it really was doing well as far as what people were telling me. I put up 16 episodes and I did this like within a month, maybe 5 weeks at the most. And I had like I think I had like 350, something like that, over that download. And they said that was really good. However, what made me come over to YouTube is because I like the interaction more so. Because, like with a podcast, you record it, you put it up, you see how many downloads. It's like, where everybody at? I want nobody to talk to. So, I came over here to have more interaction, which I do love. It's a whole different thing. So I'm still kind of figuring it out. So what I'm going to do tonight is I'm going to share an episode from my podcast channel. And all my episodes on my channel, it goes through my life, and I share a lot, which I don't mind, but I share everything, and there's still a lot more to go about what I went through or my different life experiences. And then at the end, I always kind of tie it into how God was there with me and was guiding me along the way and protecting me, really. Because once y'all hear some of these stories, it's like, that had to be God. Like, why was she even there? Like, how did she make it out? So it's going to be fun. I love, and then just to share, I love sharing my life's experiences I do it in the effort to whoever needs to hear it, because I truly believe it will get to the person that that needs to hear it, that would encourage them, that would inspire them. That is my focus. That is why I do what I do. I want to be that mentor, that one that no matter what, if you go to Kai, that girl gonna give you to you like it is. She's gonna give you her life experience. She's gonna listen, and she's gonna be there for you. I really take my integrity. I take it very seriously. If I say I'm gonna do something, I'm telling you, I'm gonna do it. And if I can't, it ain't nothing. You know how some people do? They don't answer their phone. All of a sudden they in the hospital. I just call you. I'll be like, girl, ABC came up. I'm sorry, we're gonna need to reschedule. So that's me. I don't, dip out or anything. So I say all of that to say, if I say I'm here for you, I'm here for you. Okay. So, hi, Vaughn. Thank you so much. Look at you. I appreciate you so much for passing through. And yes, please hit that like button. So I got 3. I think I'm one of the persons. Vaughn is here. So yeah, let's hit that like button. I appreciate that, Vaughn. I really do. And hopefully later, I'm going to stay up a while. I'm going to play some podcasts, but hopefully you'll get a chance to listen to it. At least the podcast part. I think you would enjoy the story. So what the story is about. The story, the podcast episode that I'm going to play, we're going to listen together, is about my journey of, hi, thank you, from Germany in the hills. Hi, WP Funk. Greetings from Germany. I appreciate you. And you're right, I got 3 now. One step at a time, one like at a time. That's the way I want to do it. I appreciate it, because if you're here, I want you to be here because I'm saying something that feeds into your life, that we can go on this journey, this wonderful journey of life together. And hopefully guys, can tolerate me. Oh, that was something else I was going to share. I get so many responses about my voice, because I am loud. I own it. But they don't like the way I talk either. So guess what I say? Girl, you got to talk to the Lord about that, because he gave me this voice and he made me the way I am. So you're going to have to take that up with my creator. You don't remember me, but I remember you getting started. No, I remember you, PWT Funk. No, WT Funk. I remember you. You was the very first person that responded to my video over at Lapeef. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, you were the one who sent me over to another platform about music I had put up, and told me from another account. Oh no, you're right. I don't know that. From another account, Jason, you can come up if you want to. Here, let me put it up. I love to talk. Let's make this easier. And you come on up if you want to. But no, I don't know these accounts or those names. Jason Washington. No, I don't recognize that. Or what is that? Quarantine J? I don't recognize neither one of those, but I do remember you came over and you gave me, you had me go to a couple of channels, which I did. And then you also said, weren't you the one who said you need to do a reaction video, I think, to the Kevin Samuels thing? But for sure, I knew you were one of the first ones to ever comment on my page. So no, I remember you. Are you gonna come up? Okay, well I'll keep going. If you want to come up, it's there. I will appreciate it, and it's all good. Okay. So anyway, back to what I was saying. If you don't like my voice, you gotta take it up with my creator because yeah. But anyway, oh there you are. Yay. Oh, and I can see. Oh, I do remember you. I do. How are you?
Congratulations on getting started. You were very nervous about switching from a different podcast to this one. And
Yeah.
we had a
Yep. Yep.
conversation on Facebook, I believe, or Messenger,
Uh-huh.
from one of the I don't know what the group was, but yeah, and you were just getting
Oh,
started and you were
yes. You have two kids.
yes, I do. I have to wake them up in a bit, so I
Yeah,
have to try to be quiet because my daughter's she likes for me
I
to wake her
do.
up to when she likes for me to be there when she wakes up, so I have to she'll have
I
an
do.
attitude if I didn't wake her up.
Well,
Like,
that's us girls.
Aquarius, turn to five in
Yes.
February. Yeah,
Oh. Whoa, but the girls are good. Girls are good. But you know what? I do remember you. That was on a Kevin Sam. Yo, don't give me that look. They are good. That was on a Kevin Samuels
she did this. My
band
son is
class.
chilling. My
No,
daughter did
don't be
this.
blaming them. That's your daddy. Your daddy did. Your daddy did that to you.
No,
Don't even try
that's my
it.
uncle's. This is the luster gene, the luster bald spot. We all get it.
Don't be trying to blame those kids for it.
Who else am I blame? Myself?
Yep.
That ain't how parenting work. Blame the kids.
You're silly, but it's so good to see you. I thank you. I remember you got mad at me. You got mad at me too over
Hmm.
there. I do remember you.
I don't get mad. I just stop pouring in. Does that make sense?
No, you got frustrated with me.
Yeah, frustrated. I don't get
That
mad.
is
I
a better
just
word. You got frustrated with me in my mouth and my views and what I was saying, and you didn't believe I was realistic, but I'm consistent with who I am.
that is true.
I
You,
it
you,
is.
you, you
But
stand you stand on your shaky square, but you stand on the square. You don't
I
jump
stand
off.
on it. I do. And you know what? I'm so glad. And I seen you on another platform and I was like, he looked familiar. But until right now, I just since you said it, I put it together. I didn't even realize that was you from the
I
Facebook
think I called you
fan.
Freckle Queen when I first met you.
Did you? And then weren't you in Blacktopia too? Or you wasn't over there? In
Maybe
Blacktopia?
I connect dots in a lot of different places.
Oh,
So
okay, okay. No, maybe that wasn't you. I don't know. It was someone else. I know it's
yeah,
from Germany.
Blacktopia. It was me. I was on Blacktopia. Yeah.
It was you. Okay, okay.
Yes.
Yes, because on there I was really nervous about getting it started and and then once I started doing it, I'm like, oh, I need some more money, which of course I didn't, but my mind and my personality, I did. You know what I mean?
Do you
So
remember what I told you? Do you remember what I told you about getting started with your podcast?
you said I could just do it with my phone or something. You said just oh no, no, no. You said lighting. Wait, what did you
No, no,
say?
no. I told you just do. You were so nervous, and I was like, just do, just start, just
Just
if
do
it,
it, huh?
just do. It doesn't matter about it being professional so much. It just matters about you putting your voice in
Yeah.
the atmosphere.
Yeah, yeah. That was just me procrastinating. It's like I got to get this and I got to get that. But then when I ran out of things that I got to get, I had to do. So I did. And, on that Kevin Samuels, oh, hi, she stole my thunder. On that Kevin Samuels thing, right? The link is there if you want to come on out with us. I just jumped in and I
Hmm.
just did it. And that was the first came up and that was the first anything. And I just said, I'm going to do it. And then all of that happened. And then here I am. I know. And I'm like, even now, this is the only time I kind of get nervous, you want to call it, with the lives, because it's not something that I can pre-do first and do what I want to do and figure it out and take pauses. It's like continuous. And I just think like, what am I going to say? You know, because I can ramble on, but ramble on about what? And then people be like, oh, this girl ain't talking about nothing. Let me go. Hi,
Sometimes talking
Vaughn.
about nothing are the best conversations,
Hey,
though. So don't stress it.
Really?
hey,
Yeah. Hi there.
what's going on? What's going on? How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm getting in. I told
Good.
you I was coming back tonight.
I see, but I ain't gonna be on here like we was the other night. We were
I
we were
know.
awfully late.
And you know, after we got off, I couldn't even go to sleep. So I ended up staying
Yeah.
up. And then I started the live with
Wow.
like before the billions. And then I seen Anton. And then I finally went to sleep for a couple hours. And then I was like, let's get up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do it.
Yeah. When I stay up that late, I still get up at the same time because I'm an early riser. So I think I had maybe a few hours of sleep because, my body says get up at a certain time. So but
Yeah.
I'm just glad to be on again tonight. I just want to encourage you. You're doing well. Just continue like what the funk is this said. Hey, just continue to do it, and I believe that you'll fall into your niche. And
Thank you.
I
That's the
I
thing.
go ahead.
I
I'm
know
sorry.
that's the thing. I need to find my niche. I need to find because I know in my head, like the message I want to deliver is consistently, and of course, like my faith. But I need to find a niche
Yeah.
how to do it, I guess,
Yeah,
or
and it
yeah,
doesn't always have to be about faith. It could just be about topical things, and of course, your faith will tie into those things. You know what I'm
right,
saying? It doesn't have to
right,
just
right,
be faith based all the time.
yeah.
But I just wanted to stop by. I'm not going to be on long. I wanted to stop by. I wanted to address what the funk is this, because I've seen him on a panel where I felt that he was totally disrespected, and the
Oh,
caliber of his character that he exhibited. This
Me?
is a great example of how you deal with assholes. And excuse me for saying that way, but he I mean the pressure that these people tried to put him under and his response, because you're used to seeing somebody just respond the exact same way the other person responds, you know. But brother, you have I admire your character, man. I saw something in you that particular night, and I'm not sure if you know which program I'm talking about or which channel,
Mm-mm.
but the way you handled yourself and you definitely made your point, and I just wanted to commend you for that, sir. That's it.
Thank you so much, sir. I thoroughly appreciate it. It's just from thousands of conversations that I've had with people as a bartender, and I keep them. I keep the thoughts they said. I keep those drunk
Hmm.
ramblings of the dreams they wanted to accomplish. And one of the most important things I would say is listen to Nelly Fuller's video about avoiding conflict or how to handle arguments. He gives a
Yeah,
complete breakdown on how to not be listening to respond, asking questions, um, try to not mirror the energies, and really, and when it's coming more and more and more, put yourself in a state where you just know it's just people
yeah.
talking. Wait your turn. If it lands, it
Hmm.
lands. And if you're arguing logical points, just walk away.
And I just so appreciated watching you in that moment because I even learned a lot just from watching you. I'm sorry, Kai, if I'm taking you off your topic, but I saw the brother come on and I
no,
just wanted, I never really get to say anything to him, but just watching you on that particular channel that particular night, you know, it was such a good example.
You
It
got to
set
tell
a
me
very
which
good
channel it
example
was.
for me.
You got to let me know which one it was so I can go back and
he wants to
reflect and
remember.
look at it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, so I believe that you were on the Nighthawks with Chef
Okay.
Shapino.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That was a
And
perfect test.
I will say this, you were talking to truth is never
Yeah, I remember.
which is ironic that his name would be that, but truth is never something favored,
Yeah, I
you
saw
know.
that. I noticed that
And
too.
so yeah, and when I saw that, it kind of angered me in a way because I felt that the way the conversation went was so uncalled for. You were basically trying to state your position or your point, or you know what I'm saying? And just the way that that individual came at you, it kind of angered me because, I don't approach people that way. We can always agree to disagree. But your character stood up that night, man. And if I never get to speak to you again, I just wanted you to know that I saw your character that night, and it made me very proud.
Thank you,
So I
sir.
just
That this
wanted to
this is the
say that
voice
to
of my
you.
elders making me know that I'm on the
Yes,
right
sir.
path, and I'm learning how I need to learn. And I thoroughly appreciate you coming up and letting me know this as a validation, because sometimes
Yes.
it does feel that it's the work that I'm putting in to unplug from the toxins that have been put into me don't get seen. And I appreciate you saying that.
Yeah, well, I saw it, and I wasn't the only person. I can't believe I was the only one who saw it, because you were very impeccable that night. You definitely, and you could have easily just, shut it down and got off of the stream and left it, but you
Uh,
dealt with it.
Stay in the
You
fire.
dealt with it. Yeah, you dealt with it. And actually you proved the other person to be way off. So, kudos to you, man. Kudos to you.
Thank you.
Love you,
Thank you.
Kaya.
You
I'm sorry, go
No,
ahead.
thank you. When you first started talking, I thought something was wrong, but I guess I was hearing it wrong at first. And then when you came back, I'm like, oh, he's applauding him. Okay. So I'm like, oh,
Well,
good.
I hope I didn't come off that way, but hey.
No, that because I think I was just kind of lost in the beginning when
Yeah,
you first said the way you came across. But see, I'm not used to being around that leadership, that man energy. You was
yeah.
just asserting yourself.
And it
I'm
could
like,
it could be it could be my spirit today as well because my son had to put his dog down today. He's 16. He's had the
oh,
dog since he was 2, and he
oh,
was so devastated. I'm going through all of that with him, trying to make sure his mental
oh,
is together. But yeah,
yes.
when I saw what the funk is this get on here, I wanted to say hello to you, of course, but I felt compelled to just share that with him because I wanted to encourage him to know that those efforts that you're making are not in vain. You are being a good example of how to communicate in a bad situation.
Mm.
And
You said
so
your son is
that's what
16 and he has to put down his dog.
yeah, he had her since she was 2 years old,
You
since
know
he
what you
was
have to.
two
You,
years
you
old.
know what you have to do, sir, and go ahead and try the Where the Red Fern Grows, the book. Give it to your son to read.
Where the red fern
Oh,
grows. Okay. I will, I
Yes,
will, I will look into that. Where the red fern grows. Yeah.
it's about a boy in the country. He has two, a girl dog, boy dog. Grew up with them. It's kind of like you would think Old Yeller. There's a movie of it too, but I would say
Hmm.
read the book and then like even read the book and have the movie at the same time and kind of like connect the
Yeah.
dots. It's like one of those
Well,
1970s movies.
yeah. Where the red fern grows. Is that right?
One of the greatest books ever written.
Okay. Where the red fern
mm.
grows. I will have to check that out.
Yeah, don't show him Old Yeller yet. That he ain't ready for that yet.
Well, I saw Old Yeller, so I grew up with that one, so
Yeah, but
that
we
that
had
was kind
shitty
of
teachers
harsh.
growing
Yeah.
up, so they just said we're gonna traumatize you as kids, and that's your lesson. So we got to see all those
Exactly, and
horrible,
boom, there it is.
traumatizing.
Exactly.
Where the Red Fern Grows, Old Yeller,
Where the
Lord of the
red fern
Flies.
grows.
Like
Yeah.
we watched horrible movies in Oklahoma
Yeah. Oh,
public
Lord
school
of
system.
Flies, exactly, man. Oh man. Listen,
Yeah,
what the fuck is taking me way back now? Lord of the Flies. Yeah, that was horrible.
I
But
can
I
watch
Piggy.
it.
Yeah, poor Piggy and his
yeah,
glasses.
so,
It wasn't his fault. Uh,
I know, right?
but no,
And I saw the original one. I saw the one that they redid too as well.
oh
But
snap!
I saw the original one. That was the first one I saw was the original. But I did see the remake as well. So they did a good
Hey,
job
big
with the
bad bull.
remake, I thought. Hey, big
Okay.
bad bull.
Absolutely. I appreciate you so much for stopping in, Big Bad Bull. And I know you got other ones to support, but pretty soon I'm going to be at the top of your list. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you. I'm going to be up for a while, I think. So come on
Well,
back if
listen,
you have time.
I'm gonna go ahead and get off, but I will be listening. And
Okay.
be encouraged, my sister and my
Thank
brother,
you.
and hopefully we can meet up on another panel again.
Okay. I'll be
Absolutely.
doing my show after my birthday. I turned 40 on January 6th, and I hope
Oh,
to
good
see you
for
there.
you.
I have a channel there, and it's going to be really outside the box.
Oh, okay, okay. I think I subscribe to you actually. So,
Yeah, it's going
okay,
to be incorporating like the 1990s like music video vibes, MTV, but lots of conversations in between.
okay. I'm gonna check it out.
Okay.
All right.
Thank
Good
you,
night.
Juan,
Good
so
night.
much. I
Good night.
appreciate you.
All right. See you later.
Get you some rest. So,
So I have a
what
challenge for you, Kaya.
huh?
I have a challenge for you.
Ooh, okay. I like challenges. Okay, let's go.
All right. It is December 22nd, 21st where you're at, correct? Or is it already December 22nd?
It is still the 21st
Okay, but so it's about to be the 22nd very soon, correct?
in 2.5 hours. Yes.
Okay. So my challenge is we have to get you to 100 subscribers before the year ends. You're at 82, correct?
Oh, I wasn't even thinking about that. Okay.
Okay. So
Okay.
we got to come up with some ideas, some topics, and some activities for you to do to get you to 100 before the year ends.
Awesome. Okay.
All right. I got to get ready to get my kids ready, but I'm going to be brainstorming today, and I'll connect with you later. And
You.
let's put the goal on the table to get to 100 before the year ends. Okay.
Oh, amen. Okay. Gosh, I
Okay.
wasn't even thinking that, but I appreciate you for that.
Well,
Absolutely.
like I said, we had our disagreement, but I remember how nervous and ecstatic you were about getting started, and I want to
Mm-hmm.
keep that light going. And
Thank you.
you you stood in the fire of Kevin
Mm-hmm.
Samuels, and you're still
Mm-hmm.
here, and I commend you
Mm-hmm.
on that. And even
Thank
though
you.
everyone had nothing but flames for you afterwards, you're here right now, smiling with your wife
Mm-hmm.
beater on and your glow.
Right, right,
So
right. Yes. I'm still me.
I'm still here. I'm still strong. No,
I'm still here. I'm strong. I'm beautiful. I'm intelligent. I don't know if you know that movie.
I do. I'm a
Yes.
movie buff, so yeah, I know. Okay,
Right, right.
so
But I
that's what I wanted to
appreciate
say.
that so much. Okay. I take
And
that.
again,
I totally take that.
and I already think I have a few ideas that'll easily get it done. But I'm
Okay.
legitimately just waking up, and I
No
need to make some
problem. You go
moves.
take care of
But
those babies. Don't let her get too bad of an attitude on you.
I can't help it. She is who she is. She's already at 5 years old. A kid is already who they are, and I just know how to.
Exactly.
I let her be. So okay,
Oh,
I gotta go,
okay.
and we'll talk
Okay.
soon.
Thank you. I'll talk to you soon. I
And
appreciate you.
keep doing these lives.
Okay, I
Even though,
will.
okay, all right.
Okay.
Stay amazing.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so Big Bad Bull says she definitely needs to do a channel tour and announce, promote her channel. You have invested far too many countless hours jumping on panels and supporting other channels and never promoting your own. Okay. Um, I have to figure out how to do that. So yeah, go on a channel tour, which I thought I already did. So I thought when you show up and your name is there, I thought that's what I was doing. But I will look more into that, and I appreciate that so much. And then we have Vaughn. Oh yes. Oh, she's still here. Thank you. I don't know if anyone wants to come up The link is there. I appreciate you. And Vaughn, thank you. And she stole my thunder. I appreciate you as well. And she stole my thunder at Big Bad Bull, at Jessica, at Vaughn. All of you are more than welcome to do your channel promos over at my place. Okay, well, I'm going to ask you, what is it? I will. I'll be over there. I really will. I listened to one of your channels, but it seemed like I don't know why I thought I could have it mixed up. I thought it was more music or something, but I've been like going around to different channels, so I can be mistaken, but I absolutely will. She stole my thunder. Thank you. And what the funk is this? I like that. Big Bad Bull, absolutely right. She has poured into many channels. Have I? Okay. I'm just having fun, trying to get more familiar, trying to really what I know what I struggle with is like trying not to use so many words and still convey what I'm trying to say, like my message. And I'm such a visual person. It's like I see in my head and then my mind is going so fast. And that's why I talk so fast sometimes, because I'm trying to catch up with it and I'm not trying to take up everyone's time. So I know I need to work on that. And so that was kind of the purpose. I was kind of doing it for selfish reasons, really. But not, I was having fun. She has evolved past that behavior, but that is not the notice by much. What is that behavior? Maybe I think I missed one. Here we go. Okay, always waiting for a chance to speak and rock out, but she is drowned out by those with energy. Yes, okay. Okay, yes, I totally agree with that, because I'm being respectful. I don't like the battling. Like, it's just not productive. And then you don't hear what this person says, and then you're responding, and then it's just not, coming across good. And then they already think my mouth is a little snappy. And if I think you're snapping at me, I can get a little snappy. So I don't want that part to, be highlighted. But I do feel myself sitting in the back a little too long. I have noticed that, and I've been thinking about that. And thank you for that honesty. I totally agree with that 100%. You guys are so wonderful. I'm like an only child, and this is my I think we're all the same age, but y'all a little bit younger. But anyway, this is like my siblings coming to look out for me. And I'm being serious. I really am. It's just amazing. You meet all these people here, and then what come and goes, and we are out here doing this, and then for you, all of you guys, to take your time to feed into me like this, it means so much to me. It really does. I've never really experienced anything like this before, but I do want to express I appreciate it, and I will never take it for granted. And thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Okay, so back to, and Big Bad Bull. I don't know if you remember this. I remember you from the very first time I went up on Anton's channel, and we were on there together, and you actually cammed up, and I'm hoping, I'm almost sure that was you, and about the young man who was talking about the woman, his girlfriend cheated on him, and he kind of got very emotional. So I'm almost sure that's you. And that was the first time I cammed up on Anton's channel, and I remember you from there. If that's you, I hope I'm right. Sometimes I'm not always right, but I'm always right sometimes. So you know what I'm saying. That's a Will Smith quote from Bad Boys too. Okay, anyway, Big Bad Bull. She stole my thunder. Hey, thanks. Yes, I am chilling and coasting out the rest of this evening as much as possible. 2022 is going to be beastly. I saw you wrote somewhere else, Big Bad Bull, about you're not going to be out here in these YouTube streets as much come the new year. I would just assume you would share whatever that is, and I assume you have bigger and better things to go on. That wasn't you. I could have sworn that was you. So it wasn't. Okay. Anyway, I'm looking at your picture and it really looks like and he was barbecuing. I think he was smoking a cigar. And yeah, it was a fun night. We was cracking up that night. But okay. I still remember you from invite me to Miss B Finesse channel then. Okay. Oh, you guys are so wonderful. The only time I cammed up, oh, it was on B Finesse channel. Okay, so you got some twins. But you know what? I have noticed you guys from, I don't know, is Detroit or that area? I don't know if that's East Coast or Midwest. You guys all look kind of, got that same vibe. You probably say the same thing about California people, but with the beard, the bald head, kind of a Rick Ross type of vibe and all that good stuff. But you're all handsome. Don't get me wrong. Okay, I think that's it. I think I hit everyone. I always gotta look at it. WT phone. WT phone. What the phone? Okay, is this? I don't know why I say what, but anyway, it's a slow burn to build the right way. That's what I want to do. I really want like people that come and get something out of it, and we're kind of striving and feeding and cultivating each other, and just really trying to make an impact. And I don't mean, I'm not that type of person to where I go out there and I'm trying to change the world. That's just not my personality. I'm very personable. I want to touch and get involved with you. And I want to know you. And so I'm not kind of that advocate person that goes out there and want to change the world. But I do want to help do it one person at a time. Anyway, so yes, slow burning is good for me. Absolutely. Okay, another thing. Look, I'm telling you guys, I can talk. I really can. Okay, so the DMV. Oh, I want to go there so bad. It's just the vibe of it that I, see from TV, YouTube, and all this other good stuff. But it just seems so real. But it seemed like you got to get down and dirty, meaning to get your hustle. But I mean, like in a good or a bad way, whether illegal or legal. And it seemed like it's so much character, like because of the experience of living there. That's what I get from it. I never met anyone in person from there, but I'm a type of person where I read and I read the person I that I think I do, and I pay attention, and that's the vibe for the most part that I get from people that reside or grew up in the DMV. Let me know if I'm right. Look at you getting your hustle on. We love the talkers. Oh, good girl. You in the right place, because I love to talk and I love to laugh even more, and I'm silly, and sometimes I have to catch myself because people take, I'll say, like tragic or trauma or traumatic things differently than I do. I don't take things like traumatically, or I don't give that energy to it, and that's just my personality, because if something traumatic already happened, maybe I'm not in touch with my feelings. I don't know. But it's like, why are we going to dwell in it? Let's, I always like to look at things as the glass is half filled instead of half empty. And it gets me in trouble a lot of times, but that's okay. We're not all the same. So, it's all good. California, Compton. My family grew up in Compton and California. I lived in Vegas for a little bit with my first marriage. And now I still live in Cali, but I live in a low desert. So I don't live like right next to Los Angeles. I'm about I'm about almost 2 hours away from Los Angeles. I'm close to San Diego, if you know San Diego, and then Palm Springs. I'm close to Palm Springs as well. So, yeah, that's where I'm at. I want to, and I always share, I've been to New York maybe 4 times. And if I didn't have any kids, I'm almost positive I would have moved to New York and lived there. Yes, I love New York. Absolutely do. Oh, I think you said Oh, yes, 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 yes. And I'm very optimistic. And the crazy thing about that is I should say, pushback from it. Maybe 50-50. I don't want to say all the time, but I get pushback from it. And then I want to share something really, well, maybe not too quick, but when people first meet me, when women first meet me, they never believe that this is truly me. I'm telling you guys, 100% of the time I meet a woman, their first presumption of me or ideal of me is that I'm fake, I'm not real, and they just don't believe. They think I'm always lying and that this is not really me that I'm putting on, and that oh, she knows what this is about, which I don't. If I say I don't, I don't. And even here on YouTube, I got that already, and I'm like, I'm sorry, but this is me. I can't be no one else. This is really me. When I say I don't know something, I really don't know it. When I say I didn't experience, it's the truth, and I get that, and which is good because it makes me feel good, because that lets me know I'm not like everybody else, and I'm okay with that because I don't know how everybody else is. Because I take you the way you are, and I believe you. Okay, she stole my thunder. You guys are so wonderful. You're getting to know me. I need to do more of. I need to do more of that. But I'm working with the idea that the glass is full, half with water, half with air. It always has something in it. Maybe not the thing you want, need. I like that in the moment, but full. I really like that. See, a different perspective, a different way to look at it. I really like that. I want to read it one more time. I need to do more of that. But I'm working with the idea that the glass is full, half with water, half with air. It always has something in it. Maybe not the thing you want, need in the moment, but full. I absolutely love that. I love that. I'm going to have to kind of use that one. I will give you credit if I remember. That, I love that. I absolutely love that. Thanks for sharing that. I really do appreciate that. Okay, guys. I am going to share this podcast episode. I'm not sure if everyone heard. I was doing a podcast before I came over here. I have 16 episodes that I did, and it is a like an order of my life, and I share that. Just talk Proverbs, the absolutely. Wait, you know what? Real quick, I just said last night on the live that, because I share these things and my ideas, but I never have taken the time to memorize like Bible verses or really memorize anything, because I love being authentic in the moment. And I go back to I'm very visual. I can't say it, but I see it. And then, so when I'm telling someone something or I'm reliving it, I see it in my head and then I articulate it that way and bring it out. So I don't never memorize things, but that is my new goal. I want to start memorizing things so I can recall them. And because we got to show receipts in these streets, so I got to have some reference points about what I'm saying. So that's going to be a new challenge for me. And yes, Proverbs, we're going to be stealing from there. Thank you for that. Absolutely. So I'm going to be sharing this episode, and it is quick. It's only like 30 minutes of me sharing from my quest to my salvation, and getting there, and how I figured how the Lord actually. I share in there how I truly believe the Lord sat next to me and talked to me, little old me. Hashtag struggle. Right way. Visual. See, I can say it now. Visual. Hashtag struggle talk. No worries. The struggle pronunciation is my daily struggle when online. It is so true. It's funny because I can tell it's a lot of Black people, because I'll say like I have a heavy tongue, but I know it's just the way we talk. And I want to say it's kind of a lazy talk, because we just kind of, maybe not a lazy talk, a singing talk. Like everything comes together, you keep on going, you go with the flow, and you never stop, and you get your point across. You ain't got time to say the whole word. You know what I'm talking about? But yes, I do. And when I was in college, for the longest, I couldn't. The white students, of course, especially this one guy, he would always tease me about, of course, the word axe. And then I said, I think I'm saying it right. He go, Kaya, you're not. He said, okay, from now on, when you say the word, think of your ass, and then you will say it right. And then for about a year or so, I would always have to think of my ass to say ask, stuff. So, and then another one was manifestation. I couldn't say that word for the longest. I can say it now. You have to always say it in the hospital. But yes, struggle talk. Struggle talk. I agree. Sometimes I was on one live and I knew nobody was here. I think I was reading something. I didn't know what the word was. I was like, well, ain't nobody here. They don't know. I don't know what this word is. I'll just skip it and keep going. So I crack myself. Okay, have a notepad with a pen and write down what you took when you're from who, wait, huh? Wait, I'm sorry, this camera is right here because I got tired of people saying, look at the camera. So I moved it here. So it's kind of in the middle of my screen. So, okay. Have a notepad with a pen and write down what you took, when and from whom, so you can remember. Oh, okay, let me see. I know I'm gonna have to do that because now I'm gonna try to remember off the top of my head. I don't think of the glass as half full. I always think of the glass as full because it's half full with water and the rest is filled with air. So I can never see the glass half full or half empty because there's always something in it. It's something like that. See, I'm trying to see it in my mind, but I am going to write it down because I do like that one and I want to remember it. Did I halfway do it? When I have trouble with pronunciation, I just blame the fact that I speak French. Yes, we sing, speak. Oui. And you guys got you guys, it's funny you say that. You guys got to see, I was having fun back in 2017 when I first, stopped working as a nurse. I'm over there. I am silly as hell. And it's on YouTube and I'm just recording right off the monitor. And I go in there. I always wanted to learn Spanish, but in college, I kept failing. And I was like, I tried to take it 3 times. And I asked the teacher, I was like, why do you fail me? I know how to spell it. She said, but you're not pronouncing it right. I said, the way I hear it, that's how I'm pronouncing it. She said, you're not. She said, because in Spanish is so close, it sounds like you're saying something else. So I tried 3 times and I couldn't pass. And I think I'm vicariously living through my daughter because I'm making her take it and she's 2 years in. But I say that to say, so on my YouTube channel, I be like, yes, my channel is bilingual, como estás, and muy bien, but I'm saying the same thing every time, but it's a different situation and like a different tone and pitch. So I try to make it seem like I learned a new word. I just thought that it's really funny, that channel over there. Maybe I'll bring some of those over here too and sit and we can watch it together as well. You guys see, I can keep going. Thank you. I love the conversation. In French, wait. So are you originally French? Is that France? Wait, French. So that's, where is that? That's like Paris? I don't know geography that well. So are you from there, or is French your second language, or are you just teasing me and you know just as much French as I do, like the oui, bonjour? I think that's all I know. And I know no, because no is no in every language. So which one is it? Are you a black French girl, like the French maid, and you have your hair up and have your dust feather? Okay, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I want to know a little bit more about this French stuff, or is it just like French fries where it really don't even apply? Oh wow, I guess you took it to a whole nother I always do. I'm telling you guys, sometimes, and I don't be realizing, I just be having fun, but I just be me. I do get in trouble a lot. My mouth, I get in trouble a lot. But I'm like, that's your perception. That's not what I meant. You at least got is that gist of it at least? I think that's gist. Y'all know even though Anton talking about he a C student. I am an A student, but I never, that reading and spelling, I am terrible. But that looked like that should be gist. At least you got the gist of it. At least got the gist of it at least. I think that's what it is. Is it just other? You guys, oh my gosh, you guys are never getting rid of me. Laugh out loud. Just do what I do when speaking Spanish. Yes, just add an O-R-A right at the end. Sí, sí, señorita. Spaghetti-o. Conversational. I live in California. Oh, that already has an A. That don't work. What? Por favor, señora. Are you married? Señora, señorita. And roll your R's. Don't forget that one. Don't get me started on my Spanish, because I'm telling you guys, in college, and I knew I was going in nursing, I wanted to learn Spanish so bad. I wanted to be bilingual, and mainly I wanted to know what they were saying in the elevators. And I didn't want them to know I speak Spanish. I just wanted to be able to understand them. But my teacher was like, nah. She's like, I said, but you see, I can spell the word. She said, but you can't pronounce it. That was funny. And then when I tried to get in the third time, she just looked at me and she said, Kaya, maybe I'm not the teacher for you. Try somebody else. But there was nobody else in the time slot. I did even worse because she really didn't believe in me. So I just got out her class before I even had to pay for it to be done with it. Just do it. Oh, okay. I already had that one. Okay, here you go. Just Kaya talk daily. Look, I'm trying to figure out what that say, and I'm surprised I don't have my glasses on. I speak French, but I'm from Canada. Okay, is there a different language in Canada too, or is it English, or is it Canadian language dialogue? No, I think it's English, huh? Let me know. Okay. And why do you know French? And yes, Paris is in French, which is in Europe. Oh, okay. Wait. So it's in Europe. So is Europe like equivalent to USA? Is Paris equivalent to like California? And then French is the language. Did I get that right? Or it's French is not a city. It's not a culture. Is it French? Is it French people? But we do say French people, right? Hmm. Hmm. Oh, okay. I speak French. So French is the language. Canada, that's where you're at now. Paris is like California, and Europe is like USA, right? Okay, let's see. See, everybody, we're learning. We got 4 people out there. Look at this is an educational channel. You come here and you learn things, not from books, but from actual people that are actually living these lives. That's amazing. Who's out there doing this? Nobody. Just me. Just Kaya. That's it. Real talk daily. Okay, this is real talk. You can't get no realer. Okay, so let's see. Officially, Canada has 2 official languages. Oh, amen. Really? French and English, which is why I speak French. I didn't know that. Okay. I really didn't know that. Are you guys, so you guys are north of the United States. Is that where Europe's up that way as well? I can keep going. I love learning. I really do. Okay. So she says, sorry, Paris, France, not Paris, French. Oh, girl, thank you. I can't read. Oh, amen. What's the different letter? Oh, the A. That's the only difference. Oh, and the H. Amen. Amen. Okay. France. Oui, oui. Paris is a city. Okay, so that's like Los Angeles then. France is the country. Oh, Europe is the continent. Oh. Okay, wait, let's show. Okay. Paris is the city. Los Angeles. France is the country. So that's USA. Country. Right? Europe is the continent. Wait, is USA a continent? Wait, I know Egypt is a continent. No, I know Asia is a continent. I think Africa is a continent. There's like 11 continents, isn't there? I try to get my kids to teach me some things. Okay, Paris is Los Angeles. Okay. Got that right. I got one right. Okay. France is the United States. So country. Hello. Okay. That's right. I just learned that, which is crazy. Europe equals North America. Okay, and that's right. That's right. And wait, North America. Aren't we part of North America too? Okay, don't let me get confused. Yes, North America is Canada to the north, right? Okay, USA is in the middle. Mexico is in the south. Okay, see, I love that. You gave me a great visual. I can see it all in my head. Okay, so North America, and that includes United States. We're in the middle. Canada is north, Mexico is south. Okay, got it. Oh, there's only 7 continents. 7 continents. Asia, Africa, North America. It got to be something in the Middle East. Would that be Egypt? Maybe Egypt, is that one? Okay, wait, Asia. Did I say Asia already? I don't know if I said Asia. Okay, let's block that. Okay. Oceania, what? And Antarctica? Is that what that says? Show. And Antarctica. I think that's in Antarctica. Oceania? Oceania. I never heard of that one. And Arctic. Really? Oh, I didn't know. None. Those are all continents. You are smart. How old are you? You are smart. Oceania. Latin America. Okay. Is Australia and New Zealand. You are smart. I never even heard it. I love smart people. I would get on your nerves because I would try to drain all of your knowledge to put it in me. I love education. I love it. Okay, let me see. Let me try to say this. I told you, girl, I was never taught phonics. So Anna isn't a I don't know what that say. Oceania? It's not Oceania. Oceania? Okay. I'm gonna give up. I'm probably making a fool of myself with that one. Latin America. So that's 7. Latin America, Oceania, Arctica, Antarctica, Africa, North America, and Asia. Amen. Sorry, South America, not Latin America. Oh, South America. Okay, that's right. North America. That's to Africa, Oceania, Antarctica, Arctic, and Asia. I'm gonna write that down because I want to remember. Next time when I see you, I'm gonna be like, okay, girl, I got your 7. And in Canada, they speak French and English. And my girl, she stole my thunder, speaks French. Bravo. Bravo is that France? Is that French? Bravo. Bravo. Is that French? I'm waiting. Oui, oui. Au revoir. Au revoir to French. Okay, guys, I'm done with the 7 continents. But let me see if I can name them without looking. So we have Asia. We have North and South America. We have Africa, Antarctica, Arctic, and Oceania. That's right, it's Spanish. Bravo. 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 Au revoir. I got all 7. Did you see that? I'm going to remember that because I'm going to see this list in my head all the time. She stole my thunder. I remember you cammed up on the first day, and when you cammed up, I said, please don't steal all my thunder because this is my show. So this must be my third live then, because you wasn't there last night. So my first live, you was on there with me. Bravo. You type good. See, I couldn't type this fast. That's why when I be in comments, it be the ad Kaya be so far gone because I be like, and then I get my phone. Wait, how do you spell this? I don't want to look like it. I'll be like, how do you spell this? Okay, let me get some water. There's a great geography game. Oh, I play it with before the billion. Oh, I want to play, but I guess I have to learn it first. So you guys play it right on the channel? I want to get in. I know the 7 continents. Now, I probably need to learn more, I'm sure. I like him. You know he's doing a 24-hour right now. My lips are dry. He's doing a 24-hour right now. And I was up there with him. I'm going to go back and see him. You know, with my age, we used to have the typewriters in our, we used to have to learn, the girls had to learn how to type on the actual, you guys gotta excuse my lips. See, that's why I gotta see myself. Okay. Had the actual typewriters that we had to learn on. But then I'm so conscious of my spelling from high school that I absolutely pay attention to it. So PJ is like, look, she stole my thunder. What's going on? It's a girl slumber party. We living the way we want to live. No manpower over here. We're being silly and we're being girls. I'm just kidding. Hi, PJ. We're over here just having fun. Kaya's getting acclimated in all this StreamYard world and running her mouth so much where her lips are dry. We're keeping it real. We don't mind about making mistakes over here. We show our authentic self. And it's okay to be you, PJ. Oh. Oh my gosh, Big Bad Bull told me to show up to blow up. I love it. I love him. He is so amazing. Gosh, this is so much fun. This is so wonderful. I appreciate the link is in the, what is that called? In the chat. Come on up if you want to. But she stole my thunder. She's a typing whiz. And I just, PJ, do you know what the 7 continents are? Don't look in the chat. Say yes or no if you know what the 7 continents are off the top of your head. And if so, either cam up or put them in the chat, but don't cheat. We're going to trust you. Okay? I can't share links since I'm not a mod. I don't even know how to do that. And I don't even know, like, I love E Black and I go on his channel and he made me a moderator. I'm like, what do I do with this? He's like, nothing. I said, well, what? I see people doing things. I said, do I need to go take a class? Is there a YouTube video that tells? Because I need to have the rules. I need to know what I'm supposed to do, what I'm not supposed to do. And he said, Kaya, don't. He's like, whatever. Oh, you do? Okay, would you like to come up, PJ? Or are you shy with your beauty? And let's see if I can do this quicker. Chat. All right, PJ, let's see. Don't cheat. Don't look in the chat. Okay, so she stole my thunder. How do I make you a moderator? Hey, Q. Uh-oh, not that one. Right here. Hi, Miss Q. How are you? What she's wait, let me see what. Thank you, Q. I'm sorry, I got distracted. I've been running. Thank you so much, Q, for coming over. I really do appreciate that, girl. I appreciate you coming over, taking out, time in your evening and coming over here. I don't think you ever sleep because you're in Dallas. I think you're 3 hours ahead of me. And my watch don't work. I don't know why I'm looking at it. It's 10, so it's like 1 where you're at. I don't think you ever sleep, Q, but that's okay. I'm glad you here. And last night I did a live and I didn't get off until 3:30, and then I couldn't go to sleep. And then I went on before the Billion show. He's doing a 24-hour right now. So I hope you go over there and hit that like. He has a goal of 200 likes. So, but yeah, I have been up. And this is addicting. Maybe this is addicting. We might have to come up with a YTA. Because this is addicting. Laugh out loud. I'm in Houston. We are 2 hours ahead. Oh, okay, that's not so bad. That's not too bad. And then let's see, what did let me see, PJ supposed to be putting up. Q, do you know the 7 continents? That's where we're at. This is an educational channel. You gotta be a certain IQ. See, the end of your name, it even looks like IQ. So, do you know the 7 continents? And can you please, thank you. And can you please name them? You put them in there that fast. Q, you did not put them in there that fast. How did you even beat PJ? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You knew that already. See, that's why I have smart people around me. What does Anton say? You should be the dumb. Well, I don't think he said you should be the dumbest one, but I got tired of being the smartest one around my group because I'm like, I ain't learning nothing from y'all. You got them all that quick. Good job, Q. I gotta come tougher on you. I see that now. Hi, she stole my thunder.
Hello, hello. How are you?
Thank you. What is wee? Hello?
It's yes.
Okay. Wee.
Bonjour is hello.
Oh, bonjour. She stole my thunder. Bonjour.
Bonjour. And of course, the next thing you would say is comment ça va, which is how are you?
Comment ça va?
Yeah, close. Good. At least you're trying. And you gotta start somewhere, right?
Right.
Right. First, you have to learn to crawl before you can start running. And of course, the reply is I'm good, so je vais bien.
Je vais bien.
Good. Bravo.
Bravo.
Yeah.
I love it.
Hey, you're learning. Exactly.
I love learning. I absolutely do. I get on my kids' nerves because I be like, okay, what was the homework or what did you do in school today? Teach me,
Yeah, of course. And I mean, it's always a good thing to have that nature of wanting to learn, even if you can't remember everything, even if you mispronounce or I make 7,000 spelling errors and pronounce it. That doesn't matter. I know the general idea. I learned something new and I try and build until you get it right, So, hey, you got to do it.
Really. But I have my son, my Jeremiah, Mr. Perfect. And I promise you, I have the only perfect son in the world.
I'm sure.
Yes, he loves correcting my English, the way I pronounce things, the tense that I use words in. And then I'd be like, okay, thank you, perfect. And be like, so how are you going? And this is really how he kind of talks. How are you going to insult me when I am talking the correct way and you are not? I'm like, okay, thank you very much. I'd be like, bye. I'm like, you too sedity for me. But That's really him, and he loves having debates with me. And he always, when I'm like, I'm done, I give up. You win. I don't even know if you're right or not, but
Yeah.
Jeremiah, that's my Jeremiah.
Hey, look, you got to start somewhere. At least,
Right, but let's.
yeah.
Go ahead.
No, go. Beauty before age.
Yeah, I just wanted to address PJ real quick because he took on the challenge, but it looked like he went a different direction. I learned the 7 continents back when there were only 51 states.
He's joking around.
Okay, amen. I don't him up because, well, it's a long story. You know what? I like that. Yeah. Okay. So how many states is it now? Is there 52? But okay.
Well, I don't know. Like we're about the same age, but I remember when Hawaii and Alaska officially became states, and that was the debate of how many states are there, and it was either you said 50 or you said 52, which is what I think PJ is alluded to when he says 51. Yes. You know, that kind of like, how many are there now? I don't know.
Even now, I get confused. I was in the doctor's office and he had it up there, and I think he only had 50. No, he might have 52. And it threw me. I'm like, wait, is there 50 or 52? Because I was right at that moment where it changed. And it was, I don't know why it was so confusing. It's like, no, Hawaii and Alaska is part of the United States. I'm like,
okay, I guess.
How do we just change things like that? And why didn't we know before?
I don't know. They just want to mess with us. That's what I think. They just want to throw us off our game.
Right. And there go Miss Smarty Q. She knew him right away. She even answered it before PJ answered, and she came in after him, I believe.
Yeah, I know, huh?
And this is our girl, Seabreeze 322. This is, you know how you have your OG? She has been there from the very first one. She always shows up and very encouraging and supportive. However, she stole my thunder. Last night, I had competition on my show.
What did she do?
She's in love with OG Patrice.
Who is it? I don't blame her. It is OG Patrice. I mean, come on. She is a character.
So yes, me and Seabreeze, we having a good night. You know, people popping in and out, but me and Seabreeze, we're breezing on through. So OG comes up, and you know, she's doing her thing. You know, having you laugh and all this stuff. Seabreeze don't know my name no more. All I see in the chat is
Traitor.
Patrice is so awesome. She said bye to Patrice 3 times and still haven't acknowledged me or Vaughn.
Oh my goodness. We're gonna what's
I can't complain. She's back now.
Okay, we'll let her. We'll forgive her for now, but once I get that moderation wrench, I'm gonna, I'm gonna take her out of the alley and have a little talk with her,
Right. But yeah, she's been here. But yesterday, my feelings was a little hurt, but she's back. That's
okay, at least she knew what to do and where to go, But next time you have to, you have to tell her, look, if you're gonna come back, you have to bring me some alcohol, you have to bring me some chocolate, flour, something, Come on, man. You can't just like walk through the door like nothing happened, like you weren't flirting with this other girl here, Come on.
I know. You hear that, Seabreeze 322, right?
Come on.
And I was talking to her last night. The 322 stands for the number of angels. I found that out from her.
Oh, yeah. Good.
Okay, so we're back to PJ. Did she?
I wouldn't be surprised. Here she's betrayed you for OG Patrice. She probably did use Google. I wouldn't be surprised.
No, he's talking about Q because she knew the 7 continents so fast. Yes, my schooling was overseas. Oh, she said we learn world history over there. That's shady.
I'm world class. I don't learn with you. I'm a different.
Q, you're more than welcome to Kim up, Miss Smarty Pants. I can't even be mad at you because I tell you, I don't know how I graduated high school. I ain't learned nothing. I don't remember. I think they just said, let this little black girl go on through. I don't remember nothing about high school. I really, really don't. So I'm going to give you that one, Q. That one's fine. I'm going to give it to you. If you ask me, Texas is, oh, you would fail. Well, Texas, just the one state. I don't even know Texas. It's the biggest state. Isn't it the biggest state in the United States?
One of the biggest. It's either that or Florida, Alaska. Those are three pretty big ones. But I don't know
Alaska.
Yeah. No, I don't know the dimensions of it. So I'm Canadian. Look, I just know you guys are our neighbor. That's about it. I don't.
Right. And actually, you can't drive over, right?
Yeah, of course.
We're separated by water, right?
Water?
Oh.
No, there is the Great Lake, so you're not technically wrong. There is some water separating us, but it's not we're physically attached. It's like one whole thing, okay? You literally, if you wanted to, you could drive from the top of Alaska, go through Canada, go back through the US, go through through Mexico, go through Central America and South America.
Oh,
and you can go from the northern hemisphere, which is the quote unquote top of the world, all the way to the bottom of the world, essentially. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, so that's a big detour.
Oh, big detour. You could be driving for weeks and weeks if you really want to.
Okay, so let me revise my question.
Yeah.
You cannot drive directly over from Canada to the United States because of water.
Yes, you can.
Oh, you still can?
Yeah. Basically.
Not indirectly, directly.
Directly through. Yeah. There are spots where you have to consider water. Yes. Let me see. Because I'm trying to find the right cities, but basically you could drive from Toronto, which is in Canada, on land all the way to, let's say, I don't know, New York City, and you would not have to cross water.
But you got to go way back this way.
It's a detour. You're not going straight, but because for you I'm north, but for me you're south. Right? But either way, one way or the other, you can go from New York to Toronto without crossing water, basically. Or at the very least, if you have to cross water, there's bridges, right?
Okay. I'll rephrase it again.
Yeah.
It is better to fly over.
Well, yeah, you wouldn't drive from New York. Yeah, there's most of the
to California than drive.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you would. Most of the cities, especially Canada, it's a very big country. It's like the second or third biggest country in the world. And there's very few cities, and a lot of the major cities, like the top 3 cities, are like several hours apart from each other. So if you did want to travel, flying would be the better option. Now, you could drive if you wanted to, if you had that kind of time and that you wanted to make a quote unquote adventure out of it, right? You could take the train. Here in Canada, we have what's called the Via Rail, which is like the Amtrak, right? And they have this kind of specialized train where it's like a dome at the top of it. And you can just sit out on top of it and you see outside and you can see the mountains while you're, so it's like for some people, like, okay, yeah, you could do travel like by plane in like 3 hours and be from one side of the country to the other. But for some, they want that experience of seeing Canada and the landscape and the mountains and take in several days. Like that's their vacation.
Okay, I hear you. I have to acknowledge that, Big Bad Bull is at it. Look at this.
There you go.
So much. So Bad Bull, plug your live on Lapeef.
On the left, you're gonna get a few now.
I was obedient. See, I do see. I appreciate you so much for taking the time, coming over and hanging out with us for a little bit. I hope you're enjoying yourself. And I'm gonna thank Big Bad Bull. He is
Yeah, yeah.
amazing. I just love him. And then we got okay, listen, guys. Listen, shh. We have a celebrity in the house.
Oh,
Okay.
who
It's
is
a
it?
celebrity, all right? Let's bring him up. It is the one and the only Shannon.
There you
Hi,
go.
Shan. Thank you so much, my brother, for coming on over. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. We're in Cali here. I think everybody else were keeping up late, but I appreciate you so much. Thank you. And then when he says, BBB. Yes, he
Yeah.
did.
There you go.
My bull, man. He bullied you to come on over. I appreciate it. Come on over. Thank you so much, Shannon. I appreciate it. You know, there's a video of you on my page. I don't know if you ever got a chance to see it, but it's still there. Just remember that video was made when you called me a liar. And before I got to know you, pretty nice guy. So, but take it with a grain of salt. It's still up. Okay. And then the man of the hour. Multiple hours. Thank you, Big Bad Bull. I really, really do appreciate you for especially sending Mrs. 2 cents over. I bet me and her, I think we can vibe it out just by her name alone. So I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're over here having a good time. I've learned the 7 continents. I know some French. I have a dual friend in a different country. Wait, are you in a different country?
Yes, I'm still in Canada. I haven't gone through the border yet. No, still here.
Okay. And we're having a great old time over here, just laughing and learning things. So I thank you so much. Spice up the topic. Okay. Give us bring the party over here. Spice up the topic. We're pretty see, you know what?
Mm-hmm.
I think I got in trouble. Well, I didn't get in trouble over at Before the Billions because I don't know if anyone was over there with the young lady telling her story. And I was like, wow, okay, doesn't sound believable. I'm not gonna go into it because I didn't like when someone didn't say my story was believable. So I'm not gonna do that, but hers was way more out there than mine.
Well, I didn't hear the story, so I've been in so many different lives tonight. I'm having a hard time keeping track of everybody and everything. But hey, I'm all for the juice. I'm all for the tea. Spill it. Come on.
It really isn't that good. That was the point because the problem was she pumped it up so much because you know how Before the Billions tells his stories, right? You be cracking up. You be like, really, right?
Yeah.
So she pumped up this story, and then when she was telling it, she was the only one laughing. And then, Before the Billions was sitting there, and she would, every time, I guess it was a point where we should have laughed, she'll be like, are you still there Before the Billions? He's like, I'm here.
Oh, no.
But I don't know if she pumped the story up too much. It wasn't funny.
No, look, I have some stories in my head. It's absolutely hilarious. And then when I tell it, you're like, everybody's just like, okay, yeah, okay, mm-hmm.
Right.
You're just looking at them like, please laugh. This is supposed to be funny. Why aren't you laughing?
Right. We gotta give Shannon the emission test. So Shannon, you cannot look back in the chat, but name the 7 continents if you can. If you can't, it's okay. PJ, you can see his answer was excellent, and if you can be as creative as him, it would be no problem. But let's see. That's what we were talking about, kind of the 7 continents. I've learned that tonight. I thought there was actually 11, but I think I was relating the 11 to the body system because we have 11 body systems.
There you go. Yeah,
So
probably.
maybe
Yeah,
I
but
was related to that. So I learned
maybe,
that it's 7,
maybe.
and that was easier. Huh?
There you go. But if you want to tease before the billions, because we were playing that geography game that I showed you in the link and the private
Yeah.
chat, and he was like looking for a very well known country, Sweden, right? I knew where Sweden was, but he was looking on the map for it, looking, could not find it. And then what does he do? He refreshes the page to get a new. So instead of trying to find it, he cheated, you know. So you have to tease it. Yeah, look, yeah, Shannon did a good job. Although I
He
get,
did.
yeah,
And then you taught me so well.
yeah,
I got even Australia because now how do
yeah.
you say that word?
Well, it's Oceania, technically Oceania. Okay,
Oh,
and
okay.
that is technically Australia and New Zealand. Okay, because
And New
most people,
Zealand.
yeah, because most people do like what Shannon and everybody else, they just say Australia because okay,
Yeah.
technically, yeah, Australia, but it's technically New Zealand and Australia. I think maybe a little bit of island countries, but it's
Uh-huh.
those are two like those two countries basically form that one continent. But yeah, so it's Asia, Africa, North America, South of America, Oceania, Antarctica, and Europe. So yeah.
And see, Shannon, what I also shared, I don't believe you was over here yet,
Mm.
that I am surrounding myself with people that are smarter than me. It's kind of easy, but that's okay. That's not the point.
Yeah.
But see, I'm here learning things and I'm sharing this knowledge. Well, you already got the knowledge, but I am reiterating your smartness by allowing you to answer these easy questions.
Listen, if I'm smarter than you, I don't like. Oh my god, I thought I was the bobo head in the group here. Jesus, like
Well, if we go to medical now, let's go to medical. I
yeah,
might be the smartest one.
but
I
it's
just might be the smartest one there. I
yeah,
still might not pronounce everything correctly, and
but you know it.
I might struggle to spell it, but I can describe it. I can break it down. I can fix you. I can make you back whole and tell you what's wrong with you.
Hey,
So
that's what counts, man.
that's what, see, so if we were all stranded on an island, I would be very valuable. I think so.
For sure, for sure. I'll be the one doing the hard labor, no problem. But as long as you can fix me and I have a plate of food, I'm
No,
good.
no. We got men. You got to be in your femininity. You cannot do
Listen,
hard labor, mama.
I'm not all about that being pretty and feminine. No. You can do it. You be pretty. No, you be pretty.
Shannon and PJ are going to do the hard labor. You're going to cook. Okay.
Look, you do not want my cooking. I'm doing all the men a favor by not cooking. Okay, just do their
Shannon's
favor.
bringing the cookbook. He's going to make sure you have a cookbook first.
How are you
Shannon,
gonna?
good morning. Welcome to Cam Up, please, my brother. The link is here. So you gotta, we gotta get the thunder. We gotta throw some lightning in there and get it together, right?
Look, you.
Don't ever up here, Shannon, not saying the right things. I don't want to get banned. I'm gonna lose my channel. She gonna be doing hard work, Lord. No, you can't do hard work. No, please.
Look, we're stranded on an island. Who's getting a cookbook? Where? And
Well, girl, you see, you're not gonna be valuable. We gonna have to sacrifice you first. Because you should have known how to cook, and according to Shannon, you should already had a cookbook in your kitchen, and you need to memorize all those recipes already.
We're not
so you're not valuable no more.
Listen, we're not talking about being in the kitchen. You said we're stranded on an island. Where's the kitchen? Where's the cookbook? Where?
Okay, maybe Sunbreeze. Let's see if we can save you. Let's see, Sunbreeze, can you cook? Because we gotta save Thunder and find another feminine job or position for her, because Shannon and PJ are going to provide the wood for fire. They're going to build our shelter, because Shannon is very clear on this. He brings up Survivor show a lot, how the women were not as productive as, he said, see, he's going to bring the bamboo and all that stuff. Shannon, come up so you can tell her, because I don't want to be in my masculinity and, telling this woman what to do. Oh, I can tell the woman what to do, right? I can't tell you. I'm joking.
Yeah, I know.
But I love it. I know all their speaking points. You can tell I know everything that they're going to say.
Yeah, I know. Don't worry. I knew you were taking the quote unquote pee out of me. It's okay. Don't worry. But yeah.
No. Okay, let's see who else in here. Oh, Bull probably left already. I haven't seen PJ. So, but PJ and Shannon are the ones. Q had to go. But yeah. But you know what? I'm going to tell you the truth, though. Bear, what is this? Bear something.
Bear Grylls,
Bear? Oh, that's on the Survivor.
I think it's technically A&E. I want to say A&E, but it could be on TLC or one of those channels there, like that has it's one of those survivors, like he's more realistic, like how you would actually survive in the wilderness and what would you actually do and all that.
I would love to try.
Oh God, I know I am a city girl through and through.
Let me finish. I would like to try on a glamour level, but take it right there, but don't go too far. A little discomfort, but not too
much. Yeah, no, I got you. Well, yeah, I would definitely like to learn how to, you make your own fire and okay, at least a basic I don't know if you know what it is, like a teepee.
Yes, I know what a teepee. That's what the Indians.
Yeah, exactly. Like that. Yeah, exactly. Like the base. Okay, at least know some of the basics, because you never know when you would need that kind of life skill. But yeah, I would definitely not be. Give me the glam pin. I do not need to be like I did that as a kid, where you're like camping in the middle of the woods, and the bathroom is that bush behind over there, we don't
need that part.
That no mean it's like me too. It's like no, I did that as a kid. As a kid, it's fine, it's enjoyable, but as a grown adult, no, thank you. Give me my Starbucks, give me my hotel. I'm good. I'm fine.
Yeah, I love hotels. I really do.
Yeah,
I do. I enjoy them. And those sheets, especially you get those crisp, fresh, brand new sheets and pillows.
And they have just that right smell to it, where it's like they just cleaned it, but the scent isn't too strong.
Yes, and that room service.
Oh God, it's hard on the wallet. Yeah, it's hard on the wallet, but God, I love it.
Yeah, for sure. But when we have like Shannon as our husband, he pays for everything.
Oh, yes.
Yes. So, and we got to be happy. So, although he don't believe in happy wife or whatever, but we'll rub his feet,
Yeah, exactly. We'll make sure he's happy at the very least.
And then I don't know if you see, so Sunbreeze, she can do the fish, she can grill fish and shrimp. That is perfect.
Would fishing be a man's job or a woman's job, or both?
Well, okay, that's a good question. So that will be our job, to go out and get the fish.
Okay, that I can do. That I've tried fishing a couple of times. I was good at that. Okay, I'll do the fishing. Okay, and that's a good compromise. There you go.
And I'm going to be there for emergency, so I get to sit back and kind of direct the women, and then when something emerges,
look at this one.
I'll just, and then I'll be that woman. No, we established the position. I am medical staff, so nothing medical needs to be done right now. So I'm here.
I see. I see you. You're the one who found the one lawn chair, the one umbrella, and it's like
The
haunting.
blanket,
Yeah, and it's all
sunglasses.
like all of us are looking at you like, where did you find oh, it just washed up, you know.
Right. Right. I'm telling you. And see, the things are going to come to me because I'm very valuable here.
Sure.
You know,
Okay. When you go hungry because I'm not giving you fish, you tell me about your value. Okay.
we can go hungry. We can go. Did you know I looked this up?
Mm-hmm.
And technically, um, taking out the nutrients and stuff, you can technically go 4.5 days with no food
Yeah. Yeah.
whatsoever.
Yeah. No, quite a few. And I think it's like if you at least drinking water, you can go like maybe 30 days
You
or something. Yeah.
Yes, and that guy who that prisoner that was starving himself. I think they say he went 31 days because he was licking the wall
Yeah.
and getting certain nutrients or
Something out of
minerals
it.
or something from the wall.
Yeah,
That's
that's quite
amazing.
possible.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I think the human body is amazing. When I was in college, I just love learning about the body, how it compensate, how if this happened, okay, the body got a backup system. And then if that backup system got out, it got something else. I'm like, this is amazing. The Lord, I said, how did you think of everything? Everything, with the body, the human body. Love
Mhm.
it.
Yeah, for sure, Ed. I mean, it's crazy. Like you said, it's like everything is there that you need, and it's like you said, if one thing doesn't work, you go to something else. You know what I mean? It's just it's always continuous, and as long as and when you think of it, it's like you basically have 2 minutes to live, but every time you take a breath, you restart the clock. You know, and it's
Wow.
yeah, it's crazy. Like
I like the way you put
it,
things. That goes back to the glass.
that's it. It's like it's that simple. You stop breathing, 2 minutes later, you're done. But it's just crazy how that the body is like that. A simple thing like that, you know. Anyways,
Wait, wait. Oh, you know what? We need to. I like that idea that you did with before the billions with
yeah.
the geography game on here. So Miss Two Cents says, Kaya, this is an inside convo, a trivia game or something. Give me an idea of what's going on or what the topic is. Want to participate, but I'm lost love. Okay, let me tell you what happened. What I came up here to do, it hasn't even begun yet. Been up here, what, an hour and 40 minutes. So initially, I came up here and I shared about me having a podcast before I even came over to YouTube. And I was, for the most part, quite successful with the podcast, considering. So today, what my plan was, because I'm trying to fine tune and horn in on live streaming and working and manipulating the StreamYard and developing like dialogue and having conversation, trying to just work it out to get more smooth at it. So and this is my third live stream.
Mhm.
So what you're seeing now, Mrs. Two Cents, is just going with the flow. I guess you could call it my monologue in honor of TLA. Just, go forever and just go on and talk. I'm kidding. But so we kind of was just been going with the flow because people were in and out and with everyone. And this is the first time that I even had this many people in a live. So getting back to what initially what the conversation was going to be more about. Yet, love that. Yes, absolutely. Gotcha. This is the pilot. That is, see, this is what I mean. She stole my thunder. You see how she got right to the point saying it's the pilot? Remember when I tell you I got all these words to describe what I'm trying to say? She got right to the point.
Listen, but it's the talkers that make the show. That's why I came in here.
I can say I'm a talker. I have to describe it. I have to paint out a picture for you. I have to give you the details. Basically, that's exactly what I'm saying. And I wasn't even done. And yes, I'm ironing out the wrinkles. So last night, look, and I'm going to keep going. So last night, I was doing the live and we were talking about salvation. And OG Patrice came on and we were just kind of sharing different experience. And it was just conversation about that. So tonight, initially, what I was going to do is play an episode from my podcast about how I and when I became saved and received Christ as my Lord and Savior. But as you can see, I think everything's funny. I make jokes of everything. So it's kind of funny. So I was going to sit here. We was going to listen to that and then just have conversation, whichever way it go, either about salvation or about whatever everybody wanted to talk about, because there's a life story in there. Mm-hmm. So that's what it was going to be about. Still will, because I'm gonna be up here for a while. But that's the intent. But then I started getting some education, and that's where we're at. In the pilot, and I'm ironing out the wrinkles. Thank you for that.
There you go.
Gotcha. Yes. So you're more than welcome to come up, and I don't know what we're going to talk about now.
Well, it's up to you. But to be honest, it's kind of late for me. It's a 1:46 in the morning for me. I don't mind. I don't mind talking, but I gotta go to work at literally 12 hours from now. So
that's fine, because I'm going to play this episode, and I know it's late, and I intentionally came up late. See, that's another part of it. I intentionally came up late like this because I am a night person. My whole career, I work night shift, and that is when I'm most alert, most awake, and most comfortable.
Of course,
but I can do either, so this was my sneaky way of sneaking in, and not I'm like, there's not a lot of people up, but then we got Big Bad Bull who comes and recruit people for me, which I appreciate him. So that's how we got here. But yes, please do. And my intent is, as time goes on and I have these, yay! Who's this?
There you go.
Mr. Oh God. Okay. Best in the world, 84. Oh, I graduated high school in 86. Hello, Mr. Best in the world. I know, I'm telling.
I was born in 84, so yes. How you doing, sister?
Oh, I knew you was going to say that. That's all good.
I didn't know that. I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell it at all. You know what I mean?
Thank you.
No problem. Definitely. I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing good. Just enjoying this and, having a great time and enjoying hearing from different people and learning. So, yeah.
What is the
sharing
topic?
Who I am? Do you know the 7 continents by the quick? Huh?
What is the topic at hand, actually?
The 7 continents. Do you know them?
I believe I do. I believe it's wow. Africa, Europe.
On the spot.
Africa, Europe, America, South America, Asia. Ooh, North Pole, South Pole. I don't know.
That was good. I didn't know all of them.
You got me.
So no, I learned them officially tonight, all of them, and so I'm going to test myself real quick. So It is Asia, North, South America, Antarctica. What is that? Arctic or something like Arctic. And then we have Africa, Canada. No. Africa, and I got one more. Oh, what is the one more? Wait.
Did you say Europe? I don't think you said Europe.
Okay, Europe. Thank you. See, we're a
Yeah.
good team. There
There
you
you
Hey,
go.
go.
There you
hey,
go.
There's all 7.
hey.
There
The
you go.
Gosh, good
You forgot
job.
our special one though. It's Oceania for Australia and New
Yeah,
Zealand.
you're right. You're right.
Oceania,
Oceania.
Asia, Africa, Europe, North America, South America, Antarctic, and Arctic.
Okay,
So the North
got
and
it.
South
I gotta
poles.
I
You
gotta
got.
sink them
Don't
in
worry.
there.
So I'll bow out and let you continue the
Okay.
conversation with Mr. Best in the World 1984. Have a great
Thank
night,
you.
guys.
Have a good
Get you
night.
some rest and have a great day at
For
work.
sure, for sure. And enjoy memorizing the 7 continents. Good
Oh, I'm
night,
gonna have
guys.
it tomorrow. I'm gonna come find you.
Oh, I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will.
You know I will. Have a
Have a
good
good night.
night.
Bye, guys.
So, Mr. Best in the World, did my favorite send you over, Mr. Big Bad Bull?
No, he did not. He did not. He did not.
Oh,
But Big
how
Bad
did
Bull
you
did.
find my channel?
Big Bad Bull. Well, I've seen you on other content, and I don't know if you ever watched my content. I'm from Knowledge and Relationships. So it's me and three, First Lady Tammy, DJ Eddie King, and Damo. We have our own YouTube platform. Over there. And I also see you just in different content as well, different content creators. So
Awesome.
I decided I was like, okay, let me follow you as well, and let me jump on
Thank
the
you.
panel when I have time. And so yeah, I had some time. I see you was on, so I said let me jump on. So
I appreciate that so much. Now, what's the name of your channel that you're on with your um your peers?
it's called Knowledge and Relationships.
Okay, I will for sure go check that out. Absolutely. So
Yes.
at this point, I don't know if you heard, like, this is the pilot officially, according to Miss Two Cents and everything. And so right now, I didn't really have a topic unless, do you have any type of faith that you live by? Are you a Christian or anything that you recognize?
Um, I am a Christian. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? I do have a lot of questions as a Christian about certain
Mm-hmm.
things. So at this point, I do believe, but I also have a lot of questions. So I guess some people could call me maybe a Christian agnostic or somewhat. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Because I do believe that other faiths, other religions, and then there were things that were before Christianity that I actually have questions about and actually think about as well. I am on the way of studying the Quran as well. I'm also going to look
Okay.
at Buddhist teachings, just so that I can have a well-rounded view of other forms of thought and faith. You know what I'm saying? And that's what it's about. It's about seeing what works for you, but also accepting others
Mm-hmm.
where they're at, accepting where you're at, because there's
Absolutely.
because there's no to me, even when you look at any of the books that are written, whether it's the Bible or anything else, it's all translated, right? So we're not
Okay.
getting original text, and then on top of us not getting original text, remember the text that we get has to be approved, right? So who's approving the text that we're reading? You know what I mean? Who
Mm-hmm.
is saying that this is okay to read? You know what I mean? Because there's some books that you can't read that they won't let be approved. You know what I mean? There's
Okay.
certain things that they'll be like, well, okay, that's to this or that's to that. So what don't we have? And based on that, um, I know there's other books of the Bible that are not in the Bible. You know what I'm saying? So
Okay.
what where's the full Bible? What is the full definition, and what is the full meaning of it? You know what I'm saying? Like what does it
Mhm.
all mean? You know what I mean? And then some people are like, well, why they don't talk about dinosaurs in the Bible? Why don't talk about this? Why don't talk about that? And I'm like, okay, like these are all points though. You know what I mean? Like
Okay.
I can't say the person is wrong. I can say it's based on their perception and point of view, right? So
Absolutely.
with that being said, everybody has a perception and point of view. At the end of the day, I believe you have to do what's best for you and what's gonna make you the best human being on this planet. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's what's gonna stick out. So everything else is up for debate. And you gotta find the best relationships for you. Some people they believe family is everything. Some people don't believe in family, they believe that their friends are everything. Some people like a mix of both. Some people want to be a monogamous relationship. Some people want to have blended relationships where they're talking to all different types of people. That's the type of
Mhm.
world we live in now. You know what I mean?
Right.
And some people don't. You can't. Some people you can't even call them a person. You got to call them them.
Wait, 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 wait. Say that one again.
You can't. Some people you can't even call by first name. You have to call them them. or they,
Them?
or yeah. That's I don't know if you never heard about this?
Not this part. Like you can't call them a person. You're
Yeah,
calling them. What? That's not a pronoun. What is? That's a group, right?
yeah. They
That's
want,
a.
but some people want to be called they or them, or some people want to be called the color. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's yeah. They
Okay.
and if you don't recognize them as that, they get offended. Now, I don't subscribe to all these levels of thoughts, but I am aware of them. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
So
It's I have noticed that for a while now, since I've been sharing. Hello, Mrs. Two Cents. I'm so glad you came up. How are you?
I'm well. Hello.
Hello. Did you want to add something there or at that particular moment, or you just want me to continue?
You can continue.
Okay. So what I was going to say is like, it is, I love my faith. And I always say, I have to acknowledge Big Bad Bull over here in these streets. Thank you so much. I want to say thank you again, Big Bad Bull. I'm glad you came over once again.
thank you, Big Bad
Let's see
Bull. I
what you say.
appreciate the love.
Yes, absolutely. I love and rock with Mr. Best in the World 84. That's the year he was born.
Yes, I see y'all born.
They
Yes.
su- yes, they support many women. They have interviewed many of the women we know. I wonder, you're not the one who just interviewed Brittany the other day, though, right?
No, that was a different brother that did that. That was a different brother. But I
Okay,
was
because I watched that one.
yeah, I was watching the live too. I seen you on the live as well. Yes, yes.
Yes, exactly. Okay, Sherelle. Oh, thank you so much. This is really nice when you have someone there supporting you, whether you're on the same page or not. And going to what I was just about to share, just like everything when I asked you the question about your faith or what you believe, and what I've been noticing, this is only my third live. And I did not realize when you ask someone about their faith or are they a Christian or anything like that, it is such a broad question. And I didn't realize that because to me, and I'm going to say in my little world, because coming out here and talking to people, I realize I haven't been exposed to a lot of things. So to me, it was like really simple. Okay, so I'm 53. So when I was growing up, it's like if you say, yes, I'm a Christian, you knew like, oh, okay, they believe in Jesus Christ, the Bible, and it was really kind of simple. And that is even my thinking now. I truly believe that my faith and me believing in Christ is very, very simple. I say that to say this. I truly enjoy hearing other perspectives. I enjoy getting and hearing things that's broaden broadening my thinking. I'm taking in and learning different perspectives and different people's point of view. Not to say I may or may not agree with it, but I enjoy the conversation to where you're not sitting up, like I was saying, if you're a Christian, you already knew what that meant to you and everyone around you. So that ends the conversation for the most part right there. So I share that to say thank you, Mr. Best in the World, for sharing that and having your questions. And then there's been a few other people that come on and just honestly share, like, I don't know, and this is missing, and I feel this and research this, and I just love having the conversation. So that's what I want to say. Mrs. Two Cents, you cammed up. Thank you so much. Or you popped up on the platform. I appreciate that. And what would you like to share in lieu of this? And what is your faith or Christian, whatever you would like to share?
So yes, and excuse me, that's why I didn't cam up. I'm losing my voice. I had some tea here. So hopefully I come across that you guys can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. Sound like
Yes, we
Sherelle,
can
like
hear you.
Louisiana. I think you're from Louisiana or something.
No, I'm
You
Georgia bred, so Georgia.
Oh, Georgia. Okay, I like the accent. But yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
So I was gonna chime in about when you share your perspective or your religion as a Christian, which I am also. I think the difference is now with the times There are so many accepted views and perspectives that a lot of times it used to be the majority that when you share you were a Christian, it didn't offend anyone else. Now, when you share that you're a Christian, you may get some pushback in a lot of different places because we've opened the window. I say open Pandora's box to everything, and we accept any and everything. And I think that's why a lot of times we're operating in the way that we are in our society because we don't have any structure or any foundation. We've forgotten where we were, where we're going, and we don't know who we are. So, in sharing the fact that you are a Christian, that makes you very brave because a lot of times most people say, well, I'm not going to discuss politics, religion, or sexuality. And I don't know if I completely agree. I know it's politically correct. In my former career with the federal government, they were heavy on not discussing those three topics. But you would hear about different people expressing themselves. And soon as you displayed or express something, you usually can identify someone who is a Christian or what belief they possibly have. So I think when we say you got to be politically correct, it's almost stepping on the rights of others. So you're protecting others' rights, but you're violating your own rights in the same breath. So I think that's I think it's disturbing, and it's been a destruction, I know, to a lot of different families and cultures.
That is so true. And it seemed like you kind of caught the gist of what I was saying because I didn't realize it was like this at all. But if you see like my original video or anytime anyone asks me why I'm doing this or why did I start a YouTube channel, it is solely purpose that I feel Christ had led me to this to share my faith. But like I always say, I'm not here to try to change anyone, convert anyone. I'm here for one to have the conversation, but I will not be moved. I am totally sold out on it. And I truly believe it's very simple. And then I understand, like I was saying, they talk about these missing books and who, like even Mr. Best in the World just said, well, is subscribed or who did this and who authenticated this and who this and that. But for me personally, it's so simple because of my faith. I simply believe. I believe what it says. I believe what God says. I believe in the personal relationship that I have with Him. And so it is that simple to me. And that's why when I hear these things, it's a little baffling to me, but it's not for everyone. And I am kind of being, there's things I want to say, but I am being kind of selective in my words right now because we just started the conversation for one. But it's true, you don't want to offend anyone, and to me everyone is a little too touchy, a little too sensitive, but it's all good. That's where we are now, and I'm here to have the conversation and listen and share.
Yeah, I'm open. I'm open to. Oh, good, sister. I'm sorry.
Oh no, you go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes.
You know, I'm open to all schools of thoughts. I'm open to all opinions. You know what I'm saying? However people feel is how they feel, and everybody experiences different. And I learned that from my journey. Like I have family members, and who I try to share my faith to or share my faith with, and some of them have agreed, some of them haven't agreed, and they all have different perspectives and thoughts. And at first, it would really frustrate me because I'm like, well, how can you not believe? But then it was like once they kind of broke down their thoughts and how they felt, I understood where they were coming from, and allowed me to actually grow in my faith and actually kind of see that I didn't want my religion to be weaponized. What I mean? Or I didn't want to use it as a weapon to kind of say, oh, you're going to hell and you're going this and this and that and third. Where who's to say that if they do die, God forgives them? You know what I'm saying? He's like, oh, I forgive you. Go come on in. And I'm like, but the book said that. You know what I'm saying? Like at the end of the day, he's the final judge, right? So if he gives them the check, then what? I can't say nothing about it. You know what I mean? Or if he gives them the no, I can't say anything about that either. You know what I'm saying? So I was
So
like,
did
damn,
you ever
okay.
express what your faith is, if you don't
Oh
mind? I
yeah,
don't.
yeah, I
Okay.
did. I did, and I got different views and thought points on it.
Because
And
you
I
say you are a Christian, but
yeah.
or you said you were reading the Quran. That's what you said,
No,
right?
I'm gonna start reading it. Um,
Okay.
but no,
Okay.
but yeah, I do, you know, subscribe or ascribe to that faith. I myself have a lot of questions as well. You know what I'm saying? And I know a lot of people that I know have a lot of questions as well. And you know, because it's just certain things that for me, I guess also it's also based on experience too, like just different things that I've been through. You know, having to deal with a life threatening disease as well, and all different types of things in my life. I have a lot of whys. You know, even you know with my family life and my dynamic with my parents, I have a lot of questions why. My romantic life, I have a lot of questions why. You know what I mean? Like I have a lot of why questions. My friendships, family, everything. I have a lot of why questions. So I think that's what it is. You know what I mean? And you know, in that, but I still have like things that you know I believe for me work for me. You know what I'm saying? Like you know, I still believe in like you know being with one person. You know what I mean? I still believe in the love for a woman or me loving a woman. I still believe in certain things. You know what I mean? But in that, there's also well, okay, if I believe in certain things, then you know why sometimes you know are people attracted to other people? Why they even if they say they're in love with somebody else? Like, you know what I mean? Like it's just certain things that I see, and I'm like, well, why is that this way? And you know, are our emotions all just based on experience, or is it based on is it based on what others have told us? Like, where's and why do we have all these emotions? That's another question a big question I have. Why we got all these emotions? Like, why we got all what's the point for all of this? Like, what is the reason? Like, why we got all these emotions for what? Like, because one, we can't. Sometimes we can't even act upon all of them, and two, some of we told are wrong. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, why we got all this stuff? Like, why we handed all of these things that sometimes some people don't understand, and two, sometimes we not ready for it, and other people ain't ready for it. You know what I mean? So it's like, why are we not putting a space where we just can actually be the best us and actually just thrive in life? You know what I'm saying? And just not even be like subjected to different things or have different things affect us. So yeah.
I
Well,
think
don't
it's
you
for
think? Oh, go
communication.
ahead.
So we have emotions to communicate. Because even if you don't verbalize something, you can show an emotion and someone will understand you. And in regards to you saying that you were looking for a lot of questions, or you have a lot of questions, and I think you're at the space where, as a Christian, God wants you to be there because He wants you to seek Him. So I will share my personal experience. I've always been this analytical, over analyzing, like to the point of excess. And I got into a zone where I researched almost every major, well, not almost every major religion. I did Islam, Catholicism, Christianity, Buddhism, and I think it was another one. But I discovered in me trying to seek out the information, I began to get even more overwhelmed by questions and curiosity. So I had to return back to the foundation, which was the Bible. And when I returned back to the Bible, I got more guidance in the fact that I had sought out the other religions to answer the questions that I had. But I can't guarantee you and assure you, there's absolutely no one with even all the experiences, the preachers all across the world, biblical scholars who have all of the answers to the questions. So if you're a person like myself, it will bother you not to have the answers, but you'll have to get assurance in the fact of that's the purpose of your faith. That you may not have the answers to the questions, but you'll have the faith to understand and be confident that that's okay. And you'll identify certain things that are important, and God will give you the answers to the most important things. And in regards to personal experiences, I always tell people when they say, well, as a Christian, you're supposed to minister to people. And I say, well, I'm not big on conflict or been in situations where it's combative or I'm forced to express my belief to get you to understand or to go along with me or persuade you to think the way that I think. But I tell them that each person goes through a personal experience, a spiritual experience that shows you that regardless of what happens ever again, you can be solid in knowing that I believe in God. I am a Christian. I don't know a lot of things that you may ask me, and I may not be able to show you in the Bible, but because of my personal experience, I know this to be true. And I can't show you because it's a personal experience. But as always, with faith, I can't show you. That's why it's important for you to get centered in a place where the questions won't hunt you as much as just being secure in your faith, if that makes sense.
Girl, you
Mm.
have said exactly, I mean, everything you just said. I'm telling you, we are so aligned. The video, I mean, the recording that I said I was going to play, that is my journey of trying to get these questions answered and making sure and being assured in my faith. And that's why I was saying it was so simple when I went on this journey. And then earlier, before you got here, I think it was Big Bad Bull. He's like, Kaya, you're on these platforms. You know, you sit in the cut and you need to speak up. And I said the same thing. I don't want to come across like combative, and I'm not going to fight in battle to share my faith or my point of views or whatever it is, because it's not for me. It is your walk. This is my walk, my personal relationship and my faith, you know, and what I've been through. I can only share, but it is a journey for you. I just wanted to say that real quick. I am 100%. That is exactly what I was, you know, what the whole topic was going to be about tonight, and the video that I was going to play from my podcast. I just want to throw that in there. Go ahead, Mr. Best in the World. And I can't wait to see what are you the best in the world at? I'm just joking, but go ahead.
Everything, literally everything. I'm
Everything.
joking. But no. There's some things that I'm not good at all. But with that being said, you know, what I mean, yeah, I think that's true. I think it's I think I have to um definitely, you know, ask more from, you know, God, and just ask more from of myself, and you know, because it starts from within and then you work yourself out. So you gotta ask for more for myself, and then be okay with whatever answers I get. You know what I mean? Because I know that I've done all and I've taken all the steps to find out why is why, and I've had all the conversations I need to have, because there's a lot of conversations I need to have too with parents and with family members that are indeed profound and that are indeed necessary, that need to happen on a one-on-one level. You know, I mean, I could call them on the phone, but it's not a phone conversation. So
What is
yeah.
the faith you were brought up in? It seemed like what is your foundation, or what was your foundation?
It was Christian, but it was the Baptist side of Christianity. So it was very structured. Yeah, very structured. Very, you know, if it's thunder and lightning, you turn all the appliances off. If it's thunder and lightning, and you know all these different rituals and different things that they would
Oh,
do.
I see
So
what you're saying. So,
yeah.
so what about, so is it, were you brought up on the Bible, or
Oh yeah,
was
definitely
it?
the Bible. Yes, yes.
It's okay. I'll just throw this out there in lieu of what you just said. I would encourage you. Of course, it's your journey, and there's nothing I can say that God can't get through to you Himself, of course. But I would encourage you to dive into your Word, into the Bible, if that is your belief. I I truly believe, my faith is in when I say Christianity, and I don't use that word as much because it's so many different interpretation that people have themselves. So I start saying salvation, because to me that's the key to me, my salvation, my belief in Jesus Christ and what He did for me at the cross, in ensuring and dying for my sins, and allowing me to have that communication and personal relationship with Christ. So I realize in this, in how things are nowadays, I can't just say I'm a Christian. I feel like I need to say that, so if I'm asked, so I can be represented correctly in that sense, because there's so many different things out there. But I truly like I have JUSS. It literally stands for Jesus Unveils Scripture Simply, and that's what I truly believe. It's just so simple and so direct. I believe he talks directly to his sheep, and his sheep recognizes his voice. So, but I would encourage you to get in your word, if that, meaning the Bible, if that is your belief. And I'm sure Ms. 2 Cents might have something to add to that.
I would just say that growing up especially in the Black community, well, most communities, we have these different rituals. However, they aren't based in religion. For instance, when you spoke about sit down I think you said when it's lightning. Is that
Turn
right?
the appliances.
You had to turn all the appliances off, and you had to sit down. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, and you got to sit down.
Yep.
That's one of those rules that grandparents initiated. Where it came from, I don't know. I mean, we had to be quiet too. Like, even if you wanted to write on paper, you couldn't write on paper because they had a fear of being electrocuted. Where that came from, I don't know, but it wasn't based off any biblical scripture. It was just a ritual or a belief that we have, which goes along with, like superstitions. So it's outside of the realm of the Bible. And I know a lot of times we merge those two, but that was just something that you grew up on, that was just part of your ritual.
Exactly, and it didn't make it true, because now if it's a thunderstorm like on my location, I can still play video games and everything's cool. Like,
you silly.
Yeah, like everything's good. Like,
I'm going to tell on you.
Yeah, I know.
That's
right?
why he don't want to have the conversation with his mom and stuff. Let her know that.
Nah, I mean, it's really wasn't my mother; it was my grandmother. So my grandparents
your
was big on that. Yeah, my mom, she's more of a hip hop mom, so she's a little different. But my grandmother, she was raised in the South, so her mindset is a lot more. She still call me boy, so her mindset is really just strict and to the point about things.
So I'm going to tell you from a personal experience, based off of what you just said about your grandma being strict and from the South. Just make sure, what they say, guard your loins, because when you approach her with the conversation, I'm trying to make sure I say this. Just be prepared that she may not give you the response that you want, but you'll have the freedom that you converse with her to share your viewpoints or express yourself. And that's for actually any relatives, especially when we have a close connection with them and we want to reveal a truth to them. A lot of times we're more concerned about the consequences afterwards, instead of the fact that you're just trying to free yourself of the thoughts or the feelings that you want to share with her about your truth. So she may not accept it as the truth, but it's your truth, so nobody can define it for you. So just make sure that you pray for strength and discernment, and you are able to articulate exactly what it is that you want to say, and to avoid the emotional connection to it, so that you won't have any fear or anxiety, because I got a feeling that she is something serious.
Yeah, she ain't no joke. She ain't no joke.
Yeah. And when you brought up, I was listening when you were talking earlier, you brought up like relationship and different things. Does that somehow tie into your belief what you were brought up as well? Because it seemed like you particularly went to that, what relationship and what different people do, as far as being monogamous, or you can't call them, you call them or they, you can't call them a human or something you were saying.
Yeah. I mean, for me, relationships, I feel like I've mastered everything that I want to do in life, as far as career, as far as me being able to travel, as far as different experience, as far as me buying different things that I like. I feel like I mastered all that. Like, there was a popular thing that everybody wanted, and it was so hard to find, and I was able to get it, and I was like, man, like, this is like, I'm able to do stuff like that. But when it comes to relationships, Oh, that's difficult because that's not, that takes more than you just having enough money for something. That takes more than you just having the right resources or something because you're dealing with another human being. They have their own set of emotions, their own set of experiences, and their thoughts or their comments may not register with you, or maybe sometimes the conversation could go well, and you have an awesome experience. You know what I'm saying? Where they see what
Mhm.
you mean, they respect what you mean, and everything goes well. But with human beings, it's always, it's never cut and dry like me, buying a gold watch or, me wanting to live in a certain community or me wanting to attain a certain career. Like those things take steps, right? You follow the steps, you're able to get what you're looking for. And even then you may face some difficulties then, but there are difficulties where it's like, okay, that's reasonable. But with people, sometimes their reasoning is not reasonable. You know what I mean? It's not so cut and dry when you're dealing with people and their emotions and trying to be in a relationship with them. Especially when I look at like my relationship with my parents, like, I have to have conversations with both, like, especially with my dad. Like, that's definitely a big conversation we have to have. But, you know, with that and seeing how complex his mind is and how he wants respect, but sometimes doesn't deserve respect. And yeah, it's very complex. I'm like, man, well, I'm like, how do you feel the things that you feel? But you never have really stood in and been that type of example. But he still feels like that's the role that he should have. So, in a son, I have to still respect him, but I still have to get my perspective. So yeah.
I'm listening to you speak, and I am very much a word person. I love words and how people use them. And during the conversation, you're saying it like it's coming across to me like, is there something else you communicate with? Because you said, as when I try to talk to human being, as though there is something else not you, but something else to communicate with or to relate to. Do you see what I'm saying? Because you said that a few times, like relating to human beings.
Yeah, because what I'm saying is that is like in everything else in life, like that I want to accomplish or that I want to kind of get done to be successful in. There are steps and tools that that you can
So
follow when
you're
those things
relating it
happen.
to inanimate objects,
Yeah,
like
exactly. Yes, yes,
material.
yeah.
So you're relating human being communication and relationship and whatever you want to call it,
Hmm.
along with material
Yeah,
things that you can
yeah.
possess.
Because basically, what I'm saying
Wow.
is that like I'm successful in everything else that I can do, but in relationships there are complexities and difficulties. You know what I
So
mean?
what, when you say your success, what does that mean? What, and I understand what you're saying about the things you can acquire. Is that okay? So what in totality is success to you then?
Success for me, as it relates to I guess material things and not relationships, is you have the career that you want. You're living in the area you want to live in. You may have the car that you want as well. You may have different, physical, um, I guess trinkets or luxuries or different things that you obtain. You know what I mean? That's success on a materialistic level. But then
Mhm.
success on a relationship level is a whole different type of ball game because you're dealing with emotions. See, when you're acquiring things that requires no emotion, they may evoke emotion, like you may feel some type of happiness or some type of grandeur based on that, but it doesn't, translate into actually having a real relationship with that thing. Or at least it shouldn't, because it has no emotions. So you may like what you're doing or you may like what you have, but it's not, it can't like you back and it can't show you love back. The only thing it can do is just operate in what it does, and you can operate in what you're using it for. So yeah.
Hmm. Mrs. Two Cents, what do you think about hearing this, and
I guess my
what's your
question,
thoughts on this?
I think I need clarification
Okay.
regarding you're referring to relationships, and initially I thought that you were probably talking about uh love relationships, but you're referring to all relationships that you actually have personally. And I think you're at a pivotal moment because although we don't know exactly what this conversation is going to be, I think it's extremely it could possibly have an extreme impact on you and your relationships with all of the people that you're referring to as quote unquote the human beings, which I think you're using the word human beings to disassociate or disconnect yourself from the emotional part of it. Is
Mm.
that true?
Not at all. No, not at all. No. I definitely want to be emotionally available. I love being emotionally available. I love being vulnerable. I love sharing my emotions, sharing my thoughts, sharing all those things. But it's like in sharing that, sometimes you're not gonna get the results that you're looking for, and sometimes you feel like, well, this is my parent. They should understand, or this is so and so. They should understand it. Sometimes they ain't the case. Sometimes they have their own experiences, or they have their own level of understanding, or love and respect, and then you kind of have to work within that. You know what I'm saying? So that's where it gets complex, and you have to kind of figure out how to make those relationships work. You know what I mean? And it's just not as simple as me doing my career or me acquiring a certain object or thing. I have to actually put more work into it, and actually have to figure out why this person is the way they are in relation to my life, and then I have to make a decision of is this person healthy for me, or they're not healthy for me? I'm healthy for them, or I'm not healthy for them. So then it becomes a lot more me of me giving more of myself to that. If I'm acquiring something, or am I using something, or I'm doing my career, yes, it does require amount of effort, but those things, it's just steps to that. It's okay, I do this, I do that, and then that happens. You know what I mean?
Okay, so without being personal, could you give us a more specific idea of what you're actually referring to?
Well, sure, yeah. I have one parent who they have a mental health disorder, which is not their fault at all. But the relationship, our dynamic in our relationship changed, and I had to basically learn how to love them and how to be there for them. Have another parent who basically chose to not be in my life, and they were in the criminal justice system for a while. They were actually in the prison system for a big part of my life, and now I'm just reconnecting with them. And so we have to have different, and more in-depth communication about them not being there, or things of that nature, and the effect that it had on me as well as my siblings. So yeah, like, and I'm the
What
oldest out of my
motivation in the
siblings,
world?
so
I'm so glad I said for you to be more specific. I was trying to
Yeah.
protect your privacy, but you are
Mm.
at although it's a pivotal moment, I guarantee you and I assure you this conversation has been had a million times, because in each of our communities, you'll have parents that have had former lives, even when they those that were in substance abuse, and they'll regain the trust of, well, I won't say regain the trust. They change their life over, and they think that everyone else has to forget what happened when they were in the addiction, and they move forward, and they don't want to discuss, sometimes they don't want to discuss the punishment or the consequences that their behavior had on you and your development. And as I listen to you, I'm curious to know, so who raised you?
mm,
Grandmother?
predominantly my grandparents, my grandmother and my grandfather.
Mm.
Okay. And I asked that because in communicating, you stated that you're successful in every other area of life, every other
Mm.
area of your life. And have you ever had therapy before?
Yes, I have. I have.
Did it help?
Yes, it did. It did.
Did it drive you to the point you are now where you're having this hard conversation?
Um, yes, I've been able to have those conversations and not allow it to. Um, I mean, of course, there's certain things I haven't talked to my parents about, of course, which is why I'm stating it.
Hmm.
Because we haven't had that one-on-one time, but due to the pandemic and other situations. But based on that, I've had it with other people and got their perspectives, and what will help me, and what could I do to be a better son, in other areas, or just a better human being overall. So yeah, I've been able to have those conversations.
Awesome. And the parent that has the mental health issues, are they currently under medical care?
Yes, they are. Yes, and they live in assisted living.
So is it better now?
Yes, it is. It is. I mean, they still have some things that they need to work on, but those things are they're kind of their choices. You know what I mean? They have to make their own lifestyle choices. and we basically have to respect them. But they are taking medication, and they are living in assisted living.
And did it the illness, did it show up later in your life, or it's always been present?
It showed up when I was, I would say 14.
Oh, that's an
Oh, I
important
missed
stage.
that part.
Yeah.
That's a very important stage of development for male.
Mhm. It is.
So that makes sense that it would have impacted your ability with these relationships,
Mm.
because you have two opposite parenting styles, where you have your dad who was an absentee father, and then you had a mom who had a medical condition, and then on the opposite end of the spectrum, you had a strict Baptist grandmother
Hmm.
who didn't probably give you any leeway and was extremely structured.
Yep.
So you're caught in the middle of a space, which kind of makes it complex and complicated for you in the way you communicate in relationships. But I
Mm.
think the more you communicate with your dad or your mom or both, or whoever you have to have a conversation with, I think it'll give you the peace of mind so that you can start moving forward and having more effective relationships, because you understand the concepts. And even when you were speaking earlier, you identified that based off your belief, you're interested in being married to one woman. You understand loyalty and responsibility and work ethic because you're successful. So you have
Mhm.
all, like you said, you're successful in all of those things. And it's just that one area that you want to correct or improve.
Mm.
But
Mm.
will you be okay if it doesn't? I guess
Oh,
the
that's good.
your expectation, as long as you have a realistic expectation, considering the circumstances, I think you'll be okay. But you must have realistic expectations, because those two situations are out of your control.
Mm.
Your mom, she may not respond to you in the way that you want once you tell her whatever you have to tell her or speak about. She may not understand it, or she may not remember it. It could be something traumatizing that you share with her, and she's like, I didn't know that happened, or okay, what do you want me to do about it? Or she may be completely disconnected from it, and you got to be okay with it, because it's for you to release it from you, not for her to process it. And then for dad, depending on what mode he's in, he may be in denial about parenting. Because I'll give you a perfect example. I have an uncle. He's deceased now. However, he stayed in prison more than he stayed in his children's lives. He had a wife who stayed married to him for 45 years. She never divorced him in the entire time. I'll never forget one Christmas. He she was at work. He told her that someone broke into the house and stole all of the Christmas gifts and all of the electronics. And she actually believed him. And what
Mm.
happened was he actually had stole all the items. And later on, when his boys got older, they confronted him, and he completely denied it. He went off on a tangent. He got irate, like violent, aggressive, just lost his mind because he was confronted with the truth.
Mm.
Therefore, my reason for giving that example is to show you that you may not get the response that you want, but it'll be for you and for you only. Just like forgiveness, it's not for the other person; it's for you to feel free.
Mm.
That is so good, Mrs. Two Cents. And it's so true how you gave him that personal example of, you might not get the answer or the response that you're expecting. Had you ever thought about that, 84?
I mean, and the thing is, I'm not even looking for a certain response. I just want them to be honest.
But see, that's what she's saying though.
Yeah,
That might, what you might not get that honest response. Just like she gave you the example with her uncle.
yeah,
He 10 toes down, wasn't me.
yeah,
Not
yeah.
true.
Well,
So I
even if they're
mhm.
lying, sis, I mean, I would rather them lie. I just want them just to talk about it, and whatever course they take, whether they lie or tell me the truth, that would be on them, and then I can, I know what it is from there. You know what I mean?
So you need to have this conversation, you feel, to move on or to close that door or something, some type of
Exactly,
closure or completion.
exactly.
And so is this the first opportunity, or is it that this is a point where you're ready and it's time?
Oh, it's the point where I'm ready and it's time. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, that's good. You sound like, very in touch with yourself and your emotions and what you need. You sound like a very bright, intelligent young man. And when you say you're successful, I can hear it in you. When I had asked you earlier about when you said, I was taking it as you're disassociating humans with your success, actually associating them like they're one and the same an inanimate object. But I totally see what you're saying about when you go back to your grandmother's example of her being so strict and structured. It sounds like that played a lot in your success, and having a goal and accomplishing it, and being very successful at it. But now you have this thing over here where, okay, I need to get this accomplished, I need to face this. But I think the point in the hesitation is it might not end up as perfect because you don't have control over what their response is going to be and what's going to happen on the other end of things. Is that, anywhere in the ballpark of hesitation for you?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not hesitant at all. I'm fully
So,
confident, and I definitely want to have the conversation. I've actually had. It's funny. I actually had like a conversation like this with my grandmother a few years back, and she apologized actually for her being so
uh-huh.
structured. She was like, "I always told you never let people see you sweat." She said, "I'm wrong." She's like, "You need to express your emotions. You need to express how you feel." Like, because
Mhm.
her point of view was like, "You a man. This world is tough. It's rough. So you got to be tough and rough." You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So, she was loving, but as I got older, she was more assertive. You know what I mean? It was more of
Yeah.
this is what needs to happen. Boy, you need to do this. Boy, you need to know how to clean. Boy, you don't know how to do that. Learn how to do this. Like, you know what I mean? Go shovel that snow. Go do this. So my grandfather was the same way. It was very structured. To the point was like once I got like kind of like in my late teens and my 20s, I'm like, man, do they even love me? But they did love me, but it was just the fact of to them that's
That's
what
what they
love was. You know what I mean?
right.
Because they was like
So
they
did you ever
wanted.
have I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut
Oh
you
no, it's
off.
fine. They wanted to prepare me for the world, but they understood that at least my grandmother understood. 'Cause my grandfather has passed on, but my grandmother understood that what they were telling me wasn't always the correct thing. So
Mhm. So have you ever had any conversation with your dad on the ram of this or whatever? Because the way you're talking is like, oh, it's no problem, it's no big deal. So I'm kind of curious, why haven't the conversation already had, or have you had the conversation, but we don't have any conclusion or any resolution that's good for you.
well, the reason why it hasn't happened is because of COVID and everything else that's going on. We haven't been able to be in the same room together. You know what I mean? Because of the whole pandemic and stuff like that. So that's what has upheld the conversation because I want to have it one on one. I could talk to him on the phone anytime. I could call him right now. He'll
Yeah.
probably pick up. He's probably still awake, but it's not something that I want to do over the phone. It's something that I feel like it should happen one on one, face to face. Should be in the same room. We can have this conversation, and then things can move forward. And I'm patient.
Right.
I'm willing to be patient for that time. So,
Hmm.
I was
I
gonna
hear
say
you.
in defense of your grandparents, is that your dad's parents or your mom's parents?
my
Hmm.
mom's parents, but my dad's parents are kind of the same way too. They're a little more. My dad's parents are a little more. They're a little more loving. They're a little more. Oh, what's going on? How you doing? They're a little more loving, but My mom's parents, they're strict, very strict.
Maybe they tried to parent you because they missed out on parenting your mom or your dad.
Mm.
Because I see a lot of times when even parents too, their parenting style changes as each sibling, depending on each sibling's age. You know, like the older child, the oldest, they're the responsible one. They have the most responsibilities. They expect them to be able to handle more things than the youngest. Then, you know, most people forget about the middle child, and then the baby child gets a little more nurturing and care most of the time. And then when you have a grandparent, the grandparent can either spoil you completely or they can
Mm.
correct the mistakes that they made with their own children. Because a lot of times, too, we got to understand the place that they parented from. They may not have had or been equipped with the information or the opportunity to do what they're doing for you. So they
Mm.
can only parent from what they know, if that helps. Because a lot of times we hold parents responsible for things when they were just parenting from the place or with what they had. They did the best with what they had or knew. Because if you ask, I guarantee if you ask your mom or your dad, they can explain to you or tell you a time of trauma for them that may have contributed to the way that they are. And you'll be like, wow, I didn't know that.
Well, yeah, I know. My mom was traumatized, a lot as a kid because one of my grandparents, they used a lot of alcohol, so they
Mhm.
were alcoholics. So I know that traumatized my mom a lot. So yeah, I know she definitely was traumatized. So yeah.
I don't know if you can see this, 84, but Big Bad Bull, he says, only sharing this here because my children, 29, 30, and 31 mom, suffer from mental issue that has impacted them. Them talking to her about it has only result in her weaponizing their truth right back at them. So he's
Mm,
just offering that out there to you,
mm.
and sharing his experience with his children mother. As well. And for Mrs. Two Cents, um, this is Mrs. She's you convinced her that she needs to move on, and I think that that is beautiful. That is what's so amazing about this platform, that Dream Out Loud comes in and say, I need to converse with my family members about something and was having doubt about doing it. Mrs. Two Cents story convinced me I need to do it and move on. So that is amazing. You know, you have this platform you get to share and we're open about things, and you just never know who you are impacting. That is the most amazing thing to me. It's like, I feel good about it. She ain't even talking to me. But
Mhm.
I feel so good about that for because when I was growing up, I never had anyone to talk to. And I'm my only child, and I just went through life experiences learning as I went along. I didn't have anyone to converse with. So that's why when you guys see me, I really do get so excited just having the conversation and sharing people, and just the power of words to help others. Just seeing this with Dream Out Loud, she has come to a conclusion. Amazing. I applaud you, Dream Out Loud, for your honesty. I applaud you, Miss Two Cents, for sharing with us. And yeah, I just wanted to say that. I'm a little sentimental, but yes, amen.
Thank you for
And
allowing me
then
to share as well.
I want to say one more thing real quick. I'm sorry to hear you, but hi, Ms. OG Patrice. You are more than welcome to come in. Thank you so much. She hung out with me last night all the way into 3 a.m. with my second live, supporting me. She is hilarious, and we just had a great conversation. Now she has words of wisdom, and I enjoy listening to her. So Miss OG, you're more than welcome to come up as well. Okay, so what was you saying, 84?
Thank you for allowing me to share as well.
Oh,
And I
I
like the fact
love it.
I like the fact that you keep calling me 84. It makes me feel like I'm still young. But
The other one's too long because I got to think about it. Wait, Mister what? Best in the world? Okay,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I cut it. You know
I
what?
mean, I'm
And I
not.
have a habit of that. I give people nicknames all the
It's fine.
time.
It's fine. I mean, I'm not an old man, but yeah, that's
Oh, well, yeah.
some
I
people-
told you I graduated high school in '86. So
okay, 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 okay.
right, right,
But
love it. So
thank you, Big Bad Bo, for sharing that. Definitely, and OG Patrice, definitely shout out to her. I love what she shared. She's so powerful. Oh
no,
man,
really is. I enjoy listening to her. And I shared earlier, I think before you came up, Miss Sunbreeze is in here and she's like my original road dog. She's been here like since the very first second. And Miss OG showed up last night on the platform, you know, being her. And Sunbreeze was all into her, fell in love with her. She's saying goodbye and conversate with her. Everybody forgot about me, but it's all good. I recovered. I prayed. I gave it over to the Lord. So I'm healed now. But no, just joking. But she is wonderful, and I love hearing her perspective. I don't know if you heard the whole story, OG, but you're more than welcome to come up, girlfriend. I promise you, you won't get stuck. I won't make you stay the whole time. But 84, I did want to ask you. I know you have your own channel with your peers. What do you guys like? Share a couple of things you guys really go into, and what's going on with you on your channel.
definitely, definitely. It's called Knowledge and Relationships, and what we have a wide range of topics and a wide range of people from all walks of life. And it's just as the show says, knowledge and relationships. So of course, we talk about things that are knowledgeable, things that people need to know about or want to know about, as well as celebrity topics and different trendy topics and social topics as well. But we also talk about relationships as well. I mean, men and women relationships. Relationships between family members and all types of stuff, dating relationships, everything. And we have different formats, and we have a lot of shows that are different and in a different aspect. So we have our Monday and Thursday show. Those are our flagship shows. They're 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So that's West Coast time. And then we have our Saturday shows, which are there's two different women shows. They run bi-weekly. So one runs on one week, then after that the other one runs on another week. So one of them is Ladies Night. That show is basically format, for women. They're talking about different things that women go through from a woman's perspective, from their experience, and it's a free wide range of topics. They talk about all topics, and these are all women who are professional women. They all have their own careers. They have their own, homes and cars and everything else. So, they're all about, them sharing their perspective, and then, and we invite all type of women on this. So even if you don't have a career, still come through. We will still love you. If you don't have a car, it doesn't matter. But I'm just sharing what they do and who they are and what they represent.
Well, you know what
You
my
know.
question is: are they married, and or do they want to be married? But the
You
main question
have
is: are they married?
you have out of all of them, you have two people that are married. The rest of them are single, or they're in
Okay.
relationships trying to figure it out, or they're going through that process. So yeah, we have a wide range of different women on there. Then we have the Queen Damo show. She's a single woman as well. It's with her and Luann Love. That's another woman. She's single as well. And she comes from the LGBTQ community. She talks
Mhm.
about a wide range of topics as well. I mean, she's into the cannabis movement and everything else, so she talks about that as well. So and her perspective on things are a little bit different than most people may think or subject to. I think she even talked about aliens on one of her show. She got into that topic. Yeah, that not something that I'm particularly, into myself or even look for as a point of reference. But some people like that. Some people like that type of conversation, and we welcome it. We definitely love it, and I definitely love her. She's like a little sister to me, so I love her freedom and her being express herself and her being able to talk about different things. Then we have a social topics with a HBCU professor. Her name is Jessica,
Hmm.
and she talks about social issues, and she's a white HBCU professor, which was
Mm.
very different for me. I definitely vetted her out. I asked her why she wanted to teach at HBCU, being Caucasian, and I asked her a bunch of questions just to figure out where her mindset was, and she checked all the boxes. You know what I mean? I'm like, okay, you're cool. We could definitely work with you. And yeah, she has her own panel of women that are on there, that she's worked with or conversed with, on a professional, personal level, and they share their perspective. And we have a woman on there even from South America, well, Central America actually, and she's a
Mhm.
part of the show as well. So we have a woman that's an older woman who's an elderly woman. She's raised about, I think, about 2 or 3 kids. We have a married woman on there, so we have different women on there, and
Wow.
yeah, and it's a very powerful show about women talking about social topics, and that's not something that a lot of times women are shown on the
Mhm.
YouTube platform or just social media. Period. It's always either an Instagram model or they either being overly sexualized or they're being looked at as just maybe cooking somebody something. You know what I mean? Like or dancing. It's like no, people are more than that. You know what I mean? People have thoughts, they have perceptions, they have feelings, and they can talk about different things without it being just about the bedroom or about them cooking you something. Like it's way
Wow,
deeper than
you
that.
are well-rounded. I am loving this. And then the platform you're talking about, I can't wait to go and experience it. You have like the whole, it's like a variety,
Yeah,
show or
yeah.
something. And so are you guys on every night of the week with different topic or different people and things like that? So do you occupy every night of the week?
No, we don't. I'm actually kind of like streaming almost every night a week or jumping somebody's stream every night a week. Just about
Uh-huh.
seems like just because I'm the
Well, I
network
thank you
manager.
for tonight.
No problem. No problem. It's an honor to be here. Definitely. I'm definitely a fan. You know what I mean? Like, I try to, support as many people as I can because I network manage for my network. So my thing is that not only do I want to build great relationships with people, business wise, but if personal wise as well, that'd be cool too. But I definitely want to have good relationships, on the YouTube platform because relationships are currency. You know what I mean? And if you don't see it as that, then it's gonna be detrimental to your success. We actually did a platform yesterday about how YouTube beef is senseless. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And how it holds people back and how it doesn't move the conversation forward. It makes things move backwards. And it hurts
Yep.
you as a creator, as a content creator, you know, from being your best. Even if you are monetized or you plan to get monetized, if you continue to divulge your negativity and those seeds are planted within your foundation, and guess what's gonna reap? Negativity. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So that's what it's going to be about. And, it's all about relationships. It's all about creating your content. And it's all about bringing yourself to a bigger audience. And we also have people on there. Like, I don't know if you know WT Funk or What the Funk.
He was
Um,
on here earlier. He
oh,
was
that's
my
my
first
brother. I love WT Funk, man. I love him. Um,
uh-huh.
just his thought, his mindset, how he has a very wide range of thoughts. Just his journey from America to where he's at now in Europe, and just everything that he goes through. I love the way he thinks. I love his because I'm open minded as well. So the fact that he's open minded is just even better. Like it's just like wow.
Mhm.
So just people like him, allow me to see that man. We can do so many different things as people of color and as people who come from different walks of life. And he's done when he basically has shared shows that we've done. So to answer your question, we're on Monday and Thursdays, right? eight
Mhm.
o'clock. The social topics with HBCU professor is every other Friday. But in the holidays, of course, we take a holiday break, so there's not gonna be anything
Mhm.
this weekend because everybody's on break. But the weekend after, that's when we come back. So, and we're gonna be streaming throughout the holidays too, because we got to provide their content. We got to have our audience grow,
Right.
and we got to give the audience something to see. So, and everybody's home, so it
Mhm.
doesn't make any sense not to. You know,
Right. Right.
so it would be a detriment for us not to put anything on. And then so that's the social topics. That's Friday. The women's streams are on Saturday. And they, like I said, they run concurrent. So one Saturday is Queen Damo and her show that comes on at 12
Mhm.
noon Pacific Standard Time, and then Ladies Night is at 5:30 Pacific Standard Time. And then we also have the show called Knowledge in the Afternoons. That's either on
What is
Saturday
it
or
called?
Sunday. Knowledge in the Afternoons. Um,
Okay.
it's either on Saturday or Sunday. And that
Mhm.
comes on, every weekend as well. And that show, It features DJ Eddie King, you know what I mean, who basically leads that show. And he talked about a wide range of topics as well. And, he gives a perspective on different things as well. So, yeah, and, all these shows are, what we try to do, we try to create an atmosphere where people can talk about different things. They feel free to talk about different things, and everything works out where people are sharing their opinions, their thoughts, and they feel free to be themselves. You don't want to handcuff our audience. We don't want to handcuff anybody on there. We want everybody to feel free to, say how they feel. There's no form of thought that's wrong, but the only thing we don't allow is disrespect, or somebody
Mhm.
being, somebody basically demeaning somebody. We don't allow that at all. You know what I'm saying? We're not gonna
That
allow
is
nobody to disrespect or demean anybody. So yes.
Well, I'm telling you, you have restored my faith in these men. I'm telling you because, well, you see me on platforms, right?
Yes, I have. Yes.
And you see what I say. I applaud you. I really
Thank you.
do.
Thank you.
I'm
Thank you.
impressed. I am loving this. You're my best favorite male prototype of what should be going on as far as conversation and what you're putting out there. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate the other men's as well, but and I just speak my truth. It just sounds like wonk 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 and regurgitation to me because it's
Mm.
the same talking points in my opinion and what I hear. But what you just expressed, yeah, I believe you are successful. And I do. I appreciate that. And then for me to hear your view in it, and I can tell your focus or your desire is to be married or in a relationship, committed relationship with a woman, and whatever that looks for you beyond it. But it doesn't seem like you're just out here these talking points. Yeah, we don't have to go into all of that, but I do want to
Mhm.
applaud you, and I want to tell you I hear you, and it feels so good to my ears to hear
Mhm.
that coming from you. And I most definitely am excited to go over and check out your platform and hear the ladies and the non-melon professor and all these things. And I will share this. I am pro black. I love my black people. I absolutely do. And working in the profession, being a nurse all those years and being in working around non-black people, me most of the time being the only one, I had and I hope I'm not struggling with it now, and I might be, and I might be tested, but I did have problems with non-melon people. Just I would even say maybe even a prejudice because of my experience. And I have prayed on that and worked on that, and I intentionally share that because I'm holding myself accountable because it's not fair and I don't like that side of me. So that's why I'm voicing that now. So I'm purposely going to go over there and check her out. And but here we talk because when I hear white people come, I'm like, what you doing over here? You ain't doing no good. So I'm holding myself accountable and I'm going over there and I'm going to support her if I like what she's saying. But yeah, so just
Definitely.
throw that out there. But I appreciate it. I really,
No
really do. And I
problem.
appreciate you. And I most definitely I'm saying I want you over here all the time. Hearing this vibe and everything. And if you
Thank you.
don't
I
mind,
appreciate
I
you.
would love to have an update on when you do, if you want to share when you do talk to your mom and dad. Of
No
course,
problem.
nothing invasive or too personal, but just in general, how that went, if you don't mind.
Definitely. And I'll speak to what's going on, with a lot of men of color within the YouTube streets. I think that it's a lot of men who are insecure, you know, and there's a lot of men who, for whatever reason are insecure, whether they can't, deliver in the bedroom or out of the bedroom or whatever, they're insecure and they're using this platform in order to make themselves look bigger than what they are, you know. And, it's, only a little boy is gonna sit there and make themselves seem like they are the man. You know, if you're a man, you don't have to say that. You know, if you are who you are, you don't have to prove it. The only reason why I shared that I was successful is because I was just basically giving an example of why relationships are difficult for me and why I have a different circumstances. It wasn't to big myself up, wasn't to make myself look big or make myself look better than anybody, because the things that I have can be taken away from me at any moment. You know what I mean? You can die at any moment. You know what I mean? So with that being said, for a lot of these men who are, well, I'm the man and I'm this and I'm that, and you're only, sometimes you're only great in your eyes. It's your perception. That doesn't mean everybody else thinks you're great. And you get bees with honey. You know what I mean? So by you a sense of arrogance, or you showing that, oh, I made it, why can't you make it? It's like that doesn't push the conversation forward, especially when we're coming out of a situation where people have been struggling on different types of levels. We just came out of a world crisis, or we're trying to come out of a world crisis. Trying to. You know what I mean? Keyword trying to. Keywords. Right. So with that being said, for people who are just on this thing, whether it's manosphere, whether it's whatever type of ideology you subscribe to, there are people who take it far left, and that's because they're not secure within themselves. And I think also what I've learned to do is that if I don't like the content, or I don't like the creative content, not to watch. It's so simple not to watch these people. If you feel like, listen, their content is toxic or it's not for me, don't watch them. You know what I mean? Or if you do speak out against them, understand that by you speaking out against them, you can only do that, but you're not going to stop them from having their opinion. You know what I mean? Right. They're going to feel what they feel, and then hopefully through God or through whatever they believe, they can change if they're on a negative stance. But if is drawn to what they want to draw to, they have a community, you can't get mad at that either. Just make sure that you're not a part of that community and distance yourself from that if it's not for you. And I think it has to be twofold. One, we have to be, yes, I do believe we should be more positive, but also in being more positive, we got to accept those who are not positive and just not support them. You know what I mean? Because we all know what's positive and negative. That's just cut and clear. You know what I mean? We don't have to get into a whole big debacle about that. You know what I mean? We all know when somebody's taking it way too far, or when they're sitting on doing the right thing. It's just evident. So I think for the men who, especially the men who are saying that women over a certain age are useless, who are saying that women who are not married by a certain age are useless, who are saying that to be a high value man, you got to have this, that, and the third. Listen, I know men who ain't have no dollar in their pocket, and maybe they wasn't cooking in the money area, but they was cooking in other areas. You know what I'm saying? Like, they were able to maintain the other areas that money couldn't buy. Okay, and so that whole high value thing is all based on your thought. You know what I mean? So that's really what it is. So yeah.
But did you even notice, like at the beginning, you said that multiple times, like I'm successful, I'm good at everything, I am, and you were pumping yourself up, right? Did you notice that neither me or Ms 2 Cents ever challenged you, ever came at you negative and made you feel like we was thinking, oh, he think he's all of that? Did you even notice that? And I point that out. Well, I guess you can answer that first. Did you notice that?
Yes, because I was using it as a point of reference, but not as a point of making it seem that's all that I am. You know what I'm saying?
But that's the point, because my point is, like, us being women most of the time, or I don't want to say most of the time, but it would come around, oh, he think he all that no matter what. But we got where you were coming from, is my point. We understood it wasn't a point of contention for you, or you boasting or anything like that. You was using it for a reference point, like you said, and for a purpose. But I just wanted to shoot me and Ms 2 Cents out, a shout out for that, because it could have been misconstrued and taken to a point like, oh, he think he's all of that. He keeps bringing up he's so successful. So I just want to,
Definitely, and I appreciate that. You definitely big yourself up, big both of you up. And here's the thing. I think the thing is too is that with it's also the tone and the totality that somebody's speaking in. Also, what that person is putting out there. If you're speaking in a certain tone, and if you have a certain type of, I'm not cammed up, but if we see you on camera and you're looking a certain way and you're making certain expressions or whatever,
that's going to convey to your audience. And once you put that out there, you can't get mad when they say, "Hey, this is what you're conveying." You know, that's what
Right.
that's what you're saying. You know what I mean? Shout out to Sunbreeze. Thank you, Sunbreeze, for the compliments and for everything else. And that's the thing. You know what I mean? So it's like, and as men, we have to understand we are looked at, and I'm not saying this is true for every woman, but for most women look at us as leaders. They look at us as being a man. They look at us as being, or they look from us. They look to us for that. You know what I mean? So with that being said, you know what I mean? Thank you, big bad bull. Appreciate you, bro. With that being said, you know, since women look at us like that, or even society, period, we have to uphold ourselves with a certain character, with a certain cadence, with a certain type of attitude. When we're not doing that, you know what I mean, and we're not holding ourselves up to that caliber, we can't get mad when we get called out on that. You know what I mean? Because then here's a trick, here's a thing to it. Those men who get called out on it, they get upset, but they still want the same amount of respect. You want to be looked at as a leader, but you don't want to act as one. It can't go both ways. You know what I mean? You can't say, okay, hire me at a job, but you don't fit the qualifications. They're not going to hire you. And if they do, then you're blessed. You're beyond blessed. You know what I mean? Because you don't fit the qualifications. So if you don't fit the qualifications of a leader, don't get mad when people don't recognize you as that. You know what I mean? And then don't get mad because as a man, you know, as a man, people are going to look at you for certain things. Don't get mad when they hold you to that standard. You know what I mean? Because you said that you're a man, you say you're this, you say you're that. Okay, well, we're going to hold you to the standard. Well, don't hold me to the standard. But this is what you just said, though. So you're confusing your audience and you're confusing people. You know what I mean? So men have to understand. We are looked at a certain way, just like women are looked at a certain way. And that's just reality. So yeah.
I have a quick question for you because you are extremely articulate and mature. And I'm just curious to know, where do you think, and this for like, I have a young son and me and my husband talk about this a lot. Where do you think that you got the mindset that you have?
Oh wow. I think the rigid upbringing did help me a lot with my
Okay.
grandparents as far as being focused. I think my dad not being there helped me to focus. I think having to take care of my mom at a young age helped me to focus. So I had a lot of things that made me focus.
So
And
you
then
did the opposite.
yeah, but then on top of that, just to answer your question, I don't mean to cut you off at all.
Oh no,
Um,
you're fine.
yeah, to answer your question, I also was education was really pushed, you know, in my home a lot. So, you know, it was pushed on me, it was pushed a lot, but then also I started to enjoy it. You
Yeah.
know, so it became an obsession of mine. So I was on honor roll most of my life. You know what I mean? I mean, that's through all the grade school. That's from elementary school all the way to high school. I was always an honor roll, always. To the fact where even when I wasn't trying, I still was able to basically have like a 80 to 85 GPA in high school, and I wasn't even trying. I was just doing the bare minimum. You know what I mean? Because you know my mom was sick, so I didn't really care. But if I was fully motivated, I could have gotten to Ivy League schools easily. It wouldn't have been a problem for me. You know, it wouldn't have been even a stretch for me. I could have just did it just by doing it. You know what I mean? And so I've read a lot of books. Right now, I'm even reading up to over 20 books right now. You know what I mean? Like education has just always been my thing. And I can list every single book I'm reading right now. I can give you every single title, every single book. You can look at it as a point of reference, and we'll all check out.
Go for it. We listening. I want to hear.
Oh, you want to hear? Okay. Well, you have to because I have to actually grab some of them because some of them are actually books. And
I thought you knew them off the top of your head.
I know some of them.
Okay, but go ahead and grab them. I want to hear.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay. You know, Mrs. Susan, it's like this great combination. Just look how all of us just came in, us three came in together. Thanks for Big Bad Bull, of course, always. But how it just blend together and having this beautiful conversation with this young man here and articulating as well as he does. And he came on initially, you know, like, I'm successful. I'm like, I'm the shit. I'm the, you know, not that he was saying it like that. I'm joking. But then how this conversation has come full circle about, you know, what he's she's been through, and then the person in the chat, who was it? I think it's Dream Out Loud, how that has impacted her. I'm just so giggly inside. I just love it. It's just amazing when I see this. It just comes together so divinely, in my opinion. So what do
It's
you think?
intentional. We're dynamic individuals.
Yeah.
I always say that a lot of times as growing up and seeing the differences in us, and I was always an introvert. I used to think that, oh my God, if I experienced something, I was the only person that experienced it. And as I got older, I realized that we are more alike than we are different. So we can't be embarrassed or ashamed or feel guilty about experiences that we have, because sometimes we're not in control of those. Or even we make bad decisions or mistakes. It's not the end of the world. I guarantee you somebody else has did the same thing before. And in communicating with each other, we identify solutions and remedies and ways to go about things so that it won't negatively impact you. And when we were discussing the mental health issues, I don't think people realize how prevalent that is in the communities, and especially in the communities where we never sought assistance or help. I remember growing up when I was younger, and I told you I grew up in Georgia, in a very rural town. The individuals that had any mental health issues, they used to be locked in rooms. I remember growing up, going to visit some of the relatives and the people that had the mental health issues. They literally did not come out the room. You knew they were in there, but you never saw them. And until recent times, I think maybe with prenatal care and better healthcare availability or healthcare assistance, it allowed for us to reduce the amount of issues that we had from birth. But now I see that a lot of the substance abuse, like during the crack pandemic, those things contribute to the mental health issues, I think, in our communities now. Or alcoholism, it was rampant. So I think that contributed to it a lot. Or sometimes chemical imbalances. Because I have my favorite aunt, when 84 was talking about his mom, and when I read Big Bad Bull's comment about his ex, I have an aunt who is bipolar. When she's in her manic stage, she can either be extremely angry or extremely euphoric. And when I say that, I mean to the level of irrational, especially with the anger. Her son is usually the point of attack. So as he's gotten older, he understands her mental illness, but you can't explain it to an 8-year-old when his mom says, I hate you, I wish you were dead. Then the next day she loves you. It's like, what in the world? But now he understands that he's older, but still, of course, it impacted him tremendously. And those are the experiences that humans have. In all of the families, there's a level of dysfunction. And we can unite in unity with those situations so that we can overcome those type of situations. And that's the important part. That's why a lot of the platforms, when 84, you guys were discussing the different platforms with the manosphere, I enjoy the conversations. And the reason why is because I had a really close relationship with my father. And he passed away when I was a junior in high school. And I've always engaged with my uncles and my cousins, the males, and they always gave me a different perspective. And that's the reason why I think I am the way I am. But in getting these manospheres, I hear certain guys operate a certain way. And it reminds me of how they communicate about women being masculine. I say that, well, just the same as women are being masculine, some of the guys are being feminine. And instead of us attacking each other, we need to actually come up with solutions to unite. Because like 84 said, and you said too, we as women, good women, I know that there are a variety of women. Most women respect and want to revere, especially the Black man. We don't have any negative energy or disrespect or ill will towards the Black man. I don't understand where this originated from, but if we get into our purpose, we'll realize that it's just a ploy. It's really a ploy, and it's working very well. I must
It
say,
is.
very well.
And that is what I'm saying, because when I be on these different platforms, I'm like, I just don't see that, and just tearing down women, maybe not, and I get it, it's from their perspective, but I don't, it just don't seem realistic. And then I had this moment, of course, and that goes back to you saying, don't be embarrassed, we all have our moments. But I got to the point where I was frustrated, because every time I was hearing things, they were saying, oh yeah, my brother-in-law boyfriend, this happened to them. Oh, my cousin, so and so, this happened to them. And I was like, wait, what happened to you? What is your experience? What have you been through? Let's get something more closer to home. But it just seemed like no one can do that. And then that's when I started developing the opinion that this is a bunch of regurgitation. And maybe it's not. I don't know. But I developed that opinion from, it just seemed like they were all having the same talking points. And I was really there to have the conversation. And I was coming from a point to where, I could only speak of me. No, I'm a very, and then it came to a point, well, why am I describing myself? I know what I am, because it's like, if you are feminine, you shouldn't have to say it. And I was getting frustrated. And then they letting this non-Black woman come up and disrespect all these Black men. I'll be damned if I just sit there and she's talking and going off and blah, blah, blah. But I'm like, if that was a Black woman, they'd be calling her everything in the book. But you got this one, and she was disrespecting him. And yes, she was talking some truth, but it was her deliverance, the way she was talking, cutting them off. I don't know who's seen it, but I was like, she's disrespecting. How are you guys? And then in the chat, women are even saying, Kaya, hush. She's not disrespecting. I'm like, yes, she is, so I'm not going to tolerate that. That's the whole point of me sharing that. I'm not going to tolerate that. I'm not going to sit up and let any Black man, whether he's right or wrong, to a certain degree, don't mean not going crazy with it, but I'm not going to just sit up here and let you disrespect this Black man, and I just think we don't speak up enough for them. But right now they sound a little crazy, but that's okay.
Yeah.
But yeah. Oh, but go ahead, 84. You got your books? Oh Lord,
Yes,
I want to
do.
hear this. They're gonna be complicated. I bet. Okay, go ahead.
Excuse me, 84. The Cool Channel
Yes.
wants you to drop the link, Kaya.
Huh? Oh, Mr. Clue. No, I'm good with him. He on the platform, he talks about me when he's in the chats, and yeah, no, I'm good. And I even asked him about it. He said he's a troll on me, so no, I'm good. But I appreciate your support. I'm glad you're here, but no, I don't know what you're gonna say. And
Disregard that message.
you haven't been very respectful for me, Clue Channel. So we good. Okay, go ahead, 84.
So yes. So if anybody wants to get a pen and pad, this is a good time so you can write these
Woo!
down.
Am I gonna be able to spell these words? Because now I am reading, but am I gonna be able to spell them? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, the first book is The Obstacle is the Way by Ryan Holiday, I'm sorry. Second book is Invisible Man by Ralph Ellison.
I heard of that one. Okay.
Yeah, that's a great book. I actually read it
I heard of that one.
in high school. It's a really amazing book. Selected Poems of Langston Hughes. Love and Life Through the Eyes of Travel by Mawali K. Hamaku.
Okay, wait a minute. Name that one again. I got Selected Poems, and what's the next one?
Love and Life Through the Eyes of Travel by Mawali K. Hamaku.
Okay.
Um, Sex, Lies, and Headlocks by Sean Assel. It's Assael. Asil, I think. Yeah, Sean Asil. And Sean is spelled
Okay.
Haun.
Oh,
Um, The Purpose Driven Life by Rick Warren. Read that before as well. Tayo of Jeet Kune Do. Of yeah,
ooh,
yeah, that's
okay.
by Bruce Lee. That's a great book.
Oh, okay. We're gonna
The
skip that one.
The Death of Rhythm and Blues by Nelson George.
Okay.
Sweat the Technique by Rakim.
Oh, okay.
Dark Psychology. I don't know who the author is. Um, but yeah, I think it's like I
Is
think it's
that
like
what I think it's about?
what is it? What do you think it's about actually?
I think it's about like if you go to a dark place, someone's sharing that they went to a dark place, maybe how they got out of it or something.
No. It's just talking about basically how people use psychology, kind of in a negative way in order to gain control. So it's like kind of you can understand like a narcissist in different like levels of behavior. Somebody who has like a dark psychology.
Like
Um,
the twisted novel of The Art of Persuasion or something.
yeah, like that.
Oh, look at you.
So
Okay.
you can either define these characteristics within yourself, unfortunately, if you have them, or you can kind of
Uh-huh.
see if somebody else has these characteristics and you may want to avoid them or just correct them. Um,
Mhm.
Emotions by Osho, and that's Osho. The book is called Emotions.
I heard of
Um,
him. Yeah,
yeah,
I
he's
heard.
incredible. Alpha Male
Yeah.
Strategies by AMS.
I guess
Um,
I could learn about
The Miseducation of the Negro by Carter Godwin
him.
Woodson. That's a great book.
Yeah.
Wild at Heart by John Eldridge.
Hmm.
Voices of Recovery. It's a spiritual book. It doesn't have an author. Um, Wild Bunch by Donnie Smallwood. And Beyond Lucky by the Brian Glaze Gibbs. So those are the ones that I have on my Amazon. So
Wow. And
How
you
are you?
currently you're reading all these books at like the same time.
yes, but I'm not done. I'm not done. Those are the books that I have on Amazon. These are the
Two,
books that
four,
I
6, 8, 10, 12, 14. So we're up to 16.
But
yes.
question 84. How
Yes.
are you reading the books?
So what I do is that I pick a day for the Amazons and I pick a day for my hardcovers. So
Wow.
so right now I'm gonna give you the hardcovers. And I kind of just kind of I kind of switch which day I'm gonna do which. So one day I'll do, and then some days I'll do all of them. Some days I read all of them, the hardcovers and the Amazon. It just depends on what kind of mood I'm in. But for the most part,
Mm,
I try to separate them. But
okay.
so yeah, that's how I structure it. Hopefully, I answer your question.
Yes.
Um, so yes, so my hardcovers are Lord of the Flies by William
Okay.
Golden. Great book. I actually read this in school as well. Soul
Hmm.
on Ice by Eldridge Cleaver. This book is yeah.
Solo?
Soul on Ice.
Oh, sold on ice. Okay.
Yeah, by Eldridge Cleaver. He was part of the Black Panther movement. Very, 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 very powerful brother. Um, his perspective is wow. It's a wide range of perspective. Holy
Mm,
Bible, New Living Translation. Um,
okay.
so it's the Bible, but it's the New Living Translation. It really kind of really digs deep into the scripture.
Yeah,
It's
it
not,
breaks it down even more.
yeah, it breaks it down even more. Yeah, yeah.
Uh, I mean,
The ISIS Papers by Dr. Francis Cress Wesling. Another book that just takes you on a whole different experience.
okay.
Um, and then we have The Laws of Human Nature by Robert Greene.
Mhm.
This is a great book as well. Lies My Teacher Told Me by James W. Lowen. Lowen is spelled Loewen. Lies My Teacher Told Me. Another good book. Really digs into American history and every other forms of history about the things that you learn in school that may not actually be correct. Um,
Oh, okay.
Blind Spot by Anthony Jean Greenwald. There's another author by the name of Mazarine R. Benahi, but their name is kind of hard to spell, so I'm just giving you the American author's name. Anthony G.
Okay.
Greenwald. Yeah,
Green wall. Okay.
Greenwald. Yeah, It's basically, it talks about the hidden biases of good people, kind of like how we all have different biases, but we kind of maybe not be able to see them correctly. And then this book is really powerful too. We Want to Do More Than Survive by Bedina Love.
Oh, we want to do more than survive.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it talks about just, how children of color are treated differently in the school system.
Ooh,
And
okay.
just how we're treated differently in the system overall. So, and how we want to do more than, survive.
You are
So,
smart. Gosh. It takes me a month and a half to read one book, and I gotta look up like at least 2-3 words on each page. Oh, I'm gonna look through it, and I'm gonna find one or two off your list that I can read. I think I really want to read the one about the children. I mean, is it The Lies the Teacher Told Us? Is about the history, right?
Yeah, it's about its history. We Want to Do More Than Survive is actually about
That's
like our kids and how to treat in the scholastic system and just our experience overall as people of color and how it relates to education and the education system. But yes, Miss Two Cents, you were going to say something. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure that in school, in college, undergrad, did you read The Alchemist?
No, I actually didn't go to college. Actually, I went to I did different schools for different career fields. So the first school I went to was medical assistant school.
Mhm.
But then that didn't work out because that's when my grandfather actually passed on, and I had to work more hours, so I had to stop going to school. And then I got out of the medical field and I got into the tech field, and I went to school for computer administration. So I'm a certified computer technician. So
Okay.
so I only need one more credential to be completely like certified on all levels, which is coding, and then that would give me like my full certification, and I could be making over 6-7 figures, if I just go and get the other certification. So right now I'm making a pretty good living, but if I get the other certification, it will take me to a different realm. So which I'm
well, we
working on
already.
now.
You're very successful. We know this. Very successful, and I
I'm all
love
right.
it. I absolutely love it.
Well, I
Really.
recommend that you read that book.
Oh, The
Every-
Alchemist. Yes, I've been
Everyone
hearing
should
about this
read
book
it.
a lot. Matter of fact,
Everyone should read the book.
Oh
So
wait, what did I miss? What book? I was reading the Clue channel.
it's
What
called
book?
The Alchemist. The
The Out.
ALCHEMIST is by Paulo Coelho.
Okay.
And I've read the book 5 times.
wow.
I should say that I taught English. So the reason why I read it 5 times was because each time that I read it, each perspective.
You need to mute yourself. WTP Funk in the house. Oh, am I? You need to mute yourself. Oh, I guess can I do it? Okay. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry, excuse me.
He having too much fun.
Yes, he is jamming. It actually teaches you purpose. I never thought a book about a boy and the shepherd and discovering these discoveries along the way on this journey has so much symbolism and purpose. Each person that has read the book, if you look it up, each person that has read the book, from celebrities to middle school students, they have all reached the same consensus that the book is filled with purpose.
Wow. I never heard of this book.
It
Okay.
is, Cool Channel put it in the chat. It's absolutely amazing. And it's not a thick book. It's simple.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
you won't have a hard time, Kaya. The words are fine.
Thank you. Yes, for real.
That's for you. Yes.
Yes, Lord, because I be struggling. I'm telling you, I have to look upwards, but I have to comprehend it.
Yes.
Yeah. WT Funk, what's up, my brother? Thanks for coming back with the baby, I see. And the Clue channel. What's going on, guys?
I wanted to see how you felt surprised. I think you were a little bit worried about doing this, and you thought nobody was even going to show up. Don't you feel better now?
You know, I do, and your name came up, so 84 up there, and our man, Big Bad Bull went out, and
wait, did he actually cam up?
He did the damn thing. He don't never cam up, but he went out and did the damn thing. But you know what? I held the attention.
All right. Now, what time is it where you're at? Because it's the middle of the night, right? Or early first thing in the morning?
No, it's only 12:30 a.m.
Oh, just only 12:30 a.m. All right. Yeah,
last night I was up to 3:30. So.
About what?
We had OG Patrice and Vaughn on here cracking me up and sharing and insightful, and yeah, it was some great conversation.
All right. Well, like I said, say what's up, Jaden.
Hey, Jaden.
Go on in. Go over there. Go over there. Nosy. Go over there, Nosy.
So were you able to listen for a while, or
no, I had to pick. No, it's legitimately getting really cold, so I had to grab them and do a drop off, and then I got to grab the other one, and
okay,
got to do a switch. So, but I did catch you for about the last 10 minutes.
Oh, great. So you 84, didn't you mention Funk? 84, right? Oh, let me take this away.
Yes,
you're right here.
You're around here getting great compliments and stuff. I love it.
Thank you,
Jaden?
No, you.
Jaden took my head. Look at this. Come on.
No, he didn't. That's your DNA. We already discussed that.
I don't believe in DNA.
Don't blame that baby. I bet you believe in DNA if he wasn't your boy. You'd be like, hold up.
Okay.
You'll be calling on Mr. DNA.
If he wasn't mine, I'd definitely be banking on DNA. Like, yo, hold up now.
Right. Right.
You'd be on the streets if you wasn't my DNA. I wouldn't know you. I wouldn't. You ain't that cute. You ain't that cute. You'd be outside in the cold.
So 84, what was earlier when you was bringing up the phone? Because right now he don't seem so intelligent. So I'm kidding.
I'll take that. I never seem intelligent. I run with that.
WT Funk is incredible.
What was he sharing about earlier, 84?
It's just everything he shares overall with me. We speak on a daily basis, and WT Funk is the type of brother where I think he's a great example of a father and a great example of a man, period, because he doesn't base manhood on what he has, or he doesn't base manhood on trying to be tough or trying to be macho. He actually shows you, healthy masculinity in all its forms, you know what I mean? And, just even him playing with his son in that level, it really, really encourages me, you know what I mean? Because one, I wish I had more of that, but also, it's just good to see that, you know what I mean? It's great to see that with men of color. We always have to try to be this tough guy role or whatever, but WT Funk shows that real masculinity is men having emotions, having thoughts, and expressing them in a healthy way. And I definitely appreciate that about him.
I love that. I absolutely love that. Amazing. So what you think about that, Mr. Funk in the house? Oh, did we lose him? His son probably said, "No, it's my time." The Clue channel. Hey, what's going on with you?
Kaya, can you hear me?
I can hear
you. Yeah. Why you didn't want to bring me on at first? What's up?
No, because you be talking about me.
Good stuff. Number good
No,
stuff.
you don't. Oh,
Yeah.
Kaya, aren't you so old? You need to go take a nap. What are you doing up here? Come on now. I can read those words. I don't need to look those up. I understand that.
I didn't
No, and
say that. I did
yes,
not say that, Kaya. Come on. Come on. You read
we're gonna
someone
let
else's
it
chat.
go. Let's go ahead and just have a clean slate, and I'll let it go.
Yeah, we're all
Uh,
good. We're all good. I
Yeah,
like it.
we're all good. Absolutely. So what do you think about the conversation with whatever you got to hear? What do you think about what we've been talking about?
Mr. 84. You're in
Mhm.
IT. That's a good thing. You mentioned you were
See,
in
he's not
IT.
talking to you because of me. I'm kidding. Mr. 84, are you there?
Yes, I am. I am in tech. Yes.
Yeah, I'm in tech too. What do you think about it?
It's a great field. It can be difficult for a person of color at times because it's not a lot of us. So a lot of time I get prejudged, or sometimes when they see my credentials and I walk in the door, they don't believe that I'm a black man.
Oh,
They think that I'm somebody else, and then I walk through the door and I'm like, "Wait, is that you?" Like, yes, that's me. And they're like, "Oh, okay." They don't believe that I went to school and I did all these things to become certified. So they prejudge and they think that I'm of a different ethnic culture or whatever. And it's like, no, I am a man of color, and I'm from African culture, and that's who I am. But sometimes they don't believe that. So, and I've had experiences where people have said things that were racist. People have made fun of Dr. King's holiday in front of me and laughed it off. And yeah, I've had a lot of different things happen to me. But the perks are tremendous. I love what I do. I love technology, and yes, it's a really great field.
you're a programmer?
No, I do more of like data entry analytics, and things of that nature. So,
Oh, like SQL?
I'll say it again.
Like SQL?
Well, I work with programs such as like Salesforce, things of that nature. You know, so I also work with like um, different Google programs, things of that nature, Microsoft Word, Office, Docs, PowerPoint. So yeah, I've used all those and I've experienced in all those. So yeah.
Mm. Well, I'll say this. You got to keep knocking down those stereotypes for real. That's what you got to do. They come with a preconceived notion when they see you, and you just gotta wow them.
Yeah, and that's what I try to do. As soon as I walk in the interview, of course I'm dressed to impress. I never came in an interview with jeans on or anything like that.
Oh
Always
no,
dressed.
not in IT. Of course not.
Yeah, definitely not in IT. Yeah, I'm wearing my professional glasses, even though I don't have to wear glasses. I wear my professional glasses and have my nice professional sweater on, and everything is just top notch. Have my cologne on, have my hair cut, my nails are cut, everything, lotion on my hands, whatever I need. Of course I bathed, of course, but I got to throw that out there because some people don't know how to do those things. In preparation, I
Really?
have a
They don't
resume
know how to
on me.
bathe?
So some people don't. Some people don't.
My
You know
God.
what I mean? So I have my resume on me, even if I even sent it to them digitally, through, whether it's through, Adobe or through a Word document. I still have an actual physical document on me so they can see it as well. So, yeah.
There you go. But keep knocking them down, bro.
What you saying that 84, that is so true, especially in the professional world, that I have in the last maybe 5 years of my career, how you said, even though you sent a copy of your resume, you also have one readily available on you. And that is so important because especially with us people of color, I guess, whatever term we're using, I like to say black people, um, I have learned at certain times it's a way to be tested as well. I've been an ER nurse for over 20 years. And then I have heard in the HR department, I was sitting there and I have heard that being said, that is something that they use to see, or have used to see, if a certain type is prepared and thought about things, ahead of time. So that is a great point. It seems so simple, but it is a great point, and something to be over prepared than under prepared.
Yeah, and you have to understand, as a person of color, when you walk in, people are going to prejudge you. I hate to say it, and I hate to say racism exists, but it does. If that was the case, then we wouldn't have redlining, and we wouldn't have a lot of other things that happen to us, with police brutality and everything else. Those things wouldn't happen if it didn't exist. But they still happen. They're still happening to this day. So we understand, when it comes to the job market, those same things will still exist. So, instead of being early, show up 10 minutes early. Prepare yourself, be prepared. Let them see you coming 10 minutes early. Let them see you, be willing to maybe stay a little bit longer than your scheduled time if need be. Just you have to sometimes, have the Jackie Robinson approach, where Jackie Robinson went above and beyond to be successful as a baseball player. It was painful for him, of course. He endured a lot of pain of hardship, but he stuck it out because he knew what the bigger picture was. And he knew what eyes were on him, and he knew what he was trying to get done. So that's the thing. If you want to get certain things done, you have to approach it that way. You have to know what environment you're in. Sometimes people of color, we're like, well, things should be this way and things should be that way. Yeah, the sky should be blue every day, but it ain't. Sometimes it rains, so you gotta be prepared for the rain. You ain't gonna go outside without your rain jacket or your umbrella. You're gonna get wet. You know what I mean? So you gotta be prepared for your environment. So
You know what, 84? I don't know if you guys listen, but I was on a podcast recently, and they were addressing African Americans that were discussing how racism is still prevalent in America. And they were saying that we were being victim Olympics. Oh, that's what they said. They kept referring to it as, you guys need to get out of the victim Olympics. Have you ever heard someone say that reference?
84?
Yeah. Yeah.
oh yes, I can hear.
me.
I just got cut off. I'm sorry.
Or Clue, either one, both of you guys.
Okay, cool. Go ahead. I thought she got cut off. Oh no, she was addressing me. I'm sorry. Yes, I've heard this victim Olympics mentality, and it's definitely a very insensitive and very just insensitive, and it's just basically being uninformed and not living in reality. You know what I mean? Reality is reality. Perception is perception. Some people may like certain colors, or some people may think certain thoughts or whatever. But if somebody's a racist, they're racist. That's what they subscribe to, and that's what they live by. That's their reality, unfortunately.
And I guess it's concerning. Oh, I'm echoing somewhere. Okay. It's concerning because how are we to move forward if we can't recognize it and identify it, if they're saying that we should get over it and we are playing the victim role when we have systemic and institutional racism that still exists? For instance, when you were I'm sorry, go ahead, Cruz.
Mrs. Two Cents, where is this institutional racism? Where is it?
Institutional racism is found in the fabric of even education. So when Mr. 84 was telling you about the book of The Lies My Teacher Told Me, it was another one. I can't think of the name of it.
We want to do more to survive. We want to do more to survive.
There we go. So those are reference points to reference the fact that there's still institutional racism in the educational system, for example. Our children are being zoned in areas intentionally so that they are gathered together for the purpose of racism. It goes back to even property ownership, when they redline and fail to give properties or allow for lending to African Americans in specific areas.
You're speaking in the past. Where is this happening right now?
Right now, that is present because the school systems are still affected by the institutional racism. I once taught school for middle school in a predominantly Black neighborhood. And even the students that were supposed to be zoned for another school, they didn't allow them to go to that school. They bused all the children to a particular school because of socioeconomic disadvantages and also because of racism.
So
And
they
Bank of
weren't allowed to
America,
go to that school because they were black. No.
say that again.
So they weren't allowed to go to that school because they were black. No.
True, but that's not what, if we look at it in the policies of things, of course, it won't look like that.
Looked like that, but it wasn't that.
So what could be another explanation? Or let me give you a better example. The Wells Fargo Bank just released over $20 billion to African American account holders for purposely discriminating against African American account holders. And that was recently, as of last year.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's another example of institutional racism. If it didn't exist anymore, we wouldn't have that issue.
I'm a little confused because I don't see how black people of today are being held back because they are black today. That's what I'm a little confused with. I don't understand.
So could you expand upon the example of why Wells Fargo would be returning funds or paying out a restitution to those black account holders?
Restitutions for something that happened in the past?
No, this wasn't in the past. This was like 2 years ago.
That's the past.
What? Oh, how far back? I thought you were referring to maybe 400 years ago during slavery or something.
No.
You're saying today, present day.
What I'm trying to understand is,
Uh-huh.
I'm trying to pinpoint white supremacy in 2021, December 21st. Today's white supremacy. Where is it? Where is it located? So I can find it. That's all. Today's, not the past, not 400 years, not Jim Crow, not the Great Society, none of that. I'm talking about today, 2021. Where's the white supremacy of now? So I can pinpoint it so we can talk about it.
So what you're telling me is that even in regards to the 2 years ago that Wells Fargo denied those loans, it's not affecting you today.
No, it's not affecting me.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you asking if is it affecting me or what?
The black people as a whole.
I think whether it be 2 years ago, 2 minutes ago, 2 days ago, 2 months ago, 200 years ago, systemic racism still exists, period.
Where? OG Patrice, where is it?
It is all in the fabric of America. It's still in the financial banking institution. It's still in housing. It's still in I'm telling you where it is, sir. It's in housing. It's in the banking system. It's still
the prevalent system.
I've never been
the criminal justice system, the prison reform system, police brutality.
I've never been brutalized by
medical.
What are you talking about?
You may not have. You personally may not have, but that don't mean it doesn't exist.
I'm black, serious? So maybe those that you speak of who have been affected, maybe it's because it wasn't because they were black, it was because of another factor, right?
No, it's because of systemic racism that still is the fabric of America that exists for people of color, black and brown people of color. Still to this day, she just gave you an example, and you still talking about today, not me.
How come
today.
I haven't felt
like really?
How come I haven't felt it?
Like where they do that at?
Touched by God. How come I haven't felt it then? If this white supremacy exists
It
today,
didn't. It haven't
how
affected
come I
you.
haven't felt it?
It doesn't
Or am I
exist.
lucky? What is it?
It doesn't mean it doesn't exist because it hasn't affected you per se,
Maybe
but
it
it
has
still
nothing to
exists. She
do
just gave you
with
an
race.
example. And you today in 2021,
What
and
I'm saying
come on,
is,
dude.
what I'm saying is
It,
maybe it has nothing to do with race. That's what I'm saying.
but it does. It
Then why
does.
hasn't it affected me? I'm
How
glad.
about another example? How about the fact that redlining still exists? That they are literally in my hometown, the city of Chicago, running the people out of certain neighborhoods, African American, predominantly impoverished neighborhoods, so that they can build more highways and byways. They literally trying to run them out with redlining. How about
Right.
that still exists?
Okay, well then why are you living in Chicago then? There are other choices.
Oh my God. You know
No, I'm
what?
serious.
I don't
I'm
even live
serious.
there anymore. I don't live there anymore per se, but it's happening all over the United States of America.
Really? Why isn't
Like,
it happening in
yes,
my
it
city?
is.
Why isn't it happening in my city? Why haven't I been run
What
out?
city are you in, sir?
I'm in Texas. I'm in Dallas, Texas.
I promise you, redlining is happening somewhere in the predominantly African American communities. Somewhere they're trying to
Probably,
push
but it's not happening
impoverished.
with me because I don't
Okay,
choose
but then
those areas.
you still can't say it doesn't exist because it hasn't happened to you per
Okay.
se, sir.
Okay, let's say it exists in Chicago. Move out of that area into another area. It's the
Why
United
should
States.
people leave their homes where they bought in their neighborhoods? Why should they be forced out of their homes where they bought and
They're not
planted
forced. They're
seeds?
making the decision. They're not forced.
But
They're
Okay.
saying this
Okay,
is a
see,
bad
it's
deal
people.
over here.
I
This is
can't
a bad
talk
deal.
to
I'm
you. I
choosing
can't
this
talk
deal
to
over
you
here.
because you're gonna always try to find an angle to push through to
I'm not
be in
pushing
total denial
anything.
of the fact that
I'm saying you don't have to
systemic
live in a
racism
place
still
that
doesn't
redlines
exist.
you.
Let her
That's what I'm
finish.
saying. You could move.
Redlining still exists. If it ain't happened
Well,
to
then
you,
move
you're
away from
lucky.
the red line area.
How
and
about the
zones.
fact that Asheville, North Carolina City Council just paid for reparations for destroying that Black community that they built over 200 years ago? How about they just paid $2 million? How about the Evanston, Illinois, where I'm from, outside of Chicago, just paid off millions of dollars for redlining Black folk that couldn't buy homes in the 40s and 50s? How about that's just happened, sir? Do you need me to give you some more?
I'm hearing a bunch of excuses, OG.
Oh, okay.
I'm hearing
Okay, see, I'm already through because you got
50
cognitive dissonance.
You
You have
50
cognitive dissonance like a big dog,
have
dude. Like
50
people
states.
like you, because
The
it don't
whole point-
affect you or it's not affecting you,
point
you're gonna sit up
of
here and
power
say
of
it doesn't
states. No.
exist. And that is the
Let me
problem with
say
people
this.
that look like me fighting ADOS to get reparations from the ancestors
let me
that
say
built this country for free 99, okay, that were brought over here for cattle slavery on the transatlantic boats over here to the America, and you gonna deny that too, aren't you?
OG Patrice, let me
You
open
gonna
your
deny
mind to
that too,
something.
right? You
Let
gonna
me
deny
open your
that?
mind to something. Hold up.
You gonna deny that, right?
No. Let me open your mind to something.
You don't have to open my mind to anything, because for you to sit up on this panel and say because it hasn't affected you per se, and maybe it has,
Let me
you
tell you
just
why.
don't
I'm
know
trying to
about it.
explain why it
Maybe
has
you
not
just
affected
don't
you.
know about it. But it still exists, sir.
You have power of states. In this country, you have power of states, which means you have 50 choices.
Who is
50
you?
different governments.
Who is you? Who is you have power? Say, who is the you people? Please tell me who the you people are, because Black people don't own nothing, sweetie. Everything is owned by the government and white folks. We own nothing. We own zero. We don't own the banking, financial institutions. We don't own a housing institute. We don't own the educational institute. We own zero. Don't own or control anything.
This is what you were talking about with Victim Olympics. You're hearing it right now.
It's not victim. I was on the very panel she's speaking on. Why is it Victim Olympics?
You do own this. You are a citizen of
that
this
is not
country.
true.
You own this.
Yes, no, I don't. I don't, and you don't.
Somebody gave you the fallacy.
You don't own it. I don't own it. It is not owned by us.
This is your
okay.
Country. This is your country. You own it.
Oh boy, please. Nah, it ain't my country. It ain't my country.
victim Olympics
I
that
feel
No,
Ms. was
you the
talking about.
one, you the one that sit on other people panels and ride with them because they create a word and you want to feel important because somebody created that word and you are a
You
follower,
didn't let
sir.
me
You are
finish
not
what
a
I was
leader.
trying to tell you about
You
power
are
of
a
states.
follower.
I'm
You are not a leader.
here.
You are one of the ones that sit on the panels of people that say words like that. And because you want to feel important, you ride
My
down
first
with those
panel.
very people that say it. And then you mimic and copycat what they do because you want to feel
This is my
important
first
because
panel.
a person made up that word. That's who
This is
you
the
are.
first panel I've been on. Just Kaya's panel. This is the elite
Nah,
panel.
you
My
just
first
said you
panel
heard that
I've been
word.
on.
Now you heard that word. You ride with the same people that created that word that is a problem. And it's people like me that fight
But,
people that look
but
just
OG,
like me for the very
OG,
thing that we're trying to fight for and get for our
OG.
ancestors to build this country for free 99. At the end of the day, we don't own jack ish. You or me, we don't own jack ish in this country.
OG, let me finish what I was saying about
But what
power of
about the police
states.
brutality against Black people? That doesn't exist either.
Because it didn't affect him, girl. Miss Susan, don't you know it didn't affect him? It don't exist.
She asked me the question. Can I answer her question? Can I answer it?
Sure.
Police brutality against black people, that's about what, 8 dudes a year?
Oh,
Somebody tell me I lied. Pull it up
Wait,
He
right
wait,
now.
wait,
caping.
wait,
Now come
wait,
on, you
wait,
already know.
wait,
You already know
wait.
he capping, right? You already know he
No, no,
capping.
yes,
Pull it up.
absolutely.
Pull it up.
Wait, no. We're not going to do that here. We're not going to disrespect that here. I can't allow that. Okay. So, Clue, I want you to say your
Sorry
piece,
about
but I
that.
will not. Okay. I won't
I
allow
apologize,
that.
Miss
That
Kyle.
is unacceptable. Okay. No problem. Go ahead.
But I would like to finish what I was saying about power of states if OG would let me finish. Because I had
Go
a
ahead,
point with
Clue.
power of states.
Clue. Go ahead.
you need a clue.
Yeah. Power of states basically says that the 50 states make up the federal government. The federal government does not make up the 50 states. That means you have options. If you don't like what's going on in your state, you have 49 other options. You don't have to deal with what's going on in the state of
And who are those
you don't like
states
Chicago.
owned by? Who are they governed by? People that don't look like us, I'll tell you that, in all
Governed by the
50
people that
states.
live there. Some of them look like you, some of them don't.
Oh, they don't own, run, control nothing. I worked for the Obama administration when he ran, you understand? And he was controlled by people that put him in that position. Okay, let's be real. And he was the president of the United States, and his power was controlled by people that put him there.
Cool. So,
Okay.
what do you
So
think about the critical race theory that they were going to place in the school system? Are
you
you
asking
familiar
me?
with that?
You asking me about CRT?
Yes, sir.
I think it's a disaster. No.
Why?
Okay, critical race theory. You're basically making victims out of non-white students.
Here we go with the victims.
I'm gonna let you
And
finish.
she's can I finish? If I can't finish my sentence, then you won't know what I think about it.
You guys,
Can I
let's
finish?
let him finish.
I
As
want
long as
to
he's
hear.
respectful, let's let him finish.
CRT is basically making victims out of non-white students and making villains out of white students. Therefore, dividing the students. That's what it's doing.
Okay. Are
I
you
take
ready
it
for my
you
rebuttal?
agree with critical race theory?
Say that again.
I take it you agree that critical race theory should be in the schools?
Yes, I do.
Why?
So, in the fabric of what you said don't exist in your history books, the information that we've been given or told are falsehoods. Even when 84 was talking, if you read more, you'll find out that there are a lot of things in the fabric of the things that we were taught or programmed to know that were taught to us because we are Black. So even in the history books, when we talked about how Christopher Columbus came over and discovered America, that was still in the history book. We proved it over and over that that was a lie, but it still was in our history books. Can you identify anywhere in the history books where we recognize Black people and the impact that they had on building the actual government in Washington, D.C.? Are we recognized anywhere and given any recognition for anything that is positive? Aside from Rosa Parks, Martin Luther King Jr., I think it may be one more. And what was interesting is when they introduced the critical race theory, white oppositionists wanted to remove Rosa Parks, Martin Luther King Jr., and it was a Spanish Perez, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay,
And if you say that,
I agree with you so far. However,
I thought we had to a little bit.
do you agree with the whole separating the white students and shaming them for being white? Because that's part of CRT.
No, it's not.
It is.
Shaming them for being white. How? In what way?
We're telling them that they're privileged. That's shame. It sounds beautiful, but it really is shame. You're shaming them.
So
okay
white privilege doesn't exist?
No. It
Okay,
does not exist.
So then black oppression don't exist either then, right?
No, it doesn't.
Do you have children?
It existed. It existed in this country. Yes, it did exist in this country. But today, no. None of that shit exists today. So why are we teaching the kids today?
Do you have children?
Why are we telling the white kids that they should be shamed for their privilege when they don't have privilege today? They do not have privilege today.
Oh my God.
They don't.
Girl,
today. We're not talking about 60 years ago.
Mr. Clue,
came with him.
Yes,
came with him.
Yeah, but and no shade here, but
she ready to pick me off, huh? Okay.
No, not at all. Your girlfriend or wife, what race is she?
Oh,
I knew you was gonna laugh.
No. Yeah. She is British. She is a white woman from Great Britain, from Worcestershire, UK.
And her ancestors probably owned slaves.
I'm talking to Miss Kaya. Why did you bring that up? Is that a gotcha moment?
No. I'm just saying it's probably just true to that.
No, I knew she was white. The reason why I brought it up because of the way you're talking. And I am to, and I'm pro-black, but I don't, marry whoever or be whoever you want. I have nothing against that. But the way you're talking, I don't even know if you're being serious or not, I guess.
I am being serious.
I think he capping
my woman.
Yeah.
I've been with my woman for 5 years. Every woman before her since 7th grade was black. Okay. I didn't just
Are you in the States?
bang the white girl.
Are you in the States?
Okay.
Are you in the States?
Yes.
Or
Dallas, Texas. Yes.
Okay. You in a very conservative Confederate state to be a black man to say that living in Texas. I'm conservative too, but I mean
you're conservative. No, true conservative, not black.
But you do know you're living in a Confederate state, and as a black man, got the nerve to sit up and say this about another black man that was in Texas that was targeted by white supremacy and drugged and killed in the 80s.
OG Patrice.
The Gasper guy.
You talk about the red states, but you do know it's Democrats the reason the whole slavery thing happened, right? I'm just saying.
Say that again.
Democrats. It's your people. Democrats. That did all that.
No, they were responsible for the massacres that happened, the Black Wall Streets, the Tulsa, Oklahoma, the Asheville, North Carolinas, the Rosewood, Floridas. Absolutely, they were Dixiecrats. You're right about that.
Okay,
but I'm talking about their color. They were Caucasians. They were whites that did it to blacks. I'm not talking about
Okay.
political party right now. I'm talking about color of skin.
Okay,
Were
I'm not
they not?
denying that happened. I'm not denying that happened. The whole conversation was brought up. The question was, is this happening today? Today.
Well,
And
we're
it's
talking about,
And I say no, it's not happening
but
today.
systemic racism is happening today. Okay, I'll tell you
And
what.
I'm
You know
saying
about the 13th.
how?
You know about
I
the
just
13th
how?
amendment. Go to jail, and that part in there, except ye be a slave. That part in there, go commit a crime. Okay, because they living like slaves in prison, and the wages for the what they make, the license plate and any other things that they're making in there, those are slave wages. It still says has
But
that slave
OG
clause in the
Patrice,
13th Amendment, sir. Go
OG
break a law
Patrice.
and you'll see.
Maybe you shouldn't break a law. Maybe you shouldn't commit a crime. You
Oh,
won't have to
come
deal with
on,
that.
come on now with
You could
that
go to
one.
jail for a traffic a malfunction. You could go to jail for a misdemeanor, a domestic something,
Wait, you
Broken
can go
white,
to
anything,
jail
a
for
broken white
classic.
cussing.
people. White people can
Come on,
too.
dude.
White people
Come
can do
on.
that too.
Exactly. And they get treated the
Okay,
same
then.
way.
You're talking about criminals. You're not
But
talking about anything that's
No.
but mass
race-based.
incarceration has affected Black men more than any other race of people. And most of them are in there for nonviolent crimes, and they get more time than their white counterparts, sir. That's facts. And Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, the Clintons were that 3-strike law that they put in place that put a lot of Black men in prison for nonviolent crimes. They gave them more time than people that deleted people off the earth. Our Black men are in there locked up way more than their white counterparts. When they commit the same crimes, Black men get harsher penalties, sir.
Yes.
Than their white counterparts, sir.
Today.
You're talking about
Today.
1994. Nope.
Oh,
crime bill.
okay.
Crime bill was 94.
I know that, but I done moved. I just gave you an example. Let a white man and a Black man go get charged with the same thing. The Black man usually 9 times out of 10 get more time than their white counterpart for committing the same crime.
OG Patrice, tell me about the white man and the Black man who are not committing crimes. How are they treated differently? The non-criminal white and Black man, how are they treated differently?
They're treated differently. If you take a white man and a Black man that's of the same stature in society today, in certain settings, the white man has the privilege over the Black man. The 9 times out of 10, the white man will get hired before the Black man will. Okay, I'm gonna give you a perfect example. I work in HR, sir. Payroll and HR. That's what I've been doing for over 20 years. I see systemic racism where I work every day. When they tell us to separate the applications, they specifically look for names that sound ethnic when it comes to Blacks, ethnic names, urban names. And a lot of those applications still to this day get tossed to the side. If somebody named Lakeisha or with anything sounding ethnic. I work in HR, been in it 20 years. I know the game. I know how I go. I have seen them turn down Black men with more education and experience than their white counterpart, but they will hire the white man. I've seen it with my own eyes today in this decade.
So why did you name your daughter Lakeisha?
Excuse you?
Oh my God! I'm gonna need you to really do come on, like you straight capping now. You are straight capping now.
You had this baby. You know
you
this baby
straight capping now. I ain't had nothing. I ain't had nothing.
America. Why did you name that baby Lakeisha? That's a serious question. I'm not playing. That's a serious question.
What's wrong with the name Lakeisha?
There's nothing wrong with it, but they're gonna have to eventually.
Everybody name their children according to certain cultures. Just because everybody doesn't fall in line with what whitewashed America say set the standard for the names to be, don't make it paved in gold. Okay, so everybody can't be named Tiffany and Amy, and all of those white sounding names.
Karen.
And Karens. Okay.
So Clue, I think I got it. I think what it is that you're telling us is
Clue is a trip.
Name our children better names, more
Becky. Yes, Becky.
We never break any rules. If we speak well, if we leave the state that shows prejudice or discrimination and go to another state, I mean, that's what we should do instead of blaming this on racism. It doesn't exist anymore.
Exactly.
Racism. It's not. Let me tell you something.
I just gave him examples, and you know what he said to me? Why did she name a child Lakeisha? Like, really, is that the best you could do?
If you expect
that's the best you can do.
Take care of herself.
But
if 18 years.
But if Jamal has more education, more experience than Brad does, Jamal doesn't get the job because Jamal's name sounds ethnic. He's more experienced. He is more education.
Naming him.
Come on.
That sounds.
That is discrimination.
Okay, you guys, let's so Big Bad Bull posed a solution. He says crime is crime though. So are we willing to tolerate crime as long as the sentences are reduced? This is what we want to fight for. So that's the solution, is what he's asking.
That's not the premise that me nor OG Patrice had. The premise is when an individual commits a crime, give them the same sentence. There shouldn't be this large disparity between if I have a dime bag of marijuana and then if you, the white guy, have a pound of cocaine and I get 100 years in prison and you just get probation or a slap on the wrist. That's an issue.
And then so Big Bad Bull came back and saying, so it seems as though he's hearing Pooh Channel more clearly than we are. Maybe that's that male perspective. I don't know. I'm not too up on this type of discussion in that sense, but he goes on to say he's presenting a way to change the tide on us becoming a majority, at which point we can then become the system. Thus,
I'm not understanding that. I don't even understand that. I don't get that. In order for people to try to tell, to try to say Black people can conform to white supremacist race system by naming their children more white names, sounding names, or making sure they listen. Becky, Karen, Becky's, Amy's, and all those people are mostly white people. Listen. We should not live we should not conform our lives to what white people say it should be. That's just not how it should be.
A bunch of races that have the name Stanley. It's a bunch of races that has the name Kim. It's a bunch of it's not a white name. Okay.
But I'm saying white sounding names are more those Amy's and those people like that. I just said it.
White sounding name.
You just said, Lakeisha. You said Lakeisha was a black sounding name. Don't name your child
Lakeisha. A white sounding name, because I can name you other ethnicities use the same name.
Exactly. Some have the same and some don't. For the most part, though, we know most Black people ain't named Amy. Let's be real about that.
Question, so cool. What do you think about like Black people and their hairstyles?
What do you mean?
Should we change that as well? For instance, in the military.
Are you trying to say Black women in their hairstyles? Because men don't have a problem.
Excuse me?
The men don't have a problem. You trying to say Black women in their hairstyles?
Guys have locks and dreads and afros as well.
Okay. What kind of job are they going for?
The military, corporate America.
Corporate America. Okay, corporate America.
Corporate
America. If you're gonna go for corporate America, you're gonna have to go for the corporate look, or you're not gonna get the job. That's the bottom line.
So does that not give you a clue, Mr. Clue, that there is systemic
I like that.
racism
I like
if
that.
That's ironic.
that there is systemic racism if
It's not
as people,
racism, Miss Two
you gotta
Cents.
let me finish.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
How is that not systemic racism when you're telling that a person, their natural hair and the way that it grows, that it must change it to conform to a standard? If it's not messy, if it's not dirty, if it's not unkempt, why is there an issue for us to be able to wear our hair the way that we want?
In its
Be-
natural state.
Because, can I answer,
Yes.
please? Because white guys with long hair don't get the corporate job.
And what's
did you
that
get
got to do
quiet?
with the black person? What's
I'm
that got?
talking to Mrs. Two Cents, not you, OG. Mrs.
But
Two
I'm
Cents.
just asking a
Answering her
question.
question. White guys with that long hair, that long hippie hair, they don't get the
Mhm.
job. So it's not a race thing.
I beg to
It's a
differ.
corporate
I
look thing.
beg to differ.
Corporations want a certain look to sell their company. It has nothing to do with skin color.
Okay, another
It has
example then.
everything to do with the look they want to present to their clients, their associates, their alliances, the
Okay, I'll
partners.
give you that one clue. What about in the school system? Have you seen where the young black boys are having teachers to cut their locks in class? Or the rule where they said because of the uniform policy that the girls and the guys could not wear their hair in locks.
And 5, 4, 3, 2.
You silly.
She having fun over there.
We wait for your answer. Well, she wait for your answer.
I gotta be honest with you though, seriously, cool. I mean, the interaction and for you to have such a opposing view, it really improves my ability to articulate and to make my points more valid, substantiated. Me and OG,
Glad I could help.
just to let you know, thank you so much, sir.
See, that glass is full.
I'm glad I could help.
It's overflowing.
Oh my
Hey,
God.
hey, Clue, may I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
What generation are you?
Gen X,
Mm,
79.
okay. Are you originally from Texas?
Yep. Born and raised.
Okay, born and raised. Okay.
This is amazing.
What? I don't think like I'm born and raised from Texas.
Did he
Black
did
boy,
did,
born
did you answer the question though? I think I missed it. What did you say,
He,
Clue?
he surrendered.
Oh,
He did?
about the locks on the students, the black students.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't have an answer for that. I don't
I
have an
think
You
answer.
don't have an answer. So
No.
so you don't have an answer. One way is to think it is fair for a child that want to wear their natural state of locks in their hair, and then in its natural form to school. You think that it's okay for schools to cut children's hair or to request that their hair be cut? You don't have an answer for that.
I think it's okay for them to request for them to cut the hair, not actually cut the hair. No.
what would be the purpose for them requesting it?
Because like corporate America, they have a look.
No, public
This
schools,
is school.
not
This is
corporate
public
America.
school.
Public school, yeah, public school as well. I couldn't come dressed any kind of way when I went to public school. When I went to
We ain't
Scott
talking about
High
dress.
School
We
in
talking
Dallas.
about hair.
Let's be moving the goalposts. Don't
Hair
move
is
the
part of
goalposts.
dress. Hair
Do
is
you
a
know that they're
aesthetic.
at
It's
some of the
part of
most
dress.
prestigious schools? I used to work for DePaul University, and the students in there, their parents were wealthy. They used to come with purple hair, blue hair to college. So please miss me with that. That's an excuse. No, that's bull crap. They come to school, they dress in gothic clothing because they be into that gothic lifestyle, and their parents were wealthy. They can get away with it because they were white and did what they wanted to do.
And
It's
that's the
systemic
same,
racism in the school
that's the
system
same
as well.
school that didn't allow dreadlocks. That's the same exact school that didn't allow dreadlocks.
Ooh,
Oh,
what?
did you get quiet?
What? No, it didn't get quiet. But what are you saying? Like, you're not making sense, Clue. I'm talking about the difference in because you're white and you're privileged and you're wealthy. You could wear purple, green, and blue hair to college, but in grade school, a public school, a kid can't wear his hair in its natural state.
What I was saying, the same example, the same school that allowed the goth look, did they cut the dreads?
They didn't cut the hair.
That same school.
Oh my God!
Oh, we got quiet. Oh, I'm
oh
not the only one.
I cannot with you. I cannot with you.
I'm just asking the question.
I cannot with you, Clue. I really can't. Like, I can't. You have such cognitive dissonance. You do. Oh my God.
I would think that we probably get more clarity and input from your white wife than you.
That's good. That's a good analysis.
This is Kaya's fault. See what you started? Now all this whole
I just want to make sure
my lady. See?
No, I just want to make sure we had the total picture here. Like, I just want to make sure. That's
so
it.
Clue, do you have children, you and your lady?
No, she has children. I don't.
Okay, you don't have any together. Okay.
Right.
So let me ask you a hypothetical.
Okay.
So if you have children with your lady, they're going to be biracial. Are you going to teach them about their Black history at all, and their ancestors, which are your ancestors that came over here on a transatlantic slave, and how everything came to be?
Both.
Would you explain the Black side to them?
The Black side, yes, and also the white British side, because they are part of both.
That's fair, because that's fair, because I actually sat on a panel today where somebody told me that they will not do that to their child who is a Black man married to a Black woman, and I just was floored. But anyway, but at least you did say that's fair. That's fair. And I say that because I have biracial grandchildren. So, and I tell my son, I make sure that my son explain his side of the history as well as his white mother's side of the history. So if you look on my avatar, that is a picture of my son with Colin Powell. My son was honored at the White House. I raised him, and he is a high ranking. He was in the military, in the Air Force. He served his country. He came home. He became a mentor for lower urban in poor neighborhoods for students through a program called City Year that Clinton put in the office, and he rose his way all the way up to the top where he is now vice president of a nonprofit organization. He was honored. And this is when the Bush administration was in office. So that's him with Colin Powell on that picture. But my son was honored. And I raised him as a single mother. And I grew up on the south side of Chicago in Inglewood. Okay. So I know that things are possible, but it still doesn't not cause me to fight for my people, because I instilled in my son his history and told him to never forget that he was, he come off the backs of giants, of shoulders. I don't let him forget that. So to this day, he still gives back to the very community that he was born and raised in.
You did a good job.
She did awesome. That's profound.
Awesome job. Yeah, I agree. Good job.
And you see, Clue, although you guys call it the Victim Olympics, we don't use it to actually.
I didn't call what she just said the Victim Olympics.
No, not that particular issue, but I'm referring to the term, because if it was a Victim Olympics, she would have used every reason why, one, as a single mother, I can't do it because I'm Black and they holding me down.
Right. And they held me down. No.
She chose
not. That would have been Victim Olympics.
She chose not to join the Victim Olympics. See, what if she chose to join the Victim Olympics and say,
but I'm still fighting for my people, though, Clue. I'm still fighting for my people to get reparations. I'm a part of ADOS. I'm ADOS. So I am fighting for something still, even though I've had success in my life. I've been in the entertainment industry for over 20 years. I've toured all over the world and worked with some major stars that you probably know the name of. I raised my son, who's very successful as a single mother, but I never forgot where I came from. That little girl from the south side of Chicago that grew up poor. I never forgot that, and I pay it forward every day of my life. I instilled that in my son, and I am fighting as a part of ADOS right now to get reparations, because I do know that my ancestors, when I did my African lineage, I know what very tribe I come from, my ancestors came from. That meant something to me. I have a great grandmother right now, a great aunt right now that's in a nursing home. Still have all her faculty. She kept a deed that was passed down from her great great grandmother, who was a slave. She just won her case after 100 years. Somebody, the slave masters, the white supremacy, came in and stole their property from them. She just won. I'm glad she's living to see and know, while she's still alive, that she just won her case after 100 years of fighting it. And though she may not live to enjoy the fruits of it, but her ancestors that are here now will enjoy the fruits of that because it's worth millions of dollars. It's in Pennsylvania, and it's owned by some white people that has a mini shopping mall built on her property, or of her great grandparents who were slaves.
Oh,
so that's why I fight for things like that, because those type of atrocities still going on today. So it definitely exists. She just won her case literally 3 months ago.
But Clue, do you see that we've had this
Wait
different
a minute.
opinions,
I had
but
a
we
question
didn't
for
curse
OG.
each other out. And I know Big Bad Bull said that we were giving him mental stress. But honestly,
I know, I think I missed one.
Honestly, I think the conversations are important.
I had a question for OG though. I had a question. 15 years ago, did you use the term ADOS 15 years ago?
I've got to bring
No, I did not use the term ADOS 15 years ago. ADOS is an organization that was created by American descendants of slaves to get the reparations.
Why are you defining yourself by slavery though? Why?
What? Oh my God.
Defining yourself by slavery?
I'm not defining myself. That's the name of the organization.
It's
the organization is named.
Name. Don't you think?
Okay.
It's a terrible name?
Okay. I'm done. I'm not going down this rabbit hole with you, Clue. I'm not going down this rabbit hole with you.
Define yourself by slavery.
But the thing, we are descendants of our ancestors who were brought over here on the transatlantic slave trade. And that's what they were called, Clue. It's not I didn't name them. They were called slaves, Clue. I'm pretty sure if you went to your lineage, I'm pretty sure you have ancestors that were slaves too. More than likely.
You're defining yourself by slavery by calling yourself.
Well, I am the descendant of slaves.
Why?
I am a descendant of slaves.
That's what I mean by
I'm not using the name per se. That's the name of the organization. That's what they named it.
You are adopting it for yourself.
Okay, you know what, Clue? I am fighting for reparations that the Jews got, that the Japanese got, that the Native Americans got, and a lot of other ethnicities got. Our people are owed it. I am fighting for that. Period, point blank.
I have a question. Is that word? Because I've been hearing it like the last few days. ADOS, I guess, is what was said. That's an organization, or
ADOS.
Something?
Yes, ADOS. Yeah, go to ADOS. ADOS, American Descendants of Slave. Go to ADOS101.com.
Okay, I thought people were saying Adolf. Yeah.
No, it's ADOS. Yeah, ADOS.
Oh, okay. That's why I was getting confused right there. Like, okay.
So we have a Black agenda to get past, we have a Black agenda asking for things that we want in order to be able to create Black communities, Black wealth, so we can bridge the wealth gap that is between our white counterparts and our Black counterparts. We are only 13% of the population, and we only have 1.2% of the wealth, and a lot of the celebrities are included in that 1.2%.
Programs.
Okay,
So
so
for
then we-
every,
but
so
then
the
we gotta
average
work-
for
we
the
gotta
average
work
for
harder
every
then.
white
We only
household
got
for every
1%.
wait a
eight
minute.
gotta work
hundred
harder.
and $40,000, we are $840,000 per household behind the 8 ball of the same average
And we
white
have
household.
to get to work. We don't need handouts.
Oh
We
my
have to
God,
get
here
to
we go.
work.
Handout. How is a
Okay,
We have
debt
to
a
get to
handout?
work.
Please
If we
tell
are
me
behind the 8 ball, we need to
how
get
is
in
a
front of the
debt?
8 ball.
What is a debt? Do you know what a debt mean, Clue? What is a debt?
Yes, I know what it is. That's owed, amount owed, accounts payable. Yes, I know what
Okay,
a debt is.
so that is a debt that is owed. So that is never a handout. It was
How is
given to
how
all
is it
those other
owed?
ethnicities that I just named that you didn't seem to have a problem with. But when I said it for us, you have a problem with it. But all the other
slavery,
ethnicities that got it, you didn't have a problem when I named them. Only when
but
I said that we
slavery,
trying to get it for us.
but darling, slavery was legal.
Big
That
bad
was a
bull.
legal institution.
But it was still an atrocity. It was still
But
wrong.
it was a legal
And
atrocity.
the government sanctioned it, permitted it, allowed it, and no one never paid for that. Nobody ever went to
It was
prison. Nobody ever
legal.
got punished or
Why
none
would
of that.
they
It
go?
does
Why
not
would they go
matter.
to
It
jail
was
for a
still an
legal
atrocity.
institution?
It doesn't matter that it was legal. It was
So
wrong.
who created that legal institution?
But
Exactly.
it was
Jeez.
legal though.
It
So
doesn't
you
matter.
saying
A lot of stuff was legal that was wrong. So was the
in our
Homestead Act.
history,
It was legal to give for white people to get property and not black people.
in our history, for a while, people could drink at 18. So should we go back and arrest all those people who had drinks at 18 back
Oh,
then?
please. You cannot
It's the
compare the
same
two.
thing. Yes, it is.
Please stop it,
Legal.
Clue. You can't compare the two. You try to, oh, come on.
Slavery was legal. It was
You
legal.
cannot compare the two. That
It
just
was not
because
a
they
crime to
just
own a
because
slave.
the system made it legal doesn't mean it wasn't wrong. Doesn't mean that the debt that was owed should not be paid just because it was legal. It's a
Yes,
lot of things
that's
that legal that
exactly
ain't
what it
right.
means, OG.
No, no, it
legal.
does not. No,
Yes,
it does
does.
not. Clue,
What
no.
law was broken during slavery? What law was broken? Tell me the law that was broken during slavery.
The Homestead Law.
Once
Get
they
out
were
of the
free, they
emotions.
kept
You got
them
to think
under
logically
slavery.
here. You got to think the Constitution.
The
What law was broken
Constitution, the
during
13th
slavery?
Amendment, all of these things were written hundreds of years ago. They need to be amended. They need to be revised. Some of them need to be abolished. Let's be real about that.
But before the 13th Amendment, it was legal to own slaves. You might think it's wrong. It is wrong. But
And that's why the debt is owed, because the government acknowledged that.
Because there was no crime committed.
No.
Okay, I cannot with you. I cannot with you.
I know.
Big bad bull. No, that's not possible. You can't dismantle a system that you did not create.
Exactly.
For you or by you.
Why he talking about go to another state that's owned by the same system? And we own nothing. That's the problem. We don't control anything and we don't own anything. When our ancestors were brought over here, everything was taken from us. Our native language. That's why we have such problem with the English language. Why today? It's not our native language. Our heritage, our culture, our religion, everything was taken. Our last name. Our last name, that's not our last name. Let's be real. Everything was wiped away and taken from us. We are the only race of people that don't have any true nothing.
We have a country. It's called America.
Oh my God.
I
cannot with you. I cannot with you.
Your country.
Is that 80?
All right.
Yes, it is. Yes. May I say something, please? I think and brother, you have your perspective. It is what it is, and you're sharing your perspective. But I think that's why a lot of times when it comes to women of color, that's why sometimes they have a hard time respecting us as black men. You know what I mean? Because we sit here and we act like we're not aware of the struggles and the things that we have had to overcome as a people. You know, and it still affects us at this day. You know, people giving you clear examples of what's going on. Now you can keep your perspective respectively, you know what I mean, but you have to understand the things that you're saying, you know, are dangerous and they are detrimental to people trying to move forward and make progress. But you can still have your perspective. That is completely fine.
Me or
And
her?
no, you can have your perspective. It's completely fine.
What
But
I'm saying is dangerous. How who am I
it
hurting?
It's very dangerous. It's very
Who did I
dangerous.
hurt?
Not
Who am I
because
hurting
you're
by what
saying,
Okay,
I'm
let
saying?
04 talk. 84 talk. He hasn't talked for a
yes,
while.
yes,
Okay.
it's dangerous because, you know, you're basically saying that something, you know, that does exist actually does, and you're holding back people who are trying to actually move forward, to try to move forward and make progress. Now, we're not saying that people aren't responsible for doing what they have to do to be better. Of course, they should be responsible, but you have to understand systematically what has gone on with this country and what continues to go on, whether through redlining, police brutality, et cetera, or other forms of oppression that's continually affecting our people. You know what I mean? So, you know, definitely black people are not accountable for the system. We're not accountable for being slaves. We're not accountable for our religion and our identity being stolen. You know what I mean? Treated as less than human. You know, we're not accountable for any of these laws or amendments or anything else. This was a system that was in thrust upon us. You know what I mean? But we are responsible for now how we handle that system and what we do to make things better. You know what I mean? And reparations are due and they are owed. You know, we need to be paid our reparations as soon as possible. And we need to fight as much as we can to get reparation because of the harm that's been done to our people. You know what I mean? Over hundreds of years. There's no form of punishment that's been done over hundreds of years that either governmental wise it hasn't been paid for, or systematically it hasn't been paid for, or the people haven't been treated, you know, in a better way to improve their actual living situation and morale. You know what I mean? So, you know, there's clear examples of how this has happened. So if you sit here and say that doesn't happen, either you're naive to this and you just don't know, you know, history based on African culture in America, or, you know, you're just being a troll. I don't know which one, bro, whichever one you want to choose, or maybe this is really your perspective.
I'm not
Maybe this is really your perspective. I'm just throwing some things out there. I'm not trying to insult you, but maybe this is really your perspective. If it is, you know, I definitely respect your perspective, but understand that what you're saying is dangerous and why it is dangerous. You know, with that, hold on, let me finish with that. With that being said, I do have to go. I will allow you to rebuttal, brother. I will definitely allow you to rebuttal, but I do have to go. So I'm definitely listening, but I do have to go after that.
Well, my question was, Mr. 84, I know you got to go, but okay, I'm so dangerous. Let me ask you this. The vast majority of people in prison, do you think their politics are more on my side or Patrice's? Your honest opinion on that.
Oh, most definitely. I believe what OG Patrice is saying is right on and factual. You know, she told you about the 13th Amendment.
I asked about the people in prison. Do you think their politics are closer to mine or hers?
Well, I'm not a part of the criminal justice system. You're asking a question.
Okay.
You're asking, but just because something
I'm so
is dangerous,
you cannot say
that
the majority of people in prison. You can't say that the majority of people in prison more reflect me than her.
Clue.
Yes, ma'am.
Let him answer your question first, and then you can continue. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, we have a lot of people who have ways of thought that are negative and detrimental. You have politicians that have thoughts that are negative and detrimental. They're not arrested. They're not put in jail. You have business owners who have sabotaged people. You know, Enron, for example. You know what I mean? Have sabotaged and hurt people. You know what I mean? Some of them got persecuted. Some of them didn't. You know what I mean? So, you know, of course, there's a lot of, you know, the banking system. You know what I mean? Like, well, let's just shit about Wells Fargo. So, yeah, sometimes the infractions will come down, but sometimes it doesn't. You know what I mean? You know, because we know the justice system is about money, and it's also about, you know, your racial, ethnic background. And a lot of times the powers that be are not in favor or not in line with what African people need and what we need across the board. And there's plenty of examples of that. There's plenty of examples of us not receiving, you know, justice, which should be, right and basically, unbiased. We're not receiving that, and we haven't received that ever while we're in this country. And there's plenty of examples of that. And you can research it, you can Google it, you can go to the library. It's very easy to find of why these things are happening and why they have happened.
Go ahead, Clue.
Well, you still haven't said that people like me. You haven't explained that dangerous people like me aren't filling up the prisons. If we're so dangerous, we should be filling the prisons up. We're bad people, right? It seems like the prisons are filled more with people that think like Patrice. That's just
no.
my opinion.
He didn't mean in that way. Like, you're totally taking it out of content now. What you're saying?
How so?
That's not the perspective. You're trying to get him to align.
Let's take 84, so we're not holding him up, because I think he said he had to go. And I just want to respect.
But it's like he's trying to create a narrative to get it just because 84 is not agreeing with him.
84 real quick. Wait, you guys, please. Thank you so much, 84, for coming up and having the conversation with us. I really wholeheartedly appreciate you, and I look forward to us meeting up again.
Definitely, we will. I'll definitely be on again whenever you're on. Thank you, Mrs. 2 Cents, for your perspective, too. I appreciate you. OG Patrice, it's always a pleasure. I definitely love your perspective, sister. You definitely have some great insight. And yes, I wasn't trying to, I'm not trying. You're taking it definitely in a different way, Clue. I'm not trying to, basically, demonize you or trying to make it seem like you belong in prison. But there's a lot of people who have different thoughts and perceptions that can cause, things to happen that are not in benefit of others. You know what I mean? And it's just like I said, it's just your opinion. It's just your perspective. You know what I mean? I don't align with it or agree with it, but it's still your perspective. So yes.
You said what I say is dangerous. I was just wondering if it's so dangerous, then people like me should be filling the prisons up. That's all I'm saying.
You're allowed to think whatever you want in this country. That doesn't mean that you're going to be in prison for what you think. You can think whatever you want. There's people who are racist. There's people who are sexist. There's people who are different things. You can come from any type of ideology. That doesn't mean you're going to be in prison for it.
Okay, so people who listen to me should be doing things to get them in prison. Why aren't they doing that?
I never said that. I never said that either.
What? I straight think you capping, Clue. Like,
I'm talking to you, 84.
I
hope that you have a great night and good luck with your conversation that you're going to have in progress.
And please tell us one more time. Oh, I'm sorry, and tell us one more time the name of your channel so we can share that. 84.
Definitely. Thank you. And thank you, Just Kai, for having me on. I really appreciate this experience. It's called Knowledge and Relationships. Okay, Knowledge and Relationships. We stream Monday and Thursday. That is our flagship show at 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I will definitely be back. I'm definitely watching, and I'll definitely be hopping in the comments. Definitely. Thank you so much. Much love.
Shout out to you, Knowledge and Relationships.
Thank you. Thank you, OG Patrice, and thank you, Mrs. 2 Cents. Thank you, too, Clue. Thank you. Thank you all.
All right. Bye-bye.
Okay, now you guys can go back.
Clue is dangerous. Clue is dangerous.
I'm coming to get you.
What I wanted to
I'm
say
coming to
to
get
Clue,
you, Patrice.
You asked the question, Clue, when you say, why are men like you, if you're so dangerous, not locked up? Well, the system don't want you locked up. You are helping their cause, so they don't want you locked up.
You're giving the system way too much credit.
That part, Kai. That part.
Thank you. I'm not too educated about what you guys are really talking about, but I'm a good listener, so that's what I'm hearing.
Giving them way too much credit. No,
you know what? No, Clue. It's a lot of people that align with your views.
Understand that I'm not giving you bad news. I'm not giving any bad advice. I'm not. I just want to get people out of that oppression mindset. It's been hurting people for so long.
But please tell me, why is the mindset oppressed or victim Olympic? Because you're fighting for something that's right. So why do you have to be victimized? I mean, we're still living our lives, we're still working, we're still owning business, right. We're doing the same thing that you're doing, except for we are fighting for something.
You just told
So
me we don't
what
own
makes you a victim because you're fighting for something?
You just told me we don't own anything. Now you're saying we're owning business.
Okay, no, I said when I say we are, I meant like we own cars and homes. I'm not talking about the system. We don't own or control the system, the big machine that has the power to turn the lights on or off. That's what I'm saying. But I'm talking about as a whole. So to me, you know, a victim is a person that's crying, that you know has been victimized, and it is crying for justice for something, right? But if you are still working, got businesses, raising your children, getting educated, you're still doing all those things, but you're just trying to get a debt owed to us. What makes us a victim? Because we're saying you can, if the government can pay all of the other races I just named for the atrocities against them, why can't they pay the debt for the atrocities against slaves? So how is that in any way being a victim, whatever they call it, victim, whatever. Victim Olympics, thank you.
I just told you slavery was legal.
Oh,
they don't owe you anything.
Please tell me something better than slavery was legal.
They don't owe you anything.
No, it was a lot of laws that were legal that are wrong.
They don't owe you anything, Miss.
That's not true. They do. It's a debt.
Legal.
Have you ever done your research on the debt that was owed?
I did my research and found out slavery was legal. The entire time.
But you didn't do the research to find out that it was a debt owed called 40 Acres and a Mule that we never got. And actually, right after the Civil War, when Lincoln approved of the 40 Acres and a Mule, when he was assassinated, what's his name? Andrew Johnson became his predecessor. I think he was the vice president at the time, and he reversed the law. That's why we never got it. But guess what they also did, Clue? The very money that they were supposed to give to the free slaves, they had to come back and work for them under the sharecropping law. Now we're going into Reconstruction and all of that, right? Guess who they gave our money to? They gave back to the slave masters. Clue, did you know that? So we never got that debt.
Did you know that there were black slave masters? Did you know that?
What's that?
Did you know that there were black slave masters?
Absolutely, I do. I absolutely do. There were people that were in Africa that were selling their own people. Yes, I know that, and they are a part of it.
No, I'm talking about here on this land.
And it's possible. I'm sure it was, Clue, but I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about the ones that came over on the transatlantic slave trade. Those are the ones I'm talking about right now. See, it's funny how we want to group a whole bunch of other race of people in with black people when we're strictly talking about Negroes right now. We're talking about black people. I'm not talking about no other race of people that were enslaved. They have their own fight to fight.
I said they were black slave owners. This race, the race we're talking about right now, they own slaves.
Yes, I know that. And they are part of the problem. Yes, they are the Uncle Toms and Coons that you see today. They just in a different form. That's all. But they align with the same values and morals that those people that look like you and me sold their own people. Absolutely, you're right. They were a part of the problem. I agree with you on that, but you have a problem agreeing with facts, with receipts that was bought. It's in history, Clue. You can't deny history. You can't deny the receipts.
I tell you what, Ms. Patrice, and since this is a public show, this is a contract. If reparations go through, you can have mine. You can have my end because I don't want it. You can have
please.
Have my
shut up, please. Shut up, Clue. Shut up. You don't mean that. You ain't gonna turn no check down. Get out of here. Miss me with the bull. Miss me with the bull, Clue. Miss me with the bull.
I don't want it. There's a question for you.
Okay, you ain't turned down no free money, Clue. I don't care what you say. Please
I
read
know.
it
You
to
can
me,
have
Miss
that.
Kai.
You can have that money. You can have
Would
that money.
land be an
OG,
acceptable
would
payment?
land be an acceptable payment?
Land is one of the number one things that ADOS is asking for. We need resources, and resources look like everything that was taken from us. We want land.
Buy
We
land.
want,
You want
oh
land?
my
Buy it.
God.
Buy it.
Clue, I'm answering the lady's
Listen,
question, Clue.
what's
Clue,
wrong
let
with
her
buying
answer the
land?
question. Wait, Clue, let her answer the question because it was asked of her.
Okay. I'm sorry.
So some of the things that we are asking for, definitely land is like one of the number one things, because land allows you to be able to build infrastructure, to be able to build resources, to be able to build, if you want to start a business, to a Black community, like whatever. That is one of the main things that is on the Black agenda that ADOS has as a part of the infrastructure. We also coming for the cannabis industry, because we also know that it's only 2% Black people owns in the cannabis industry, and the government has benefited and became very wealthy off the very backs of the Black men that they put in prison for that very thing. 20 and 30-year sentence for marijuana. Now that is now legal. We're coming after the banking institutions that traded slaves, but that the slave masters traded slaves in to get bank loans. I'm just naming some. So we going after the housing, that the red line, that denied veterans, and that denied a lot of people housing when they fought after the Civil War and World War I. They come home. Our Black veterans, only 2 out of the hundreds of Black veterans were able to buy houses. Out of all those Black men that came out of slavery, that stood on the front line to fight in that Confederate war, only 2 were allowed to get housing. So we're coming after the housing institutes. We're coming after the education institution, because our ancestors were denied education. It was illegal for them to learn to read and write. So we're coming for that as well. And we coming in the form of, we're asking for trust funds to be set up. We asking for annuities to be set up, and we want grants in some of those very things I named, plus a lump sum check and monthly payments, just like the Native Americans are getting right now. These are some of the things that ADOS is asking for. And I would employ you to at least go to ADOS101.com and look at the agenda of everything we're asking for, because we don't have resources. The wealth gap is astronomical between the average white household and the average Black household. They had a 450 plus year head start, and for every white household, there's $840,000 more than the average Black household, and that is real, in real time, right now, today, Clue.
Well, this gentleman has a good point. This gentleman has a good point. Who gets the check? With Big Bad
OG,
Bull
yeah.
saying?
So Big Bad Bull says,
I'll go ahead.
blah blah blah. Exactly why it will never happen. A flat check is the only thing that will ever make sense. However, the problem is determining who specifically will get the flat check.
Okay, now he can say blah blah blah. He can say it'll never happen. That's his opinion or whatever. But we're not. I just named all the things, and we're not asking for a flat check. And also, ADOS is because we know, because of a lot of the atrocities that has been passed down generation to generation, we know we are not financially literate, right? So we're asking to be trained, for our people that qualify to be trained in financial literacy, and we need mental health and physical health treatment, because we want to be able to grow gardens, grow healthy foods, because Black people are some of the poorest. We have some of the poorest, what do you call them? Communities that have food deserts, unhealthy foods, and things of that nature. So these are some of the starts that we're asking to just even get our people mentally ready and physically ready, and financially take financial literacy classes. These are some of the things that ADOS is asking for through the reparations. We're not saying just give us a check. And the people that qualifies, if any one person in your household is a descendant of slaves, you qualify. If you are non-ADOS, meaning if you were of the islands, you were dropped off in Jamaica, Trinidad, Barbados, all those places, you have your separate reparations to get. I'm talking about, this is for American descendants of slaves. These are, so even if you are a non-ADOS person, but you are married to a Black man and or Black woman, it is traced back that they ancestors were descendants of slaves. They are descendants of slaves. You will qualify. Other than that, you will not qualify. So that's the very reason why Obama denied it, because his father was from Kenya and his mother was Irish. That's why Kamala denied it, because she's of Indian and Jamaican descent. She wouldn't qualify. So people like that, of course, they're going to deny the bill. But we are fighting. We're going to go forward. We're going to take it to Congress. And we're going to say, just like our other racial counterparts, we want ours too. Evanston, Illinois just got some form of reparation for redlining. Asheville, North Carolina just got $2 million for the massacre atrocities that they received. Providence, Rhode Island just got some form of reparations. It's on the table for California. It is even on the table for our allies in Jamaica. So it is possible. It is on the table. People are getting it. It's starting to happen. If you do not want, if this is not your fight, if you feel blah and whatever, sit over there, exit stage left, be an ally or don't be an ally, but don't sit and talk about people that are fighting to get something and you are fighting to get nothing. That's what I have the problem with, the people that want to say it's victim Olympics and this and that and that. It's easy to sit on a panel and call it a name and a title for people, but we're fighting for something. But I bet you if you qualify for that check and just so happen you may get it, you're not going to turn the money down, but you ain't out here fighting for nothing, but you stand for anything.
But
well, you got clues,
men don't have
Drop
that
the mic.
luxury though. That's what you're missing out on, Ms. Patrice. Men don't have that luxury that you have.
What luxury?
Well,
what luxury do I have?
You're fighting for reparations. Okay, let's say you were single and you met a man. You ask him, "What do you do?" So what do you do? And he says, "Baby, I'm fighting for reparations."
Oh, clue, please. Come on. Your whole analysis has nothing to do with what I'm saying.
Oh,
do you know there are men that are part of reparations? We even have white women for reparations because they know that the atrocities was done through their ancestors. We have a coalition of women that are Caucasian that are helping us fight for this.
Exactly. You made my point.
But what baffles me is when it's my own people that look just like me. We fight our own people more than we fight any other race of people. And that's the sad part.
Expected to produce.
That's so true.
Nobody wants to hear that you're fighting for reparations as a man. We're expected to produce money. Tangible
and it's
goods.
still and the very men that are fighting for reparation, these are men that have jobs. So I don't get it. What you acting like that we are just people that just that this is our only goal in life. We live a life. We have jobs. We have families. We have businesses.
But if you
like what I don't get it.
Time to fight for reparations.
Well, then don't fight.
If you're head of household
go build,
like I am,
go exit stage left and go build. But don't complain about the ones that are fighting.
I never complain. I like my country. You're the one that don't like this country.
I never said that. I I just said my country our country needs to pay the debt that they owe. Period. They need to pay the debt that they owe. Period. If I owe you $20, Clue, that is a debt. I owe it. Period. Period, point blank, and the explanation point. I owe you. If you loaned me $20, I owe it to you. No, big bad bull, I can't. All right, I turned it down, but I got a big mouth anyway.
Me too.
I got
I
a big.
hear
Oh,
you, girl.
if I'm giving you a migraine, that's good, Big Back Bull, because you one of the ones that said it was Victim Olympics. So I'm glad I'm giving you a migraine
It
tonight.
is
Get a
Victim
migraine,
Olympics.
but I gotta love you anyway.
It is Victim
I
Olympics.
love it.
My dear. It is Victim Olympics. It is. That's
What you say,
exactly what it
Clue?
is. It
What you
is
say,
Victim
Clue?
Olympics.
It's
How can you
how is
not
it
see
Victim
it's Victim
Olympics?
Olympics? It
How?
is. Because the
How, Clue?
country
Please
doesn't
explain
owe
that.
you a thing. They don't owe us anything. They don't. They don't
So a
owe
debt
us
is not.
anything.
So a debt is not something
It's not a
owed.
debt. It's not a debt. We were
It is the
sold by
debt.
West Africans. We
It
were
was a debt.
sold by West Africans.
But Clue, it's a
Legal
debt, honey.
sale. A legal
It's
sale.
a it's a
We're going
debt,
back to
Clue.
the beginning.
We weren't
Clue,
stolen.
Clue,
We
it's a
weren't
debt.
robbed. We
A
weren't
debt is a
kidnapped.
debt.
We were
Just like a
sold.
deal is a
We
deal.
were sold. A deal was
Wait,
made.
wait, wait. How
The
was we
sale of us
sold
from
by
West
people that
Africans
didn't
to
own
Europe.
us in the first place, Clue? How are we sold by people who
Okay,
didn't own us in the
see,
first
They
Big
owned
Bad
us.
place?
Bull.
West
Stop
Africans
dissecting
owned us.
everything I say. I live in this country, but
Kaya.
I don't own this
West
country. That's what I
Africans
Am I
meant by
missing
that,
something?
Big Bad Bull.
They
So stop
sold
this
us
dissecting
to
everything I say.
Europeans. They
Huh?
sold
They
us
Ain't
to
no
what?
flip
Europeans.
flopping.
Wait a minute, OG. I want to hear what he's saying. What happened?
West Africans owned us. They sold us to Europeans. That was
Not
a
How
all
so?
of them.
transaction. That was a transaction.
Not all of them.
Wait, West
Not all of
Africans
them, Clue.
owned black people before
Yes,
slavery
that's where we
began?
came from. We came from
Not
West Africa. We were
not all
sold
of them.
by.
Don't listen
We
to
were
him, girl. Not
slaves
all of
over
them.
there.
I've never heard this before. I'm like,
Kaya,
Look it
not
up.
all of them. There were some blacks that sold us into slavery. Yes, some African people, they were traders. They sold us. They absolutely did. It was a transitional thing. Yes, they were a part of the major atrocities. Yes, they were. But not all of them.
So what
Majority of them
happened to the other ones?
that was stolen, taken,
Stolen.
that was
I
on
heard
that
that part.
Stolen out of
transatlantic.
Africa.
Huh?
The Europeans stole them out of Africa. A
They
totally
took them.
different continent.
They took them. They took a lot of them. They took a lot of them, not of their free will. They took them, Clue.
They were
All of them
Okay,
weren't sold.
OG.
They
We
were
have a good
slaves
question.
over
It says,
there.
what part of this debt does Africa owe?
Oh,
That-
that's
what-
a good question.
Listen,
Good question. I love that one, Miss Karen.
So Africa is a part of it. The ones that were a part of the slave trade, they are part of it. We're not leaving them out, Clue. So the debt that is owed right to this day is somewhere in between 12 and 14 trillion dollars. And Africa, parts of Africa, and I believe like places like Nigeria and other parts, but I'm not sure exactly of all of them, but I know for sure Nigeria is one. Yes, absolutely. We're including the people that were a part of the atrocity.
You think they're going to pay it?
If they owe it, they should pay it just like
But are they
the
gonna
government should.
Are they going to pay it though? Is there a plan to get them to pay it?
Yes, they're part of the agenda. They are part of the agenda.
Okay.
Yeah, they are a part of the agenda. But this were things were sanctioned and permitted by the government that allowed that to happen. The government allowed that to happen.
Okay, so Big Bad Bull is it seemed like saying the same thing as about our own ancestors sold us out. Africa is the ones that truly owe us reparation, and honestly, they are always telling us to bring our asses back and talents back home to Africa.
Yeah, but not all of them though, big Bad Bull. Not all of Africa owes us. So that statement, yeah.
I never knew that. So
yeah,
okay.
no, some African
It was a
ancestors.
slave trade. It was a slave trade.
But
not a
before
slave
even here, it literally in slavery, or was it like in the sense to where you had like housemates or they were part of the family, but in like a maid servant's position, but were they literally slaves? Like they bought them from somewhere else?
Am
I
over
missing
there
the whole
in
point?
Africa. They were slaves over there in Africa. They just were bought by another buyer called the European.
They were bought by the white slave master. It was a transaction. It was a transactional thing.
Yes.
Wow, I have never heard that before.
Which
Yeah,
means there
it
is
is
no
true.
debt because there was a transaction made. It was a payment paid. So where's the debt? It's a debt if they were stolen.
The debt is owed by the government. That's the debt. Because they were brought here to America.
Legally.
And
that's the problem.
No, they were not. A lot of them were stolen off of their native land. That's not true, Clue.
How do you steal somebody from their native land? How do you do that?
Come on, Clue.
Oh,
They kidnapped them. They took them by gun force. They had guns. Africa didn't have any guns. They only had knives, bow and arrows, and shit that they hunted with. Let's be real about that. So you gonna bring a knife to a gunfight?
Oh God. Okay. You got me. You got me. You got me.
I'm not trying to get you. It's not about getting you. It's not about that. It's about dialogue, and we're dialoguing.
I'm just saying, men don't have the luxury to fight for reparations. We got to produce.
No, but we have men that are. We have men that are on our team that are business owners. They are fathers and husbands. So that's not true. They're taking the time to fight. Big bad bull, blah, blah,
when they have
blah.
spare time from their business,
right.
When they have spare time from their business and producing for their family, then they'll fight for reparations, right?
Yeah, they're husbands and fathers and business owners. But what they do is they put they put funds into this fight because this is a bill we're trying to get passed. And there's an ADOS in almost every state. Okay. I'm a part of ADOS Nevada, even though I don't live there anymore, because where I live now, they don't even have a freaking ADOS. So my plan is to possibly create one here in the state where I am now. But I still claim ADOS Nevada, but yeah.
Well, good luck to you guys. Good luck.
See, that's
Get your
it. Now,
money,
see,
honey.
if you just said that from the beginning, we wouldn't have never had to even go through all this. Damn, we just saying, if you don't want to fight, you don't agree, it ain't your fight, just say good luck. Be an ally and just sit on the side and just say good luck with that. I can accept that. Okay. I really can. I truly can accept that. Because the part of that is so hard is our fight is we fight our own people. We don't fight the people, the white people. We fight our own people that look like you and I. I'm Black. And that's the part that's that's the part that's so frustrating. It really is. Everybody ain't gotta be in the fight. You might be fighting for something or whatever, or got something going on. And I'd be like, hey, that's your fight. I respect what you're doing. I wish you well in that. I'm not going to say, oh, you victim Olympic for that. You did it. But our own people do it more than anybody.
Because it is victim Olympics.
Oh, shut up, Clue. Shut it up. If you say that again, I'm going to come through this. I'm going to choke you.
That's the thing. I'm not fighting against you. I'm not fighting against you. But
okay, all right. I don't appreciate the labels. That's all. The labels is I know it comes from a specific platform of a specific person that said it, and Black people love taking other people's stuff and running with it because y'all want to feel important. That's okay. Y'all wear something out. When one Black people say something that y'all respect so much because they sit on a platform and sit up there and use a name just because y'all want to look up to somebody, y'all take it and y'all run with it. And you know what I'm talking about. You and Big Bad Bull. You Black folk love doing that to each other. Black folk love doing that to each other.
This was my talking point since before YouTube was invented. I've been saying this. This is my own stuff. I'm not repeating what someone else says. This is my own. These are my own thoughts.
Okay, now, see, Big Bad Bull. See, again, I just got through repeating this. Of course, there are other ways that we leveling up, and we are leveling up. That still doesn't mean we can't fight. I don't get What you people act like, you people act like that this is like our whole life, like this fight for reparations. I am on a team of people that are business owners, Big Bad Bull, families, fathers, mothers. They got children. They work jobs. They are leveling up, but that still does not stop them from fighting. Why do people act like that this is the whole shebang of a person's life just because we are part of an organization that's fighting for something? That's just because we're fighting for something doesn't mean we're not leveling up. I don't get that. I do not. You literally can do multiple things at one time in this world, right? It's called multitasking. You literally can be a part of an organization that's fighting for a cause and still live your life and still work a job and still start a business and still raise a family. These are people that are doing that. Oh my God. Like, I cannot, like, y'all try to use every excuse in the world. I sit on ADOS with people that are business owners. Now, how much leveling up and prosperity you want people to get? They own homes, they work jobs, they raise families, but they still are fighting for something. And the main people that's complaining and calling it a name and telling people what to do, I ain't doing a damn thing. That's the problem. Ain't fighting for shit and falling for everything. Like somebody that sit on panels and call a name Victim Olympics, and you take that and run with it because you got nothing else better to do or nothing else to call it. Ain't fighting for shit. But you sit and you fight. You guys are followers. Y'all looking for a leader.
She ain't done. You stay right here, Clue.
Oh, I gotta go. It's my last.
Yeah, I know you gotta go now because you don't want to hear. Sit over there on panels of other men that look like you, that name something, and y'all want to be like them so bad. Why do black people do that? Y'all want to be like other men so bad.
I don't want to be like anybody but myself.
Oh yeah, you do. Y'all, I see it. I watch it on panels all the time. Y'all will take something that y'all will take something that what's that man KS? What's his name? Him and other people.
On that note,
all them other men, y'all love that, and they can say one thing, and y'all will take it and run with it.
Hello, I'm not.
You already know. I know.
That group. Hello.
Y'all are followers. Y'all are followers. You're not leaders. You're followers.
Patrice, I'm not part of that group. You won't see me on those panels. I'm not part of that group. You're talking about somebody else.
Who panels you be on, Clue? Okay, tell me, Clue, who panel you be on?
This one. This is my first panel.
No, Clue, I seen, ain't you Clue TV?
I am the Clue channel. You talk about somebody else. If you don't see that logo, that ain't me.
Okay, maybe I saw something
there on Anton talking about me.
I'm not on his panel.
Oh, okay. See, I knew I saw that thing before.
On his panel.
But I have never seen him on a panel. That is
no, maybe not on the panel, but I've seen that icon, the avatar. I've seen that avatar. I know I have. And that's one of the very ones I'm talking about that be sitting over there on them panels, talking about black people is trash, Victim Olympics, for like Big Bull and you, Big Bad Bull and you follow the breadcrumbs of those people because y'all want so bad to look up to somebody. So that's why y'all on these YouTube.
Nice meeting
you. He just be in the chat trolling. He did admit that.
Like he coming up on this panel doing trolling.
He said that himself. So to me,
look, you said Ms 2 Cents said as soon as she said the name, he went, yeah, because it is Victim Olympic, and he been saying it ever since. See what I mean? Followers, not leaders, followers.
Big Bad Bull is talking with you and apologizing.
Big Bad Bull, no, I got love for him, but I watch what these men do in the YouTube streets. They want to look up to somebody so bad, and I get it because probably a lot of y'all didn't have father figures or good role male models. I get it, but I will never put anyone that's on YouTube up on a pedestal like they are gods. I will never do it. I would never take they word for bond, for go. And oh, she created a word. Let me just echo chamber it all through the echo chambers of YouTube.
Oh, you got one more. He got another one for you.
Oh God, what is Big Bad Bull saying now? Shit. Let
I
me
ain't
what he
never
saying.
seen me on no panel. If you ever seen me,
No,
see
not no.
me.
I ain't never seen Big Bad Bull on the panel. No, but
Oh
I'm
yeah,
saying
no, no. It was
I know he's
Lord.
on. I know he's on those in those other streams because I've seen him in them because I've stopped by him myself because I watch channels and I pay attention to panels, and if I know they are spewing negativity towards women, negativity, and I don't subscribe to them. I don't subscribe
Right.
to that. Because
You
when
know,
you
but
could sit on a panel and call females names and degrade females and degrade black people and you black, I'm sorry. I have a
no, yeah.
problem with that. I don't subscribe to that. I don't need to follow the leader that bad. So miss me with the bullshit. For
Well, I
real.
will tell you this tonight, like with everything you were sharing, especially with the ADOS. I've never even heard of that. And hearing everything, I knew it was some type of talk going on about reparation and all this stuff, but I didn't know it was a whole committee together and going forward with an effort for this. I applaud you for that because I hear the passion in your voice and I feel comfortable with you over there fighting for it. I'm not very educated about it and about the
Right.
history of all
And
these
I can
things,
appreciate
but
you saying that. I really can.
yeah,
Miss Kai, I'm fighting for black men and women that look like you and I and Big Bad Bull and Clue because if they ever go to prison, if they ever have a child to go to prison, I fight for change for our people. And it really hurts the most when your own people do that to you because you never
yeah,
know what can happen in life. If you've been a victim or know a victim, all of us in our family have had somebody that have fallen to some system, whether it's the criminal system, the prison system, some kind of system. And when it's people like me, and I don't listen, I had one son that is on my avatar with Colin Powell. He's never been in trouble, never been in jail. I got brothers. They both work for the city, never been in jail, never been in trouble. But I know that they have been victims of police racial profiling. They've been stopped by the police. They have been handled incorrectly. You understand what I'm saying? And I know it's a lot of other black men. So when I stand on these panels and I fight for these things like that, then I got to listen to black men that look like me say the things that they say. That's the part that I have a problem with because I fight them more than I fight any other race of people.
right.
I had two uncles that were Black Panthers. I grew up in that food system where we were fed breakfast, lunch. We were taught we were given legal aid training. We were given free medical and things of that nature. That's why I love Tupac so much because his mother was a Black Panther and she instilled in him what activism is. And that's what's wrong with our generation. We don't fight for shit, but we'll fall for anything. And when somebody that look like us try to come and fight, it's somebody for the very rights and the things that will benefit them as well. It's people that look like us will always destroy that. Will always fight against it. And that's the part that's sad.
Right. I agree with you totally.
Instead of saying, sis, I applaud you. I appreciate you fighting for our people, but that's your fight. I can respect that more than the people that sit up and label and name call and try to find out everything that's wrong. And like it really, really baffles me that our own people do that. So it's like you're fighting the double fat whammy. You're fighting the system and you're fighting your own people. I understand right today why Sister Soldier gave up on her people when she used to come on very platforms and in talk shows and will be sitting on a panel with black men that look like her, and they will be mocking her, downing her, name calling her. They broke that sister down so much that she stopped fighting for our people and she became an author and selling books. I understand now, because our own people do that to us. And that's the sad part. And nobody's telling nobody, Miss Kaya, not to level up. Nobody's telling nobody not to raise families, get married, try to start a business. The people I work with are business owners for the most part, own houses, own cars. They have fucking leveled up, but they still saying, I still want to fight for my people. Because I know I stood on the shoulders of my grandmother or my great grandmother who was a sharecropper. Our people, I swear, we don't want to fight for shit no more. We have no more leaders in the Black community, and that's why we on life support right now. But you have a bunch of people that look like me that will have everything to say against the fight that I'm fighting. If that's what you feel, it ain't gonna never happen, that's your feeling. But be an ally instead of being a negative person that follows another person that sits on a platform and talk about their own people. I'm so sick of it. It's like you're fighting against the grain with your own people. Why? Why does that have to be? At least somebody out there fighting for some. The very ones that's talking the shit ain't fighting for shit. But they got plenty much to say. I have been on panels for the last 3 or 4 days trying to get our people to just say, be an ally. If this ain't your fight, this ain't your fight. But why sit up there and be negative? Why sit up there and name call? Why sit up there and victim shame people that are fighting for something? That's the same thing that happened with COINTELPRO, with the Black Panthers. People that look like us came in there and plotted against our own people with the FBI that caused the death of Fred Hampton and people like them. And the rest of them got locked up. It's sad. It's your own people all the time. I'm just saying, it's just sad. It's just sad. Because I go to meetings, I go to ADOS meetings, we sit on panels, and I see my white counterparts fighting harder than I do my own people. I mean, and I look at that and I say, where have we come as a people when we've had so many great leaders that have set the tone for us? We have no leaders now in the Black community. We got a bunch of men and women that sit and mock each other, name call each other, and they ain't fighting for shit. But the ones that are trying to fight for something, this is what we get. We don't have Malcolms anymore. We don't have Martins anymore. We don't have those people anymore. They kill them all off. They're dead. But when somebody do try to rise up, we're living in a world now that literally your own people shit on you. But I will continue to fight because no one is going to stop my fight. When I listen to my 104-year-old great auntie that's in a nursing home, she still got all her faculties, 100-year fight for that deed that she kept, that passed down from generation to generation, to know that she just won that. She may not live to see the money come to pass, but guess what? Her great nieces like myself and all of, we're going to benefit for that. That land is worth $2.5 million. She having it split up between all of us. She never had no children of her own. And she told the story. She kept that deed and passed it down to make sure somebody know to fight for that land that was taken from her great grandparents who were slaves. But we say don't fight. And when I went to that nursing home and told her she finally won her case, she cried because she didn't think she was going to live enough to see it come to pass. They stole from us everything. But we want to just roll over and say that was in the past. You need to let that go. You need to let it go. If we keep letting shit go, we're going to keep getting shitted on. If we don't stand for something, we're going to fall for anything. And that's exactly what our Black race of people do. We rather sit on panels and talk about each other, dog each other out, have all these gender wars and all this old bullshit. You want to talk about bigger fish to fry? The bullshit that I see talked about on these panels? Miss Kai, nah, I ain't got it twisted. They do. Our people are on life support out here. For real, for real. Because we ain't got shit a leg to stand on. And that's real talk. So that's why I fight. I don't have to fight. I'm good. I could retire right today if I want to. My son is very successful. We don't have to be out here fighting. He don't have to be in the urban neighborhoods teaching kids about literacy and directing a whole bunch of people up under him to teach our Black children that are in impoverished school systems how to read and try to get them from a 3rd grade reading level up to par. But he do it because I instilled in him, don't ever forget where you came from because you stand on the shoulders of giants. I'm sick of our people with the bullshit rhetoric that I see that go on in these YouTube streets. It's just sickening to me. It's disgusting. And it has to stop. Somebody has to say, this is real life. Like y'all can say it's entertainment for y'all. But when I get on here as an older person, Kai, I try to lead by example for my people because I got mad love for my people. But it hurts me that the people that look like you don't always love you back. They get on panels and talk about because you're older, like you ain't got nothing to offer. You ain't got nothing to say. You ain't got nothing to give. I was on a panel today. A young man told me, oh, yeah, I'll be glad when y'all generation die off. That's what he said. That's the respect that they have for elders. That's what that young man said to me today. Oh, yeah, y'all generation just need to go head on and die off. I said, honey, to grow old is a privilege that are denied many. You better hope you live to get my age. But that's the level of respect and the lack thereof that we have. And I'm sorry, Miss Kai, but I am passionate about this thing. This is real life. This is real. These are things that are affecting our community. We are hurting out here. So I apologize for, my venting, but it's like I watched Sister Soldier fight for years for our people till they literally beat her down. Her own people. She sat on panels. She was on Dr. Phil, on Oprah, fighting for us. But the men that was on the panel with her that looked like her was browbeating her down. She became an author. She stopped fighting because our own people browbeat you down. God damn, we so conditioned. We are so divided. Why is it every other community? They fight amongst each other, but do we ever hear about it? Do it ever be to the detriment where it hurts the very communities that they live in? Why is every other community can have Chinatown, Koreatown, Little Italy, Hispanic town, India town, this town? Where's our town at? Because we can't never come together on nothing. Because we too busy beating each other down. That's just real. It is what it is. See, I come on here for a purpose. And when I told my son that I was coming on here, I wanted to find a way to give to the younger generation. They needed knowledge. They needed things that I see that they don't have, that they're hurting in, because it's a whole generation of them that just don't give mofos. They don't. But I'm going to keep talking, and I'm going to keep fighting for the ones that I can reach and the ones that I know are listening, because some of them are listening. I can't give up. I won't give up on my people. Even though a lot of them give up on us, I won't give up on them. The ones that don't want to be a part, they fall by the wayside. I can't worry. Everybody can't get in the boat and roll the same way. And I realize that that's just the way it is, Ms. Kai, but it's still not going to stop me from fighting, because I may not live to see it, but if it benefit my grandchildren, my fight was not in vain. Just like my great aunt over there lived to see something come to pass that she had been instilled to fight for 100 years. Do you know what that means? 100 years. That deed was passed down, and it was proven in the law that that land belonged to her great-great-grandparents who were slaves, and it was taken from them. And to watch the tears roll down her eyes when I told her she won her case. She's not going to live to enjoy the fruits of that labor, but we'll have that type of wealth in our family for generations to come if we do the right thing by the money. We can level up. How about that? So if we get reparations for our people, they can level up too, because we'll have resources to build our own communities, to have the things that we know that we are so deprived, the disparities that we have as a people. We don't have the benefits of all the things our white counterparts have. We don't. And that's all we fighting for, is equality across the board. Everybody ain't going to be wealthy. That just is what it is. But if you can give people something that they can build on, they can live comfortably. And it don't have to be this large wealth gap between the races of people. So call it what you wanna, whatever name or stigmatism you wanna put on it. But at the end of the day, OG Patrice is gonna continue to fight.
Amen.
I'm gonna fight for something until I ain't got breath in me no more.
I believe it.
And I'm sorry, Miss Kai, but I just had to.
Stop saying you sorry, girl.
No, I don't want to disrespect your panel or anything, but I'm just like, I just started this fight and they already ran me out, girl. So I can just only imagine how Sister Soldier felt.
I remember back then when she was going around to those talk shows. Yes. And yeah, I didn't understand what she was saying, at the time and stuff. I was never inclined of things like that, but I do remember that. And then all of a sudden she did disappear, and the coldest winter ever came out.
Yep, exactly. She became an author. I met Sister Soldier in New York at a summit when she was going around the world doing the summits and sitting on those panels. And she said that she made the announcement that was going to be her last. She wanted to do her last panel in her home state of New York. And when she announced that she was retiring from being an activist, and she allowed people to ask questions. And my question to her was, why is she stopped fighting? She said, because I'm tired of fighting people that look like me. That pierced me, because that's exactly what's happening now. So that pierced me, because this is exactly the time we're in now. She said, I'm tired of fighting people that look like me. Yeah. So there you have it.
Wow. I hear you. And just sitting here listening to you, I am not like an emotional person at all, but I want to tell you, you pierce me. For one, I have learned a lot from you, just sharing what you're going through and what your fight is about. I appreciate you for that. I applaud you for that. I will keep an ear out. I'm going to go and look into ADOS,
Yeah, please go
like
on
you, I will.
ados101.com. Yes, please. And
I
you will see,
absolutely.
just look at the agenda. Click on the part that says agenda. And that's the very thing that we plan to bring to Congress. If we can get this law passed, there is a black female in Atlanta that is running for the U.S. Senate. She is behind us getting reparations. I will pray the people in Atlanta will vote for this woman because she will have the power to take this bill and our agenda to Congress. Her name is Tamara Johnson Shearley.
Spell the
Tamara
last name.
Johnson, I think it's Chealey. Tamara Johnson Shealy. I think that's how you spell it. But it's something. She's running for U.S. Senator in Atlanta, Georgia. This black sister is all on board for getting reparations for us, and she will be the person. If they vote and get her in that Senate seat, she will take this bill to us. So she is the only senator, the only black senator that is for reparations. So having somebody like her sent to Congress, man, that would be a great accomplishment for us. When Ice Cube was willing to sit down with Trump, our people wanted to cancel that man. How are we going to sit down and get something done when Trump was saying to us he was going to give black people a $500 billion black platinum plan before he left office? But when Ice Cube was going to talk to him, because he kept saying, what do you all want? What do you want? Well, if we don't talk to people that have the power to give it to us, and we don't sit at the table, how in the world are we going to get anything? It's not going to always be comfortable to sit with people that don't like us, don't look like us. We know this, but if they're going to give us something, if we can just get out our feelings all the time about things, because Biden said, wait until we get in the office and then we'll see. Well, what has happened since he's been in office? Has he did anything for black people? But those are the very people that ran to the polls and voted for him. So if you want to talk about the two of the lesser evils, both of them are racist. Let's be real about that. But would you rather vote for a racist that's giving you a loaf of bread under your arms, or a racist that's giving you absolutely nothing? So who was really the lesser evil? If Trump said, I'm going to give you black people a $500 billion black platinum plan before I leave the office if I can get the black votes. Biden said, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. Biden said, oh, wait till after I get in office and then we can talk about it. Now he's in office. Has there been any talks about it? No. So I just want our people to wake up. I just want our people to wake up, because we are so conditioned. We truly, truly are. And I love my people. And I know I don't get that love back all the time, but I know it's a lot of love out here for me. And I appreciate that love. And I will continue to fight for the black man and the black woman and the black little boy and the black little girl coming up, because they don't have any role models anymore. Where are all our heroes? Where are all our leaders at? Where are all our activists? The activists we do have, they false flagging out here. They get on the other side and they take money from the very movements that they start, and they go and buy $1 million homes and put a $38,000 gate security up in the white neighborhood, but they fight for black lives that's supposed to matter. But where did all that money go? $90 billion. Where'd it go? I'm sorry, 90 million. Where did it go? Who got it? Where did it affect the black neighborhoods, black infrastructure, black communities, black businesses? Where? But people, and they got that money on the blood and the backs and the blood of people that were murdered by the police. But where's the money? So, we worrying about the wrong things. We fighting about the wrong things. We arguing about the wrong things, Miss Kaya, I see in these YouTube streets. And it's really sad to me. but I will speak on as many platforms that would allow me to speak, and I will continue to press this issue every single time. It really means a lot to me because of what just happened with my great grandmother, but my parents were sharecroppers. My father and mother picked cotton, and I think that a lot of the generations don't even know. They probably don't even sit down and talk to their elders in their families, their grandmothers, their great grandmothers, if they still live, to find anything out about what they did when they were young, their history. We don't have those conversations anymore. My father was ran out of the state of Mississippi when Medgar Evers was killed. My father joined the NAACP to fight. And he had to leave in the middle of the night in the trunk of a car because the KKK was coming for him when he joined the NAACP. And you ask me why I fight? I got lots of reason to fight. See, because I don't want my parents or my ancestors to be rolling over in the grave because I'm on YouTube acting a fool. Not serving no people, but serving up drama and toxicity. I came to teach our people. I came to educate our people. That's what I came to these YouTube streets for as an elder, because I had elders done it for me. So all of the other babble that they got going on, I'm not for that. Thank you, Sunbreeze. I appreciate it. Kaya, I thank you so much for letting me talk.
I thank you.
And vent, and I just want to give insight to our people. I want to instill pride, back into our people. We have lost our sense of self, our sense of knowledge, our sense of pride and dignity as a people. We've lost that. I grew up in a time where that was instilled and ingrained in the very fiber of my being. But I don't see that anymore in our people. We act like we hate each other because I believe there's a lot of self-hate that's going on in these YouTube streets. So it's easy to hate on somebody else because it's a lot of self-hate. Our people are hurting. And I see that they truly are hurting. I agree. So I just, I thank you for allowing me to speak on your panel. When it was brought up, I had to come up because when I heard Ms. Two Cents say that she was listening to a panel and they were talking about reparations, they were saying it was victim Olympics. I was like, she was listening to the stream I was on the very one. So yeah, I appreciate her so much. She's very intelligent. She's very knowledgeable. I know all of our people are not totally lost, but it's a lot of them in these YouTube streets are. But it's some very intelligent Black people. And I know the ones that I can reach, those are the ones I want to reach. And I know that all the things I say won't be in vain. And I will feel good at the end of the day, knowing that I enlightened somebody and somebody was listening and somebody cared. That's all I care about. That's important to me because I love my people at the end of the day. I do. And you ain't always got to agree.
I believe you. I mean, the passion and the dedication, I just feel it all from you. And I'm not a person that, go by feelings, but you are putting it out there and I believe you. I believe you 100%, and I'm glad you use my platform to express yourself. I am so I feel honored, that you did this.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I just employ anybody that's listening to go on ADOS, ADOS 101.com and just take a look at the organization, what it's about, look at the agenda specifically, because like I said, those are things that we are asking for and taking to Congress what that looks like. We're not just saying, hey, give us a check in our hands and that's it. That's all. We're not saying that because we know our people can be very careless when it comes to getting big lump sums of money like that. So we're saying put it in annuity, put it in trust, put it in some grants, for education, housing, and things that we need. And land. We want land to be able to have infrastructure, to build business and and then that's how we can get generational wealth. Because let's be real, out of each Black person, you lucky if you got one person that's wealthy in your family. That's just not a realistic thing when it comes to Black people. We lucky if we could say we got one relative that's wealthy.
But what wasn't one of the things that you mentioned? I'm sorry, something in my throat. One of the things you mentioned was financial education within there as well on the agenda listed. And I hear you say that earlier.
Yeah, financial literacy, because we know we weren't taught that in school, and we don't do well with money as a community, right? So we definitely want to get some financial literacy courses or classes or whatever that looks like to teach us how to handle our money correctly should we get this reparations. And then we would have some trust funds set up, some annuities set up. That's security right there for us, right? And then we say, yeah, now give us a lump sum check and then give us a monthly check. That's exactly what they doing to the Native Americans right now. And give us some land, because so much of our land was stolen from us. So, and we can build farms, we can build businesses. You can build your own home on your land because it's yours. That's all we saying. Just pay the debt that is owed, like you've paid it to all the other races. Be fair to us the same way you did them. That's all we're asking. It's a debt that's owed. We're not asking for a handout. How can a debt be a handout? It's something you owe a person. And we're not sitting over here twiddling our thumbs waiting on it either. We're still living our lives over here, but we just happen to be people that are fighting for something. And the people that ain't fighting for anything shouldn't have anything to say for the ones that are fighting. That's just real, It's a lot of people that have fights that don't concern me, but I'm not going to say don't fight. How can I tell you that your fight is not your fight or you shouldn't fight for it? You know what I mean? How can I sit in judgment of that for someone? Like, I can't do that. I say, I wish you all the best in your fight. I wish you well, but our people can't do that to each other. And Ms. Kai, it's almost like our people don't want to see other people come up. We have such a self-hate. It's indebted and bred and deep down in the fibers of our being for each other. And that saddens me. That really saddens. Now that saddens me to know that we spew so much hate on each other. Why do I hate my sister, my brother? And these are people that on YouTube, in these YouTube streets, that are fighting. They never met each other in real life. I'm baffled by that. Like, I'm amazed by that. And again, sometimes they following the wrong leaders. I'm sorry. It just is what it is. They want to feel important to follow somebody, but I would implore you to be careful who you follow in these YouTube streets. Remember, Ms. Kai, when I told you that when you first came up on Ms. B Finesse, I said, practice discernment, because
I remember.
You remember when I told you that?
I absolutely do remember. I was listening 100%. I remember.
I said, just practice discernment, with these panels, because the more you ingest and take in negativity, toxicity, drama, that becomes the very fiber of your being, and you become those people that you keep continuing to listen to. It gets in you. It can get programmed in your mind and in your heart. And you know what the Bible says about keeping a pure heart and mind. And as a person of your stature that practices Christianity, that is very important. A spirit of discernment should be very important to you, because you know when something don't set right in your spirit, you need to jump ship.
I
So
remember
that's
you
the
saying
advice I would give you. And I think you wisen up to that, because I think you're starting to see it. Because I heard things that you said earlier. So
that. Yes,
I heard you
absolutely.
before I came up. I was listening. Miss Carrington, thank
Absolutely.
you so very much. I appreciate you. I appreciate Sunbreeze, of course, as
Mhm.
always. I hope that something I said has inspired you in some form or way. Go out into the world and make a difference for whatever way that looks like to you. Give back to somebody, somewhere, somehow.
Okay, so you see, Big Bad Bull had to come back in here now, right? I
What
love
did
you,
my baby say? What did he say?
I love you, OG Patrice. Sincerely, I always show you love. I am not lost. Don't lump me in with all the negativity thoughts you speak of. If you rewind, I am all. He don't put no vowels. Okay, I am all for more of an Afro. I did put that up, an Afro town concept based on reparations versus massive individual checks. He did put that up, but I didn't want to interrupt you. He put up a multiple time about a whole Afro
Oh no,
community
yeah.
with bank and housing and grocery
Yeah,
stores.
all
And,
those things I named. Yeah, it's not gonna be
yeah,
just like one big individual
yeah,
check, big bad boy. And listen, I know that you do. You've shown me nothing but love and respect. I appreciate you for that, my brother. I do, but I had to call out that I have heard you say Victim Olympics before. So I listen, I call it is what it is. I call a spade and a thing. It's okay. But like I
right.
said, I love my people, and Big Bad Bull have showed me love. So it's all good. But I just
She for
wanted
big
him
bad
to get a
deal.
better, I mean, Big Bad Bull. I just wanted him to get an understanding, of where I was coming from, because it's so easy to sit and follow somebody else's standard, and I want people to be their own person, have their own thought process. I really think people are really literally almost falling into a cult sense. You know how people get mesmerized by like a cult because they looking for a leader, so they literally take in their ideology and their doctrine and stuff. And that's the dangerous part that can happen even on YouTube with some of these people I'm seeing, as far as the way they think and people that they follow and what they say. I pay attention to those things because I have a spirit of discernment and I don't subscribe to that stuff. When I hear that, I immediately exit stage left, because it's not for me. I can't let my mind and my spirit get filled with that, because I'm on a mission for something. And if I allow drama and negativity and toxic to come into my system, I can't accomplish the things that I want to accomplish. So I don't subscribe to it at all, but I pay attention to things because I want to know who is who and who says what. So if I ever come across certain people in panels, I know how to address them accordingly.
Yeah, absolutely. It's amazing that you just mentioned like a cult like setting, because just the other day I had mentioned on I don't know what panel it was about. I feel like I'm seeing Jonestown. Oh, it might have been on my panel. I feel like I see Jim Jonestown. Everybody lining up to drink the
Drinking the
Kool-Aid.
Kool-Aid, drinking the Kool-Aid. Yep.
It's just crazy, and it's all this just vomit coming right back out. And I'm like, not no one, but for the most part, you hear on these panels, everyone is saying the same thing.
Yep.
I don't hear any
The same
individual.
conversation. They're not finding solutions.
Exactly.
They just like to hear themselves talk. A bunch of them on there love to hear themselves talk. And listen, and it's creating narcissistic people. It's creating I see narcissistic behavior on panels. Like for real. I do. But our people are I say that I know that we're hurting so bad because we so easily fall prey to want to follow the first leader that has the good charismatic conversation or whatever. We tend to fall into that. We always have as a people. That's why we fall into cults, and we get duped by our own people that look like us, the poverty pimps that pimp us out and things like that. We fall into prey. That's why we so easy fall into prey, because we looking for the savior, and he ain't here yet.
Nope, he ain't, because we still here.
Hello. Hello. You already know, Kai. We already talked about that the other night.
We were talking about that last night, 24 hours ago.
Yes, absolutely.
Exactly.
See, girl, you got me up here again. It's almost 4 o'clock in the morning where I'm at, messing with you.
I know Vaughn was up earlier. He's like, Kai, I'm not staying. I'm just running through.
Was he? Okay. Yeah, because Vaughn be he's a mod too, so but that's my brother. Yeah. I got mad love for Vaughn. But yes,
he
thank you.
Came up on the panel and everything earlier. And then I see you, and I said, Patrice, she's not gonna come up, but look at God. I'm telling you.
Look, I'm telling you, I was gonna stay in the chat and support, and make my little comment. Right. But when Miss 2 Cents brought that, and then she said, I was on the panel, I was listening to a panel. I said, she was listening to the panel I was on. So I had to come up.
It was meant to be.
It's all good.
Thank you. I thank you. I thank you. I appreciate you. Your voice is clear and concise, and I enjoy it. I'm loud too, and I don't care what Big Bad Bull say. I love the loudness. I can hear the words you're saying and feel that passion coming.
The passion,
from you.
Yes.
So you
thank
stay
you.
loud. And don't
I do have a big mouth, but listen, everybody in my whole family got big mouths. We all talk loud like this, so I'm sorry that I'm a girl from South side of Chicago, so I'm loud. I'm just loud.
At the same time, so you got to talk loud to get heard.
Exactly. Girl, you already know. You already know.
I'm telling you, and you still hear everything while everybody's talking at the same time.
Oh my God. Yes. Oh my God. You sure know. Look, Miss Kai, I brought a girlfriend around. If she was her first time coming around my family, and I'll call myself preparing her. I said, look, let me tell you now, my whole family is loud. I said, you're gonna hear 4 or 5 conversations going on at the same time, and we all gonna know what each conversation is about. She came and saw that. She was like, oh my God, how do y'all do it? She was like,
yep. And then you rotate around and catch your attention. You gotta go over here. I know it, girl.
That's exactly how my family is.
I'm not gonna hold you up more. You get you
some rest. Thank you so much.
Again tomorrow, just FYI.
I'm staying in the chat. You will not I'm not coming up on the panel. I'm staying in the chat. I'm letting you know that, okay? Already. You ain't gonna be like, Bill, OG Patrice, come on up.
Well, I'll see what God has to say with that. We'll play it by ear.
Yes, we will. But I tell you something, you have a good spirit. I pray for discernment for a very purpose. And I know you're a good person. You're a good-hearted person. So when you came up on Miss B Finesse, that's why I said that to you, because I wanted you to be very careful of your heart and your mind. Yeah. Always protect that. It's important, especially for us women, because I didn't know that you went through what you went through when you first came in these YouTube streets, but unfortunately that happened. But you know what? You're a good person. You're a good woman, and your platform is going to do well because you're doing good. You're having good content. Long as you keep good content, you're going to be good. Sometimes it ain't going to be the most popular thing. You ain't going to get all the subscribers, because some people love the toxicity. They rather subscribe to the lies than to hear the truth. And that's unfortunate sometimes. But just know that there are people you are feeding, and that's important.
That's my whole purpose, to come and do this and take it on. And I just thank God that he gave me the thick skin, because I see what's going on in that chat firsthand. I'm like, wow, and I can say, I don't want to say it would never happen or hurt my feelings or whatever, but at this point, it's like, okay, that's what it is, and I see it, and I thank him for the thick skin, because I can tell right away this is not for the weak at heart. This is not for someone who can't take the bull crap and let it roll off your back. So yeah. I'll continue to stay in prayer. I ask that you pray for me and keep me
absolutely.
strong and
Because
focused.
it's no matter how good you're gonna do, it's always gonna be somebody that's gonna say something negative. It don't matter. That's what I found out in the YouTube streets, honey, today. No matter what good you try to spew, it's always gonna be somebody that's gonna try to have something negative and bad to say about you, no matter what kind of good you do. But you gotta always remember, honey, they talked about Jesus Christ, and we ain't nowhere near as great as he is.
That part. That part right there.
And yes, Mrs. Carrington, I can sing. So I'm going to sing good night. Good night, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. Good night, sweetheart. Yes, it's time to go. Have a good night.
Oh, that's it. You gonna leave me hanging?
That's it. That's all. You got to pay me next time. You got to pay me.
Oh, okay. Bye-bye.
All right. Have a good night, y'all. I'll talk to you soon. Be good. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Wow, everyone. We have 9 people here still. I know you guys enjoyed that, because I enjoyed it. She is amazing. She is amazing. I love her passion, like I was saying. And yeah, we got to go and take this in and watch it again. Look, we got to all go watch it again so we can really understand and, figure out and see what she was talking about, and please look into ADOS. ADOS. And she said, go under the agenda part. I am tired, but I'm still excited. I appreciate each and every one of you guys for hanging out with us and having the conversation. Words cannot express. Our time is so short and valuable, and I appreciate each and every one of you guys that has come and spend this time with me. I look forward to it. I don't want to leave because it's like I'm gonna miss out on something. I love having this interaction. I thank OG Patrice for showing up. I really appreciate 84. He came with a great perspective, his personality, and he is that male example that I will love to continue to show and highlight on my channel. We have Mr. Clue. Okay, we gave him a chance. He did all right. We all have our own opinions, and we can learn from everyone. I don't 100% understand his perspective, but I can respect it, and I can hear him out, and we can still have the conversation. I really, really enjoyed Mrs. My 2 Cents. She was very knowledgeable, and she shared some personal things with 84, which was great. A person in the chat, I think it was Mrs. Cardington, where she helped her to decide a decision that she wants to make or needed to make in her life. So it seems like Mrs. 2 Cents helped her with that decision. This is amazing. Look at all of this. Amazing here on these YouTube streets. Oh, I got some more YouTube streets. I love you guys. I appreciate you. Okay, so, okay, here we go. Ms. OG. She said, thank you, Kaya, and your amazing panel in chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I really do. Words just can't express. I can't think of anything else to say. Amazing. What was that movie? Charlotte Web, when the spider would put all these amazing, super fantastic. I thank you. Big Bad Bull. Wow. At Just Kaya Talk Daily. That was an OG Patrice exclusive. I totally agree with that. 100%. And I'm going to highlight that. I'm going to put it off to his own video. Absolutely. Once I figure out how to do it. With her singing on your live, very rare moment. I'm honored. I am so honored. Thank you, Ms. Patrice, OG Patrice. Miss, how do you say it? Carrington, OG, do you have a channel? She does not, from my understanding at this time. She goes around and share on other people's channel. A great channel to check her out on is Miss B Finesse. I originally met her over there. Miss B Finesse channel is amazing. So you can go over there and find OG. And it sounds like she's multiple other places as well, but I truly think you will enjoy Miss B Finesse channel. She comes on in the morning, I think Tuesday, maybe Monday through Thursday, something like that in the morning. My time, I think, is about 11. So you can find her over there as well as other amazing women on her platform. Oh, yes. That is the site, ADOS. You know, I get the name, but for 2 days now, I thought they were saying Adolf. And I'm like, what are they talking about with this Adolf? So I'm glad we cleared that up. It's ADOS site. Yes. Here we go, Miss. Not yet. Yes, she says not yet about her channel. So oh, good. It seems like she's working on one. Can't wait for that. We'll love to see that happen and to hear more of her passion and sharing the things she is fighting for. As she was talking, I was trying to think of a name for her. Like, you know, I can't say like Mrs. Martin Luther King Jr. I knew freedom, civil rights leader or anything like that. So I'm going to try to figure out a nice, cool name and put that part in the video to put up about her talking and all those great points she was making. Okay, thank you, Kaya. You're welcome. Okay, one more. My main man, actually, and I love the way, and I would like to say this, Big Bad Bull. I love the way how this is the channel, Miss Carrington, Mrs. B Finesse channel, and her channel is amazing, and yeah, she has great talking points, and it's like a variety. It doesn't just focus on one thing. She does like financial, relationship, just everything, and she is really enjoyable to listen to. She has it together. Big Bad Bull, I want to thank you. You are amazing. And I felt very honored with you as well for being so active in the chat and sharing your opinions and and to see, for me, for the first time, I'm seeing that you're not a yes man. Not that I thought you were, but I was impressed, and I appreciate you sharing your true feelings and belief. I've never seen that side of you, like sharing in the chat the way you did. So I feel honored for that, and I want to thank you. And I want to thank you for going out there just like you do for the other people that you support. I feel very honored. I'm very new at this, and I'm glad that you see something in me to where you are investing your time in me. Like I said, time is very valuable, and I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for that. And let's see. He really is. Really, really is. And yes, Big Bad Bull. BBB. At first, when they was putting BBB in, I'm like, is that Big Bad? I'm not. I thought it was something with the booty. I don't know why, but I was seeing BBB, and I was like, oh, okay, they talking about him. So I got, I'm a little slow sometimes, but that's okay. Thank you, guys. Now remember, Just Kaya, Juss Kaya. JUSS stands for Jesus Unveils Scripture Simply. I thank you. I appreciate you. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm going to keep at this and I'm going to keep doing this, and you guys will see my growth and my progression. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye. Have a great night. Oh, you know what to do. You know the like and the subscribe. Don't forget. Next time, guys. Bye-bye. Bye, Big Bad Bull. Appreciate you. I don't have any more words.